What's up, you guys? It is Saturday night, and Saturday night's all right for a fight. A collision. We got Martina in the house, and we are live also on the Hardcore Sports Network. We're live on my channel. We're live on Martina's channel, which is in the comment section below. You can go ahead and click on that so you can subscribe to her channel. Martina, are you looking forward to this episode?
I am. Thank you for having me, Tati. This is so
Of
fun.
course.
This is actually the first time I've ever covered wrestling with another ladies. It's always been guys, so this is great.
I've never done a watch along with another woman. I've been on other people's channel, but I've been like telling people all the time on my comment section, if you're a lady, come on up. Like I have no problem. Let's talk about wrestling.
Yes, same, absolutely. So honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. So we got Tony Schiavone, who's already in the ring.
Mhm.
Um, FTR. Oh, Lord.
Already, huh? Already.
Already. You know
Right out
why?
the gate.
They're gonna give them the microphone to speak. They're gonna talk about how they're sore losers from the pay-per-view.
Oh
You
Lord.
know, this could have been an email.
Oh
Well, here
boy.
they are.
Oh, hey Wes. I see Wesley in the comment section.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? Got
Okay.
Mike in the house. Who says he is logging in a little early to show his support. I have a few things to do real quick, but I'll return. We'll see you soon, Mike. We got transformational scientists in the house. What's going on, Jamar? Robert's in the house. Wesley is here as well. Thank you. Acknowledge us. Yes.
You know it. You know it. Of course. Of course. Look at Tony Schiavone with his slicked hair. I don't think I've ever seen his hair laid and slayed like this before.
He's trying to be cute tonight.
Right, right. Okay, all right. Let's see what they're talking about.
Oh Lord, don't give the mic to Dax. Look how the audience cheer for losers.
Dang. Dex, look at Dex. His head is bandaged. His wrist is bandaged.
Should have stayed home.
He looks like the cartoons where they're like bandaged in the bed with like their foot hanging up. Like he just left the hospital. I see what you're saying. And what are we wearing? What are we wearing?
Mm.
Oh, hey guys in the chat. Mr. All Day is off. Robert Brown. Hello, everybody. Um, uh, Robert Brown, my favorite wrestler. Of course, I'm not shy. It's Roman Reigns. No, no, not shy here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, of course,
Tribal chief.
of course, of course. Guys. Yeah, Dante, that's true. Leo Rush, that's true. Yeah, he popped up out of nowhere last week, huh? Or earlier this week.
Mm-hmm. He was pretty good.
Mhm. He was.
Oh, Dax.
Why they always talking about dying? Who said you need to die?
Right. They won't pay you extra if you die.
Well, they say this like every promo. I'm gonna die in this ring. You gotta die, you know. Hey, ballet dancer. Oh, Darby.
Hmm.
Okay. Hmm. How do, Tati, your face, you seem very unmoved about this.
I don't get why we're even talking about this. We're taking
Your
it away
face
from
is
the
like
wrestling time.
very unfazed. Oh, hey guys, just shared on Twitter. Thank you, Wesley.
All right, that's it. They leaving? All right, top guys out. Get out.
All right. I'm mad they just stopped wearing ring gear. Like we're just gonna wear t-shirts and slacks and
Wait, they
whatever.
shouldn't even get back in the ring after everything we saw from that pay per view. Darby Allin, wherever you are, stay there. He had no business being in that match.
Mm-mm. Oh,
No
you said
business at
Darby
all.
Allen? Oh God.
Yes,
Oh
Darby.
God. Mm-mm. My
How do you
gosh.
survive everything that he's been through? He had that
My
match at
God.
Revolution, and then he broke his foot, and then he got hit by a bus. Like,
For
come on,
God's
bro, you should have
sake.
stayed home.
That man is the cat with nine lives for real. Because, sir, like, it's unbelievable. Like, what is happening, man? Got his nose broken again, I'm pretty sure. Like, sir,
Hmm.
Jack
What
Perry,
is
what are we
Jack
doing,
Perry doing
friend?
on the ground? What is
Yeah, what are we doing?
grown men having tantrums? Okay.
And why is he so moist? Like, in the bathroom, Like, what are we doing? He's bloody? Like, what?
Oh, this must have been right after the pay per view match.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it must have been. Okay. Hmm. Hey, Mitch. Hey, hey.
So we're just following people to the shower with cameras now. Like
Like,
weird.
yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's and they just went into it like no context, no
None,
boom,
none.
straight into it. Like, okay, another promo, no
Okay,
context, just okay as a recap. Okay,
interesting.
here's Adam Pierce, aka Christopher McDaniels.
That was so. I remember they said like they fired him or whatever, but then when he came out, it really gave like Adam Pierce vibes. I was just like, what?
It did. Like I had to like really look at the TV. I'm like, I know this ain't Adam Pierce. That he truly looks like Adam Pierce for like the first 5 seconds.
We're the
Okay,
best wrestle.
okay, okay. Here comes man. If Wardlow isn't with them, just stay back there, please. Stay back
It's
there.
annoying.
Who is it? Oh, he's wearing a hat. Okay. Every time they come out here without Wardlow, I'm just like,
They might as well just kind of low key forget he's in the group until the point that we never see him with them, and it will be all right. Like we really would not miss him with this group
no, no, they're doing nothing for him.
at all.
Everybody in here having a title but him is just making me so mad. I hate it.
Oh wait, this is Roderick versus Leo Rush, right?
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
Isn't
I
that
didn't
what
know
they
who he was
said?
going against. He's ripping on the sign. Awful, man.
Ah, poor Wardlow.
I know. They do him so dirty.
I really do like him. I just feel like the company just don't know what to do with him, and
They
it's
don't.
just really strange.
It is.
Um,
How do you fumble someone who looks like that? That's
oh my
crazy.
gosh, he's so dreamy. Y'all should be doing
My
so much
goodness.
more with him. So
He's got
much
the
more.
look, he's got the persona, he's got the aura. Like what's not there? What do they
I
not
agree.
see? I don't know.
I agree.
Oh, hey Reggie, I know him. Hey, hey.
Dante says I just realized that Leo Rush was in the intro video for Collision. Oh,
Yeah, I missed him.
interesting. Robert wants to know what type of music you like, Martina.
I am very eclectic. I like rock, I like alternative music, I like country, I like um I like some R&B, but I like more of the like '90s R&B where they're like pleading in the rain
Mm.
and riffing shirts.
Ay,
You know,
they don't do R&B like they used to.
they don't. There's not enough crying in the rain for me these days. You know.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, I'm kind of all over the place.
Well, here's Leo Rush. I really do feel like he made this jacket out of a comforter. I feel like I've seen that somewhere, like in TJ Maxx.
I think you're right. The tops, the jacket, and the pants actually. Oh yeah, that's so funny. Right around Tupac. No, I'm sorry, I'm not much of a rap fan these days. I'm really not. It's just gotten. I'm kind of old school. I'm like, what are we talking about these days, y'all? When I can understand them, a lot of mumbling. You
It's
know,
different. It's
it is
different.
different. I love the way you said that. It is different. It's very different.
All right, this is going to be interesting matchup. I'm not really happy about them taking the title off of Roderick just so we can give Will Ospreay a nice little shiny new toy. I'm not
Yeah,
feeling it.
he doesn't need another title. He just got one.
Absolutely. I was so like I was surprised but not surprised to see him win the gauntlet match. I was like, why aren't we not using this opportunity for someone else? You
Yep,
know? I
I
don't know.
agree.
He's been winning all his matches and then he won another gauntlet match, was the last one they had, ends up
Mm.
winning the title from Roderick, and now he wins the very next gauntlet 3 days after winning a title. Now he's going to go against Swerve. Oh man, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I agree. I don't understand the booking there at all because where they're always saying they have such a stacked roster, but well, then why aren't we pushing more people out of that
I
stacked
agree.
roster? You know.
I agree. And I really do enjoy Will Ospreay.
Hmm.
I'm that type of person where it's just like if I had a company with people who's been loyal to me for 5 years, I should be trying to give those people opportunities too.
Hmm.
Instead, you're looking at the people who just walked through the damn door, like Mercedes, which I also enjoy as well. You're putting titles on these people, only have a title on Willow for 1 month after everything that she's been doing for like 2 years now. Wild to me. Wild.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. I see why they're doing it, but it isn't like fair. Like I completely agree.
Right.
Like I feel like they kind of I said this on another stream too. I feel like they kind of back themselves into a corner that you bring these big names in and everyone knows they're coming in. And so you kind of
Mm-hmm.
like force cuz everyone's pushing for it. That's what everyone wants to see. But then at the same time, you got the shiny new object syndrome like okay, top star, give him a title, but then yeah, like what about everyone else that's been kind of floundering, aka Wardlow, aka people like Ruby, you know, the other like women in the division that have just been kind of booked badly and all over the place. I know she's pregnant now.
Oh
She's just an
man,
example. You know, there's lots of women that could be getting title shots that aren't, you know.
I agree. I agree. They did my girl Ruby wrong. She
So
was
dirty.
twice. She was so
Hmm.
close to winning the Owen Cup,
Yep.
and she didn't make it. Now she's pregnant. Congrats to
Right.
Ruby. We don't know what's going to happen. You know, after giving birth, if she's going to continue her career or not. Because having
Right.
two parents that are in the ring could be really really tough. So, you know, if she does make it back to the ring, I hope she gets everything that she deserves.
I agree because yeah, she's someone that I feel like WWE never really did right by her, and now AEW hasn't really done right by her.
Is
Like somebody do
is
right by this
Matt
woman.
wearing his coat, his little comforter jacket? What is going
I
on?
love how you said comforter jacket because it really is. It really is. This okay.
Huh.
Okay. Look at it. Right around says TK can't book. He's struggling. He's struggling with the
He is
booking for sure.
struggling. He is struggling. My thing is that he definitely gives that vibes of he's doing the booking by himself.
Yes,
Because all these people in the company would be telling you to do something else, bro.
for sure. For sure. Okay, now we get right picture in a picture. Yeah, there's yeah, it's just a lot of it's a lot to be desired. It's like one thing about AEW, I feel like they kind of do this cycle of like 3 steps forward and 2 steps back type of
Oh
deal.
yeah.
Like they do so well on some things, but some other things it's like we said like the fairness factor if you will for of like who
Hmm.
gets title shots and who wins these tourneys and who gets TV time and yeah.
Right. You have all these shows, Dynamite, Collision, Rampage. Nobody watched Rampage, but it's there. And we have Ring of Honor. So how is it this bloated roster not being able to have almost everybody getting TV time at least a couple of times a month is crazy to me.
Right,
Really
exactly.
crazy.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree. And I forget about Rampage too. You're right. I'm thinking about Dynamite and Collision, but yeah, Rampage, Ring of Honor. Like,
Girl,
come
if
on
I don't
now.
if I don't do this Rampage reviews, ain't nobody even know what's going on. Nobody.
I do forget about it. Like even last night, like when I was doing SmackDown with everyone. I was like, wait, does Rampage come on tonight? I
Oh
didn't know
yeah,
it came on
Rampage
earlier.
came on. I think 6:30 yesterday, and I just couldn't be bothered. I was like, I could watch this now, but no, no.
Yeah, I didn't even watch a recap because I honestly, because they've been doing the combining it thing, like, oh, we're gonna do some on
Yes,
Dynamite and some on Collision. That their schedule's all over the
we
place.
we got used to them doing Collision and Rampage for a while. They was doing
Yep.
that for almost a month, and then now we're back to Fridays, and it's just like maybe keep it that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I know they want to compete, or not really compete, but I guess I should say like get some of that SmackDown crowd, like the post SmackDown crowd. But
Mhm.
I'm like you said, I'm like, do we need it though? I don't know.
No, no. Dante says he hopes that Jack Perry wins the TNT title. He has improved so much. So yes, he's improved. I oh god, how can I say this without being biased? Like Takesha, well, what are we doing? Takesha don't got no titles. I want it to be him. Try not to be biased, but it
Oh
makes sense with the
yeah,
whole group thing. Where
yeah,
he's the only one in the elite without a title. But then again, we have Okada walking around with a nice shiny toy. He's not doing anything with it either. And the Jackson brothers, they have not had any tag matches since they won it. We're
that's true.
wasting tag team action time by not putting those titles on the line, which
I
is just so
agree.
annoying to me.
That's
So
true.
annoying. So
It is
I don't want to
interesting.
see Jack walking around with a title not doing anything with it either.
I agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
Hmm.
gonna say, I do. Isn't it interesting? They put the trios tag teams titles. Say that 10 times fast. Trios tag team titles on the line more than the regular tag team titles.
Oh, that
Very
is
interesting.
true. That is true.
Hello, Mike. Hello, everybody. I'm not able
Very
to see.
interesting.
Do we? You are you able to see how many people we have in the stream? I'm not able to see it.
So the total amount of people we have is 42.
Okay, sweet. Hey, hey, everybody. Don't be shy. Say hello.
Yes, everyone, please like, subscribe, follow us on our socials. Don't be
Peace.
shy.
Okay, got a,
I love the Undisputed Kingdom.
they're good with their taunts and the ringside harassment. Leo looks like he's having a hard time.
Hmm.
Okay.
I like how the crowd is cheering for him. What about Roderick? We're not gonna cheer for Roderick.
I know, right? And he's the champ. Ain't that crazy?
Well, actually, he's the one who just lost the
Oh, he lost it.
title.
I'm sorry. You're right. He did. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
He lost. That's what I heard what you said earlier, but I forgot to like process that. You're right. He did.
Girl, I'm trying to process it too.
I
Will
was like,
Ospreay
dang,
with the
that's right.
title.
That's right.
Oh man.
That's right. Okay. Oh, roll up, roll up. Uh oh.
All right, Leo.
I guess him and TK buried the hatchet. Because
Yeah.
they, from a couple years ago.
I was surprised to see him the other day because the last time we remember that there was issues, but remember, Leo is part of New Japan. They have finally opened the doors to the Forbidden Door. So what it looks like is that we're going to have AEW with New Japan and CMLL. They're all going to do just that one show for Forbidden Door. So that definitely makes things more interesting. So can't
Hmm.
wait to see what we get with that card.
That's true. And then Stardom with what's her name's friend, Mariah May's
Oh
friend. I can't
yes.
remember her name. Or is that like they're gonna
Mina.
kiss? There you go.
Mina. Uh-huh. Right. Tony Khan did say that he was gonna have some Stardom girls on the show too. So we got 4 promotions going to be on one pay-per-view. Y'all, this might be a 24-hour pay-per-view.
Oh my, my god, I hadn't even
Knowing
thought
Tony
about that.
Khan, it might be
Oh my,
24 hours.
oh my god, because the last
Get
one,
your
what was
snacks
it?
ready.
I still haven't recovered. What was it? Double or nothing?
Oh, the Double or Nothing. Oh yeah, it went on. I knew it was gonna go longer
Ooh,
because of the Anarchy in the Arena match, and I was like, they need some time to do their little foolishness. So this is gonna be a long show.
they did. They sure did. They did not disappoint. My goodness.
And it's so interesting because you're seeing AEW, they have like a large card, and then we're seeing pay-per-views with um WWE where it's just like they're kind of using sort of the same amount of time but for less
That is crazy,
matches,
isn't it?
which is weird. It's really
It's
weird.
very weird. It's so interesting too because WWE loves their video packages, like long
Mm-hmm.
video packages, and I feel
They
like
sure do.
Tony he could use some of those actually because they were just like boom, 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 match after match after match after match.
Yep. Yep. He's
Oh,
like, don't go anywhere. Don't get your snacks. Don't go to the bathroom. We got
you ain't
more.
got time. You're gonna miss it. Okay, Roderick wins. No surprise there. He is ready to
None.
be. Look at his back.
Oh Lord. Nice to see Leo. I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot of these guys a little bit more often up until the pay-per-view comes about. I'm really curious to see what would they do with having 4 promotions together. And Tony Khan, if Swerve Strickland loses that title, I
Oh,
will be on the next flight to New York.
oh
I
man.
will.
Who is he facing this time? Oh,
Well,
Osprey.
okay.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And here speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Here he comes.
Mm.
I honestly I wouldn't be surprised if they do though, because I have they've booked Swerve so weird. He hasn't
They
really been
have.
booked like a champion. It's very obvious that they're putting all hands on deck for Will Osprey. So honestly,
I
I
hope
would
not.
not be surprised if he does win. I don't
I
think he
hope
should,
not.
but I could see it though.
How did Tony Khan make this decision like without feeling some type of way? Like he literally just was like, "Hey, you're winning another gauntlet match after you just won the title a couple of days ago. Congratulations."
Yep. Get out
Ugh,
there. Go get him, Tiger.
crazy.
Why does Kyle O'Reilly look like that? Like he looks
He just
scared.
always looked tired or over it, And
Combination. He looks tired. He looks stressed. Poor guy. Is he okay? Hey, Coach Ed Gladney. No. I like his shirt though. It's giving Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
oh yeah.
Hey, Nick, checking in and acknowledging. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Hello, hello.
Hey for joining us. Why do I feel like
Thank
he
you.
looks a little different? Something is a little different. Is it hair? Is something?
I think it's the hair. He's doing the little like Tony Schiavone. The
The Tony
little
Schiavone swoop or something?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. Jill swoop whoop de whoop swoop de swoop. Okay, Will is defending the title tonight. He's not losing. We all know that. Why do they even
That's
do
for
that?
sure.
I hate it when they do that. I say the same thing with WWE. Like, why are we doing these meaningless title defenses? You know they're not going to
Absolutely.
lose. Like, just do something else.
Especially when it's really predictable. Like this is too predictable. But we'll get a great match out of them though, for sure.
That's true. Hi, AE.
What's going on, you guys? Don't forget to hit that like button. It's for free to hit the like button, you guys. For
Please
free.
and thank you.
Martina, let everyone know where they can find you.
Yes, yes. So you can follow me. My channel. This is sad. I have to look. I'm like, what is the name of my YouTube channel? My YouTube channel is Martina Talks Wrestling, and you can follow me on Twitter at SlamHost Martina, where I am regularly talking smack about wrestling. I'm a lifelong wrestling fan. I have a lot of opinions, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you a heads up. If you don't like Roman Reigns, you're not gonna like it. A lot of Roman Reigns propaganda on there. But yeah, follow me and feel free to join the stream and to follow Tati as well. We both of us
Hmm.
talk a lot of wrestling, so like,
A
subscribe,
lot.
follow, all the things.
Yes, you guys can follow me at Wrestle Tati on X and on Instagram. Also, subscribe to the channel. I do reviews on mostly AEW, Ring of Honor, do watch alongs for WWE PLEs and AEW pay per views, New Japan pay per views. Your girl is busy, but for you guys, appreciate it. Let's see. Jamar says, "Do you prefer tournaments or should they just give Jack Perry the belt? What do you think?"
Hmm. Well, I get why they're doing it, because the elite was ready to just literally hand it over to him, but they're trying to give us more action. So I I understand why they're doing it, but I'm pretty sure he's going to end up with it anyway. So
Hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're just like, hey, let's not give it to him. Let him work for it. We're gonna give it to him anyway. You know.
work for right, 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 right.
Mitch says no Orange Cassidy tonight. I hope so. Oh my God, Orange Cassidy. I just can't. I'm over it.
Oh,
I'm
Orange
over it.
Cassidy. You don't.
So the other day, Uncle Don was stomping out Orange Cassidy, and then like after 2 or 3 kicks, Uncle Don was barely able to move. I was just like, "What happened? You're 60 years old and you're doing too much."
Too much.
Yeah. So prayers to Uncle Don. I hope you're all right.
Bless his heart.
Got
Yeah.
off the rope networks here.
Hey, hey. Oh yeah, and by the way,
Reggie's
guys,
here.
Tati and I are going to be doing Queens of the Ring later this month on the 11th. You can catch us again then.
Yes. So check us out on the Hardcore Sports Network. We do have an all female panel where we will be talking about pro wrestling on Tuesday evening. So check us out.
That's right. Oh, you got a super chat, girl. I got a super chat.
Oh, yes.
Hey.
Ballet dancer with the super chat. Thank you. This is going towards the Tati is starting her own federation. We're sick of your booking, Tony Khan. So we're going somewhere else.
I know
I'll
that's
let you guys
right.
know how that works out.
Look, if you need a manager, I can't wrestle, but I would happily be a manager.
Mike says he's subscribed to your channel.
Thank
Yes,
you,
y'all,
Mike.
please go on over and subscribe. I did put her channel in the chat, so the
Thank
link is
you.
there.
Thank you so
We're
much.
back
Thank
with the show. Roderick Strong. Oh,
Oh, he's talking to Tony.
Tony Khan is still in the building.
Looking scared.
Oh, oh my God. Roderick versus Swerve. Okay.
Okay. Okay. That well, a lot just happened there. Oh, here comes your boy. Here comes your boy, Daniel
Hi.
Garcia.
Oh, well, Lexi was trying to get her little interview on or whatever, but um, great. Daniel Garcia is here.
Hmm.
Um, I appreciate what he's doing for the ladies. I appreciate that. But who's not doing it for the ladies is Tony Khan. Did you see that raggedy ass suit he was wearing? What is going on with a billionaire just dressing like this? Like, am I missing something?
Tony, he has too much money to be dressing like that.
And the
You're a
hair's
billionaire,
a
sir.
mess. Well, honestly, I thought Christopher was there because Tony Khan wouldn't be around. That's what I thought.
I know, right? Adam Pierce 2.0 for real. Yeah, Tony. I'm gonna need him to get a stylist and a barber that like him. That like him, that respect him, and want what's best
Right.
for him.
He could use some help with the fashions. It's just you're not giving anything right
It
now.
is not giving at all. Oh man, I thought about seeing Shibata. That what you said earlier about Takesha, I completely agree. He's another one. I'm like, when I feel similarly about him as the same way I feel about like Drew McIntyre in WWE. Like, when are they gonna get their moment? Like, they win,
Mm.
they got the look, got the
Mm-hmm.
persona, got the aura. When is he gonna get a title?
Right. Right.
Give that man,
You know,
give the man his
he
time.
won he won the match last night against Penta to advance onto getting a step closer to the TNT title. So that's great.
Mm,
But while they're doing that, he needs to be doing promos. They need to let him do stuff. You see how like it took a while for them to get there with Shinsuke, but at some point you started seeing the Japanese promos and he had the animation and all that stuff. And I was like,
mm,
yes, this is how you show that Japanese representation. And
right,
here we are in AEW and we're not doing anything with Takesha, nothing at
right.
all. It's crazy. Crazy.
Shoot, even have you noticed? Even his theme song is like almost it's like white noise music. Like,
Yeah,
give him, he needs a little bit more excitement to his,
absolutely.
like you said, promos. And Don Callis, I like him being in the Don Callis family, but I think he does need, we need a little bit more umph.
Right, I agree. I think he's great in that group. They need to give him more of an opportunity to do things on his own because you know Don Callis is a talker. I think he's doing too much talking for Takeshita. Takeshita should be able to say something once in a while. No, not even once in a while. He should be just be talking for himself. For someone who never really says anything, like we don't care if it's Japanese. Tony Khan, we really don't care. We just
Hmm.
want to see because doing the promos brings personality out, and when you only see personality in the ring, you're missing a lot of that person. And I said the same thing about Top Flight and them. They're so good in the ring, but we don't know who they are outside that ring.
That's true. I don't even know what their voices sound like.
We've hardly ever heard from them. They have to do a lot more, especially with some of these young guys and girls that we really never get a chance to hear from.
That's so true. That's a Mariah May is like that. She almost never speaks. I can't tell you the
And
last
that's the
time I
thing
actually heard her say
too.
anything.
So she's new, and like I don't mind the whole Tony Storm thing. At first I was like, oh, okay, that's cute, but now it's like, oh, we're still doing dressing up as Tony Storm and being Tony Storm. You're not getting a chance to know who Mariah is at this point. You
Yeah,
know, hopefully this doesn't become an issue for her and her identity in AEW in long term, you know.
I
So we'll
agree.
see.
Because people are already calling her like Tiffany Stratton light, and so I'm
Oh my, I've heard the same thing too.
like they should capitalize on that popularity and, like you said, give her her own image instead of just having her in Tony
Hmm.
Storm's shadow. Because I think she's got a great look. She doesn't need to wear Tony Storm's outfits from 2018. You know, give her her
Right.
own
I know
thing.
2018 of all things. At like maybe 2022, 23, something crazy.
Yeah. Okay. So this. Okay. Trying to keep up with what's going on here.
And these are really great teams here too. Shibata and Daniel, they haven't tagged much, but they do have a similar style. So I can see
Hmm.
why they paired these two guys together. As long as it's not Shibata and Hook, I'm good.
Oh Lord.
Hook, I can't. I just can't deal with. I want to say he's great, but honestly, we haven't seen much of him. He's done squash matches most of his time in AEW, and these past few months they're letting him do more in the ring. But the more you see him, the more you see, oh, is JD okay?
I know, right? Yeah, I agree with you that he's one. Sorry, my nose running. Unfortunately, I don't feel like, how do I say this? They're not showing Hook's best. Like, the more we see of him, I feel like it's exposing his weaknesses rather than
Oh
making him
yeah,
look better, which is odd. I'm like, lean into what he's good at. Don't let him talk. I don't think he should be talking.
definitely not talking. Oh my gosh,
Stop letting him.
definitely not. My issue with Hook is that yes, his daddy's doing commentary, whatever, but he's not Taz, you know.
No.
And the thing is I think he thinks, well, he probably thinks that well, my dad is part of AEW. I can be in the company with no problem. But the
Hmm.
truth is your dad, before getting to ECW, he was all over the world before he got there. You literally just walked up to AEW and you think like you know everything you should be doing in the ring. He has no experience outside of AEW,
That's true. And he's what,
and
22?
it shows. Oh, I
He's a
don't know how
fetus.
old he is because
He's pretty
he looked
young.
like he looked like those middle schoolers. He does give that vibe.
He does, and you're right that I know, like you said, Taz's whole thing, the human suplex machine. But I feel like Hook suplexes are not as good as
No,
they could be
no.
or should be. But like you said, he's still learning. He'll get there. But I think you're right. I think it's don't don't make that his main move when that's not his strongest move.
It's not. And I think another thing is this goes back to Tony Khan not having somewhat of like a performance center or a wrestling school where the people on his roster can practice, you know and that is a huge thing where it's like you don't have house shows, you don't have a
Mm,
specific place for everybody to go and get their reps in. They're pretty much learning as they go. So someone like Hook, who doesn't have enough experience, you'll probably never see him on some random Saturday show in the middle of Iowa or something, like even John Moxley does shows outside of AEW. Like he doesn't look at himself as too big to not be doing these indie shows. So
mhm.
I don't get what it is that Hook thinks he's too pretty to be anywhere else. I don't know. But Tony Khan does allow them to go to other promotions. So
He
I don't know.
does.
He should take advantage of that.
I agree. You're absolutely right. I hadn't even really thought about the house shows thing. You're right. No performance center, no house shows. And yeah, that is kind of crazy that when they wrestle on TV, that's about it. It's kind of scary
Hmm.
actually. Like they're doing such, and they love their dangerous matches, their bloody matches and barbed wire matches and Texas massacre matches. I'm like, ooh, very hardcore matches to be doing when that's the first match you wrestled this week, you know?
Yeah, it is. I agree. Dante wants to know, what if we get Bullet Club Gold versus Undisputed Kingdom for the trios title at Forbidden Door? I think that would be an awesome matchup.
Hmm.
I would like to see that, but I would rather like Top Flight, Action Andretti get that opportunity because the Undisputed Kingdom already has the Ring of Honor tag titles. So, you know, let's give other teams an opportunity.
That's true. Oh, hey, Earl. Hey, hey. Earl's in the chat.
Hey, Earl, what's going on?
See, Mike says they're making Mariah May the new Mickey James. I can see why you say that. I hadn't really thought about that.
All right, you guys. So we're back from Picture in Picture. The Workhorsemen is a really great team. If you're not familiar with them, they're mostly featured on Ring of Honor. I know it's like me and six other people who have the Honor Club subscription, but I do give you guys reviews to let y'all know how good they are. They're really great.
They are. Oh, by the way, where are they tonight? I didn't even catch.
I didn't catch that either.
I
I
forgot.
didn't catch that.
I'm looking. Yeah, sometimes up in the corner. Yeah, wherever they are. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, like that's their whole thing. They'll go anywhere. They're workhorsemen. They really have put in work for real. Like what you were saying that Hook needs to do. Like they've been wrestling for years, everywhere.
They've been yes everywhere. Anthony Henry just coming back from a jaw injury. His jaw was broken,
Oh,
wired shut. I don't know how you did it, bro. I really don't know. If my mouth had to be wired shut, I don't know.
dang!
I
I didn't
can't
even know that.
imagine.
Jeez.
Yeah, so he just came back, I believe, 2 weeks ago, and he's been doing really great. So I think it's the first time that he's been on Collision since he returned.
Hmm.
Oh damn, Shibata is no joke, y'all. Shibata is one of my favorites, by the way.
I like him too.
I love his style. He's a no nonsense type of guy. He gets in the ring, get things done, and leave. That's how I like it. Leave when you're
Wreck
done.
everybody and leave. These chops are no joke.
Oh, and I don't know if anybody saw, but William Regal posted a picture of him and Claudio Castagnoli and did I say Willie Yuta? It was Willie Yuta, Claudio Castagnoli, and William Regal. They were somewhere. I don't know where they were, but it's nice to see
Hmm.
William Regal still, friends with the Blackpool Combat Club. Daniel Garcia, who dances while somebody's getting their butt whooped in the court? Like, what is this?
What are we doing? And why? Speaking of fashion, Daniel, what we got on, friend?
He's trying to copy Shibata. Oh
Okay,
my
all right.
god.
'Cause normally he has like some
So
colorful long boys. You know
yeah,
what is
so
it?
there was a point where he was also wearing the trunks. I think this is when he had the peer title. This is when, like, I don't
Oh
know, I think
yeah,
last year, where he was doing I'm a wrestler type of gimmick or whatever.
that's
So
true.
now that he's kind of copying Shibata, we're back to that look.
That's true. That's true. Okay, okay. Oh, so close. I thought the Word Horseman had that one. Tattoo. Oh yeah, that this headlock. It looks like it might be a wrap.
Hmm.
Okay, well maybe not. They got out of it.
Oh, now I wonder, where are they?
Yeah, I might have to Google this real quick because I
It
genuinely do
looks
not see
really
it.
dark in there because I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people there, but super dark.
It does. Let's see, AEW Collision, June 1st. Where are we at? Let's see. They are. Okay. Okay, looks like Shibata and Daniel Garcia are taking it. Where are they?
Well, not surprised here.
Mm.
And I think yesterday they made it official that Daddy Magic is part of the commentary team. Congratulations, because I thought you've been in the commentary team, so I didn't know this was something new. Um, great,
I
great.
thought so too.
Because he's been there, he's been there. So I don't know. I guess it was more like a trial and error thing. Not sure.
Maybe he was he. You made it through your trial period, maybe. Okay, it
It's
looks
so strange. Shibata's sitting there and then Daniel dancing behind him or whatever. It's just like, right?
right, right. It looks like they are in Palm Springs, California,
Oh, they're still in California.
the
I think
Acrisure
they were there
Arena.
the other day. Interesting.
Yeah, apparently this was taped. Taped yesterday.
You know, whatever it was that Chris Statlander was wearing at the pay per view, Lord have mercy. She
Yeah.
looks really great.
Oh, I like this bustier. This pink bustier is cute.
And to make things worse, she throws the friendship bracelet at her. It's just like it's done when someone throws a friendship bracelet at you.
With malice. Oh, dang. Uh oh.
Hmm.
Oh, shoot.
Oh Lord.
Oh, here comes Thunder Rosa. Wait, still a bit. Let's see who we got here. Oh, Robert Brown. When's the next time I'm going live? I'll be going live on Monday for doing Raw. Monday Night Raw with Earl on Hardcore Sports Network. Oh, Thunder Rosa looks so pretty. I love her headpiece. It's
Oh my gosh,
beautiful.
she always looks great. Always.
Yes, it's so pretty.
Always. That's what I was really upset about her and Deanna having a match on the pre-show. I was just like, no, they should be on
Man.
the main card. They had an interesting
Mhm.
storyline going on, and to see them on the pre-show, I was not liking that.
I know, and honestly, you mean for Double or Nothing?
Yeah,
Yeah, man, I didn't even see that. Man.
yep. A little pre-show on YouTube, and I'm just like, come on. We could
Yeah.
take Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta out, take Hook and them out,
Oh,
and put these girls on.
Jericho did not need a match. Who was it? Jericho and
No, he
Hook?
didn't. Jericho, Hook, and Shibata.
No, we didn't need
Yeah,
that.
we didn't need that. No,
No. Reina Dorada. Okay, I'm not familiar with her. She's new to me.
she's from CMLL.
Okay, okay. Robert, who are my wrestling crushes? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. There's many. There's many. Been watching wrestling a long, long time.
Long time.
Oh, her mask is so creepy. I love it. It's so creepy. Reina Dorada's mask.
Is it like a clown?
Yeah, like when they zoomed in, I was like, oh,
I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if they get a little closer.
yeah, it's so interesting.
At least you can breathe out of this. There's a lot of masks where I just look at it and I'm just like, how are y'all breathing? I can't imagine.
Yes, yes. Do you remember a few weeks ago the guy, oh God, I don't know what his name was, but he had on like it was a really big like hog or boar mask with tusk and everything. You remember
Oh, Beast
that?
Mortos. Oh my
There you
gosh.
go.
Oh my,
Beast
I love him.
Mortal.
Hey,
I was
girl,
like,
you gotta
dang,
see
that
him on social media. You
oh I
gotta see
don't
him.
don't oh, look, don't let me go.
Like
It looks so
how he looks in the ring versus how he looks outside the ring. It's like two different people. Two
hmm,
different people.
say no more. I'm gonna go take a look. It just
But
looks
he
so
does block
heavy.
his face on social media. But you could just imagine, handsome guy.
Okay, 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 all right.
And I think this might be the only women's match we have tonight. I really do
Oh,
feel like with all these time that they have on TV, why do we keep getting only one women's match per show?
and the
They
crowd
literally
is
could do another.
yes, they could, and the crowd is so dry. Like, come on now.
Yeah, yeah, they're quiet.
Like the girls, I shouldn't say the girls, the ladies here, and that's something I've noticed on WWE too. Have you noticed that lately people have been extra dry during the women's matches? I'm like, these are good matches. Like, come on, guys, show some love. Okay, now we're livening
Mike
up.
Mike says, Martina, don't tell Robert whose your wrestling crushes are. He'll write a whole telenovela.
Telenovela.
Yes.
Oh man, Mr. All Days Off says, Tati, you guys down for Jeopardy after?
Oh, guys, not tonight.
Yeah, I love Thunder Rosa's gear. Like I didn't even see like her the bottoms, like the straps and the colors. It's cute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she have her shoulders taped up.
Mhm.
Really, and like we always talk about this special tape that they're using. And it's just like I wonder. I really wonder, like how it works, if it
That
works, or if it's just fashion.
I have a little teensy little bit of knowledge about it. Years ago, I used to manage a chiropractic office. And I
Hmm.
said the same thing. I'm like, what is this? How does this work? I don't get it. How is tape going to help anything? And I remember the doctor saying, of course, in very high level scientific terms, like basically the tape is now what makes it different than any other kind of tape? I don't know. But I guess because it's grippy enough, it's lifting
Hmm.
the skin and the muscles in a way that it's supposed to do something. It's something about the way that they're taping you up because you have to be like
Right.
a special skill set to do this taping. That apparently the way
Mm.
that they're doing it, it promotes healing. So long story short, it's like something about the muscles and holding them in a certain way.
Right. Got it. And so
Because
that
yeah,
is somebody basically have to be a pro at putting it together.
yeah, pretty much to tape it a certain way. And yeah, I agree. I still don't fully understand it, but that's how it was explained to me. I was like, oh,
Right, because
okay.
actually I looked it up and I was like, "Oh, this is on Amazon. Maybe I should try because I got a little pain right here in my neck." And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I would probably apply it great. I really don't, because I have this thing where I think it's Claudio Castagnoli who's putting the tape on everybody over there. He's probably the expert over there because I feel like he's the
Oh,
first one I've seen wearing that.
You're right.
And then all of a sudden everybody has it. And the craziest place I've seen anybody put them is behind the knee. It's just like, holy moly. If you have to put it behind your knee, stay home. Stay
It's
home.
true. And that seems very uncomfortable when you're bending your knee, like right there in your knee
Mm-hmm.
ditch. Sounds very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. And you can see, like, she wrestled the match and it didn't move. For the most part, it stays on. Sometimes you see it comes off or whatever. The worst
Hmm.
I think I've ever seen it though was Brian Danielson. His whole back was covered. His
That's
whole
exactly
back
what I
was
was gonna
covered.
say.
Orange
Yes,
Cassidy one time had his whole ribs taped up, and I was just like, bro, why are you here? Go, stay home.
exactly.
It's
Because not
crazy.
only like are you risking further injury, but it's immediately your opponent's gonna go for it. Like, oh, a weakness.
Absolutely. Oh, yes. When they're wearing the tape, that's the target. Wherever they
Yep.
got it, that's the target. So
Yep.
it's you either wear it or you don't. And if you wear it, just know that they're going for that spot.
For sure. It's a bullseye. Speaking of Danielson, are we gonna see him tonight? What's he up to?
I don't think he's gonna be on. Actually, I'm not sure. I did see the card for the show. I just don't remember everything that's on there. I think I
Me,
saw it
same here.
yesterday.
Very same here. I saw it too because I always try and make sure I review, but you're right. I don't remember seeing him on
Because
it.
there's times when the show is about to start and they literally got like two matches and it just seems like they're making this stuff up as they go along, and I hate when they do that. It's just like, oh my gosh. So so I'm looking at it now. We got the Cage of Agony. I think they said they were going to be next. We also
Mm,
have Shane Taylor, Lee Moriarty versus the West Coast Wrecking Crew. If you're not
hmm,
familiar with them, they're from New Japan as well. Really great tag team.
okay.
Also, we have Claudio Castagnoli versus Johnny TV. And then we have
Hmm.
Kyle O'Reilly versus Will Ospreay. And I'm just like, dang, we have all this left?
Right, right, right. I'm like, it's almost 9 o'clock.
There's a lot left.
It is seriously.
Really interesting. And it's interesting how I have not seen any food commercials yet. Usually Burger King, Wendy's, all of them come on, and it's just like, this is so not necessary.
Yeah, they
So not
release
necessary.
commercials. My goodness.
They want you to stop what you're doing, get Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever it is in your area, and not worth it, guys. Not worth it.
My God. But you're gonna order like it's gonna be like a $15 meal, but with the fees and the taxes and the tip, it's gonna be like $47.
I'm telling you, I cannot stand Uber Eats, DoorDash is a sham. It really is.
100%. 100%.
And the prices are up for pretty much everything because the prices that you pay for your food is not what you would have paid if you just got up and went go get it yourself.
My
Then
God.
all these hidden fees where it's just like, well, why am I? What is this? Very weird.
It is by the time you get it, and especially if it's like one meal, you're like, dang man, spent $53 on one meal for
It's
myself.
oh man, it's not. And it's so funny because some people they will just talk about them ordering something. Like one thing people like to order is those seafood boils and stuff like that. And I'm
Oh
just
my.
like, so you just spent almost $70 in Uber Eats and you're bragging about it? This is an L. This is not good.
It is an L. By the time you get it, it's gonna be cold. You need to heat it up. A seafood
Not
boil, man.
good.
That's a. I don't know if I would order that. Crab legs
Not
and
good.
DoorDash. I don't know.
Are you familiar with the show 600 Pound Life?
Oh Lord, no
Oh
Lord,
my god.
girl, that
So
show.
like it's first of all, it's wild. It really is wild. But I always just think, how are these people able to afford to eat out every meal of the day?
I have said that too.
How?
I agree because you're exactly right. Because most of them don't work, or maybe they're on disability or something.
Right. And I know
Um,
them disability checks, they don't stretch.
no, but I
So
will say though, it most of the people on there do have a partner somewhere, a husband, a wife, a
that's
boyfriend,
the
girlfriend.
craziest part. Like, I don't want to discriminate or whatever and say that because you're 600 pounds, you shouldn't have a partner. But it's just like, how?
Yeah, it is very interesting. You're like, dang, these people. Person can't even leave the bed, was got a whole husband or wife
Mm-hmm.
and families, children, grandchildren. You're like, okay.
Well, who are these guys here? Oh, I
That
feel bad for the two
oh,
smaller ones. Oh God.
are these local jobbers? Bless their hearts.
The taller one, he's been on the past few weeks. They're
You're
not
right. He's
winning,
in.
but
No,
The
not at all.
others, you see, now the Cage of Agony, they're really great. They were Ring of Honor's 6-man tag champions. They had a really great run. They took the titles off of them just to give it to the Young Bucks and Hangman. They didn't even defend the titles. The only time they defended was to give it back to them. Oh my, let me not get into
Hated
it.
it. Hated
Let me not
it.
get into it because this doesn't make sense. It just doesn't
You're right though. They're so good. And Brian Cage, he's another one. He's a beast too, and I feel like he doesn't get used appropriately.
at all. At all. Like he can be a part of this group and also be on his own. And I don't I don't like it. I don't
Tony
like
does
it.
not. I've said this once, and until I see improvement, I'm gonna keep saying it. Tony does not book big people well, big men or big
Oh
women.
no.
When I
Oh
say big, I
no.
mean like extremely muscular. Because like think back, Jade Cargill, super muscular, did not book her well. Wardlow, don't book
Absolutely.
her well.
And
Brian
I'm
Cage,
kind of nervous with WWE too, with Jade, Braun Baker. I'm kind of nervous. We'll see.
yes, Ron Bray. Oh my God, don't get me started. Don't get me started. What
I'm
are they
nervous.
doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
I'm
Hot
really
Cheeto.
nervous about it.
Oh, they won. They won. Okay, they won. That's good. Okay.
Oh my, but that poor, the smallest out of the other three, he ain't deserve that.
Poor thing. Poor thing. Someone's calling them, the ballet dancer called the Traders of Agony.
Oh
Oh man.
man,
Oh
I
yeah, I
really
see
do
what
like
you're.
that group though.
I see what you're saying. I didn't even see how they flung him up like we used to do that parachute in elementary school. Dang, I didn't even see that.
For
Oh
real,
man.
it's crazy. But you look at these three and you're just like, wow, this is a really great looking group. And if you got a chance to see them, in their matches during their run while they were champions, they gave really great matches. But we're
Mhm.
at the point where it's just like, I think Tony Khan remembered that they're employed, so they're putting these guys on TV. Tony
Yeah.
Khan's at the point where he's like, hey, if you employed, we're gonna use you some way, somehow, at some point, but just
Yep.
not in the best way.
Exactly. Exactly. We didn't say we're gonna make you look good, but we will put you on TV. Come on out here.
Oh man. And then Toa Leona puts his dirty feet on this guy's face. Oh, that's one thing I don't do. I don't do feet. I don't do feet. Don't put your feet on me.
Oh my gosh.
Don't.
Yeah, I know, right? My goodness. Here comes Tony. Oh, there's Mariah talking. Okay.
They're so silly.
Very. Look at Luther in the background. What was that? Juice Robinson. Yes, I would like to see Juice Robinson. His crazy self. Robert said, "Not much." No, I'm sorry. I'm just not much of a rap person. I never really have been. I like some, but it's definitely not my go-to genre. No, I'm sorry.
hmm
Here comes Claudio.
Okay, so we're gonna get Claudio versus Johnny TV. That should be an interesting match. He says he's never faced. He said they never had a match together ever.
Oh wow, not
And
even in
I had to
WWE.
think. That's what I was thinking. I was like, not even WWE. Were they on the
Hmm.
roster at the same time?
I feel like they
Not
should have
sure.
crossed paths at some point, but I guess not,
Yes,
huh?
really interesting. I've been enjoying Claudio in AW.
Mhm.
Um, I really felt like him being part of BCC. He did win the Ring of Honor World Title, which was way overdue.
Yeah.
Um, I really did enjoy that run. And Claudio, he's still here and he's still doing matches. He doesn't have anything big going on. But you still get the best out of him every time he gets in the ring. He was really great in that gauntlet match on
Yeah.
Wednesday. He
Yes, he
really was, and I kind
was.
of thought he was gonna win.
I thought so too. I said the
I thought
same
he was
thing.
gonna
Like he was
win.
running through people.
Right. And if you remember, maybe his second match after Swerve won the title, he had a match with Claudio, which was so good.
He did.
So good. So I was a little bit surprised to see him not win, but obviously Will Ospreay was over there, and since we're giving Will Ospreay whatever he wants,
Look,
then
I know,
yeah.
right? Look at Johnny in his Macho Man hat. Ooh, yeah. That's what it's giving. Macho Man
Really
circa
interesting.
1990, 1992, 93.
Taya's outfit.
I was about to say, I like her boots. Boots are cute.
Gonna have to do a little sprucing up.
Dang, Henny God, you said I lost the sub. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And you said I was playing Mandy Moore and Aaron Carter. I was. I was a hardcore Backstreet Boys. Like, it was Backstreet Boys versus NSYNC. I was hardcore Backstreet Boys, like all the way,
Really? So
all the way.
interesting. I actually could not decide. I was
Oh,
just like, ladies, do we have to fight about this? Can we not love them both?
oh man, it was. I guess that's where the tribalism started for me. I'm like, oh yeah, I was like hardcore Backstreet Boys. Mr. All Days all said I got that Colgate smile. Man, I better. I spent a lot of money on my teeth, man. A lot of
Aw.
money. Not veneers, but braces, Invisalign. Like, hope, man, thank you. I appreciate that. A whole lot of
I see some
money.
people asking about King Leo. King Leo, I don't know. I was texting him early, but he's usually in the chat.
Oh,
So
yeah.
hopefully he comes out later. We'll see.
Nick, you're right. Nigel, I just saw your comment. Yeah, he was ready to, he was trying to be slick. Going back there, see what Tony and Mariah were up to. And speaking of people not being booked well, I feel like Johnny is another one that, of course he's up there, in age,
Oh
wrestling
man.
wise, but they could be using him a lot better.
Do
WWE
you,
could have
do,
used him
do you
better.
remember the last match he had?
I don't, to be real with you, I don't.
Well, it's definitely not my pleasure to remind everybody that his last match was against Hook, and Hook
Oh,
beat him in like a minute and a
yeah,
half. And I'm just like, Hook is beating Johnny TV?
that don't even sound
Who
right.
believes this?
Dang.
Couldn't believe it. Couldn't
Yeah,
believe
like
it.
he's kind of like Dolph Ziggler. Like, he's older, but he's still got it. He can still go. He still looks
Yeah,
great. They could be doing more.
it's a shame. It really
It
is.
is. It is, man. Yeah, this federation, it's just everything we're saying just leads to you starting that federation. Just
Yeah,
do it. Tati World
like
Wrestling.
well, I don't know about the name yet. We working on it. We working on it. So far, we have like I don't know, $15 in the bank for it. We'll get there. And so we have enough time to come up with a name. But I would say, um, what's so interesting is that I feel like we're with AEW. It's like okay, we're signing people just to have them,
Yes,
if that makes sense. And it's just like
absolutely.
people actually the fans like these people, whether heel or babyface. We like them. We want to see them be used. Johnny TV, man, he is super talented,
Yeah.
and I just don't get what they're doing with him.
You're absolutely right. Because have you seen over the last, you're seeing it more and more. Like, what's his name? Jake Hager, wasn't he like one of the more recent ones to not resign? And Mark
Oh,
Henry left, and not that they were
Mark
using Jake
Henry,
Hager.
Jesus
They
Christ.
weren't using him, but it's just an example that you're right. Like, people just kind of, there's like so much excitement. I've seen someone refer to it. Someone gave it a good name on Twitter. I can't remember how they phrased it, but like the AEW cycle, like, oh my gosh, someone's gonna leave. Oh my gosh, AEW signed them. Oh my gosh, they have their first
Yeah,
match. Then you don't see him for like 6 months. Like,
I agree.
hey King Leo. Like, speaking of which, where is Miro? Where is he at?
At home, spending
Why?
that check.
Yo, that, I mean, that's fair.
And
He's
let's
got
not
no,
forget, his wife was there too for no reason at
none,
all. So
none.
she got paid too, which is this is crazy. It really is.
And I know they're getting divorced, but I mean, like, you're really gonna tell me he's been injured for a year and some change? Really though? How injured?
Yeah,
How you get injured? What do you do?
it's
One for
it's
wrestling?
it's
Did you
crazy.
fall? Cause what? Someone said, "Hey King Leo, hey, I see you in the chat. Hello, yep, yeah." And I'm sorry, this crowd is very dry, dry,
They
dry.
are.
No
It
seats.
is. And the dark crowd is kind of bothering me too, because it just almost feel like it's empty.
It does. It does feel empty.
If there's people there, 20con, show us. They're not making noise like there are people there, but I guess.
Yeah, they,
That's
you
one thing
know,
I can't do. Like, how do you go to a show and you're quiet? Like,
I don't understand
how?
that. You pay all this money and time and energy to sit there and blink. No.
Right? Doesn't make sense.
Mm-mm.
Oh, and
And
then and speaking of going to the shows, um, I'm trying to go to 6 shows this summer they have in the Dallas area. Tickets
oh,
do go on sale on Friday, but they do have a special pre-sale for if you get like a special code. And I'm trying to get tickets to all 6 shows.
nice. All
I really
AEW?
am. I'm ready. I got like a whole bunch of devices because the tickets are all on sale at the same time. How can I
Oh
get front row
man.
for all these shows at the same time?
Ooh,
I'm gonna
front
try.
row. Which
I'm
ones
gonna
are
try.
any of these PLEs, or is like Dynamite and Collision and
Well,
Rampage?
it's 5 collisions and one Ring of Honor pay-per-view.
Nice, nice.
Mhm.
I have not been to. Have
So,
you been to an AEW show before? I have not.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely. Oh my god. I've told people like I felt like I know the crowd is dry right now. Then they are. However, I've always had the greatest times at AEW shows and I've enjoyed the crowd more than WWE shows.
Hmm.
WWE they do a lot of shows, so the crowd I don't it's so difficult to explain, but I felt like I personally had more fun at AEW shows. Like the crowd, it feels different.
Hmm.
And plus, I've always gone to shows in the Florida area or in Texas. So those crowds I feel like are a little bit more lively in comparison to other towns, other states.
Mhm.
So I've never had a rough time at any of these shows. But I will say this,
Uh-oh.
my subscribers already know what I'm going to say. They don't be a lot of these people don't be bathing before they go to these
Oh,
shows.
not bathing. Oh,
Oh my god.
oh
So if you've
no.
never gone to wrestling shows, I'm
Hmm.
telling you right now, there is this thing of people just showing up after maybe a hard day's at work and don't even shower and just go to shows. And you have to sit there and deal with it. Like literally, when I went to a Ring of Honor pay-per-view a few months back, the security guy is sitting next to me and I'm just like, bro, I can't breathe, please. And he ended up moving my chair from the dude. And I didn't want to be rude. And obviously I'm not gonna say to the guy, hey, what happened? Did you shower today? It's just one of
What
those things
happened?
it's I'm telling you,
Burning up your nose hairs?
I was so bothered. And that really was kind of, making the show not feel great to me because I was just like, oh my gosh, this is ruining it.
Your nose
But
was in a
the security
chokehold.
guard moved my chair, so that worked out. It worked out.
Dang, man. That's a shame. Dang. I have to keep that in
And that's
mind.
something that's something I think I've experienced at almost every show that I've ever gone to. So it doesn't matter indie shows, WWE, AEW, whatever it is, it's always that. It's
Oh,
always
dang.
that.
The last show I went to was a Raw, and I did not. That was better than I've been to ones before where I got like beer spilled on me and people drinking too
Oh.
much, and yeah, that was a whole thing. But the last one I went to, it was a Raw, and it was good. I went with my I took my daughter and my mom, and that was
Mhm.
fun. Because it's a family affair. For those that don't know, like I watch with my whole family. This is generational. Watch with my grandparents, my parents, my kid. We're just gonna keep it going.
Oh. I wish my daughter was as interested.
She's not.
I took her to a show. She likes certain wrestlers, but to sit through the whole show, she won't.
Oh dang.
She
How old
she
is she, if
won't.
you don't mind my asking?
She's 11.
Oh, okay.
So
My
she
daughter just turned
prefers
7.
to so what was funny was when I took her to her first show, she was so excited. I actually pranked her and told her we was going to Disney on Ice. But then when we got there, she was like, "Oh, AEW." And I was like, "You're not happy?" And she was like, "Well, I really wanted to see Disney on Ice." And I was like, "All right, we'll go next time." And then we go there. She is so disappointed because she can't hear commentary and we can only watch the show from one angle. She's like, how come it doesn't look like how we see it on TV? And I was just like, baby, it's a different experience,
It is.
And she's like, don't bring me here anymore.
Dang. She said, "Mom, don't do this." Dang.
She prefers how it looks like on TV, and I totally get it. To be honest, there's
Yeah.
a lot of wrestling fans that have told me they prefer how it looks on TV over seeing it live. It
You
is
know,
different.
and I can understand that. Like, did you go to WrestleMania this year?
No.
Okay,
Did
I
you?
didn't either. No, girl, I wish. No, I
Oh
didn't either.
Lord.
But you're seeing people's videos and stuff from people, their point of view, and it was somewhere I'm like, if it's gonna look like that, I'm gonna watch it on TV. I'm not paying all this money and I
Right.
can't even see, or I have to look at the
Oh my god.
screen. No,
Did you did you
not
see
doing
the ones that were at WrestleMania but watching the shows from Peacock because they're so far away?
Now, ain't that some crap? Oh no, that pissed me
No,
off just to hear
that would
that.
never be
Absolutely
me.
not. No, ma'am.
That would never
No,
be
ma'am.
me.
I said, I'm like, look, if I go, I'm gonna. Now I know it's gonna cost a lot of money, but I will save up my coin to do it right because I'm not going to watch on Peacock.
Yep,
That's just gonna make me mad.
that's crazy.
That is
And those
crazy.
tickets were not cheap. So even if you're
No.
really far away, those tickets were not cheap.
Holy crap! And to deal with the crowd and flights and hotel and all that. No, ma'am. No, no. I want a
And everybody was
show.
complaining about how cold it was. Oh man.
They were. They were. These comments, y'all are so funny in the comments. These comments are cracking me up. Y'all are so funny.
Mr. Aldays said Tati attended AEW shows in a hazmat suit. It's probably going to get to that point. And that's even worse because this is summer shows that I'm going to be going to. So
Oh
y'all pray
Lord.
for me.
Ooh,
Pray for me.
you might need a cute little mask, little COVID era mask.
Oh man. And so this place that they're having the shows at, I'm not familiar with this place, but the last place that I went to, they had this thing where it's like you can't bring signs or anything. And I was just like, what? This is a wrestling show. How could you not have people bring signs?
Oh
It was
yeah,
so
wait a minute.
weird.
That's the experience. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm part of the experience. And look, you see here where they are, you don't see not one sign. I don't know
That's
if they were
true.
told not to or they just don't do it,
You're
but
right.
it's wild.
I didn't even
It's
think
so
about that till you
wild.
said that. That's true. Because even in
And
the dark, I still don't see
because I
anything.
had my little sign.
Oh
I had my
yeah.
little sign that says Christian, be my stepdaddy. I didn't get a chance to bring it. And I was just like, oh, and then on top of that, there was like, oh, ladies can only wear clear bags. And I'm just like, are you serious? All my cute bags, I
What?
can't wear them. Oh man, I was so upset. Upset.
Dang. A lot of rules. Shoot.
Some places are just more strict than others.
Mhm. Dang, that's true. I let's see. What is the next AEW PL or pay-per-view? Is it
Forbidden
all
Door, that's
Forbidden Door?
in
That's right.
New
That's
York.
that's right.
Mm-hmm. And then
That
after that, All In, we can
that's right.
finally stop talking about All In once it finally happens. Oh my, I'm
My
so sick of it.
They
I
talk
am
about it
so
in
sick of hearing
January.
about All In. They were probably talking about it before then. It's just like, can we just? Oh,
They do. They do.
so Henny God, the clear bag is so that they can see what people are bringing in.
Make sure you're not bringing pew pews.
Mm-hmm. And then you can't bring certain size cameras.
Jeez.
They have like a list of everything you can't bring. So I recommend to people look at their website before you even show up, so you don't have to either go back to your car or whatever situation to put things back. It's
Mhm.
not worth it. And then if you bring a bag, it has to be a certain size. Like every place
Jeez.
have a certain size, and if it's too big, they will tell you to take it back. And I have had that situation where I had to go back to the car and put my bag away.
No, that's so crazy. So did they not have metal detectors there? Or they had that
They
and the clear
do.
bags? Oh dang.
They do. But it's like we have the metal detectors, but we want to see what you have.
Dang, man.
I was really upset because the last show I bought a stupid, ugly clear bag.
Dang.
And then I see all these other girls with their pretty bags that were not clear and they let them in. And I said, I cannot believe this. I was really upset.
I know I would be too.
Like
My
for me, when I go to wrestling shows, like I have like a million wrestling t-shirts, but I never wear them to wrestling shows. I am
mm,
trying to look cute. I don't know who's gonna notice me. How cute am I gonna look on camera? So I'm trying to do my best. And
facts.
then they ruin it for you when they say, hey, you can't wear this, you can't do this. You
Dang.
know,
Dang, man. That's so when did they have rules like you couldn't wear like something too low cut or too revealing?
There has been places in Florida where I've seen like you like women can't wear like show off certain parts of their bodies. Like if it's too short, they'll tell
Hmm,
you something.
dang,
And I don't know. I don't
dang.
know. I personally don't really care what people are wearing. Like even if they are wearing short shorts or a crop top or whatever, I don't really see the harm in it. As long as body parts ain't out, I personally think it's fine.
Dang,
But some places they have their own rules while other places they don't care too much.
interesting. Man,
Yeah.
I have to really. I'm gonna have to really read up before I book
Oh
tickets.
yeah.
No,
Oh yeah, I'm telling you. It's like
Jeez.
it's a really great experience to see it live. And like I said, some people are okay with how it is live, while some people are just like, all right, I'll probably let me tell you, I have never left a wrestling show and be able to speak. Like I would have to drink tea after the show so that I could get my voice back. Like I don't understand that. Sit there, be quiet. I can never. I can never understand people who's sitting there on their phone scrolling at a show. Do you know how many times I see that?
That's so well, I will say that it makes me wonder if maybe it's generational because like I'll speak for myself as an elder millennial, like I want to soak up this moment because I do
Uh huh.
remember a time before social media, but I will say now we're at the point where there are some people that they all they know is social media, like they've grown up with Facebook and Instagram and everything, but like
Mm-hmm.
being in, where I'm at, I'm like I can have fun without my phone. Like I don't want to lose my phone or anything, but I feel
Absolutely.
like I can still have fun without it. But you're right. I noticed you can see it on TV sometimes. Sometimes you'll
Yeah.
be looking. Have you
People
noticed
are
somebody
on
else?
their
Why
phones.
are you on your phone? You're in the front row. Like turn, look up. You know,
Very strange. Very strange.
it is
Another thing
strange.
that bugs me is the ones that so like after Dynamite, usually for the most part, they do Rampage taping and half the
Hmm.
people would leave. Even the
Oh
people in the front row would leave, whatever.
my
And then
goodness.
when it's the women matches that come on, they even more people leave
Oh,
every single time. Oh my god, it really breaks my heart when I see it. So
that is.
like when you see Rampage, the way you see it on TV isn't always the way that they tape it.
Mm,
So what I've seen some of the times that I've gone to Dynamite is when they do Rampage, for whatever reason, the women's match would come on last. And everybody's like, you know what? Let's just go and get out of here before everybody else start leaving. And I can't believe it when I see it. I really can't. Especially if you're sitting in the front row. Why are you
ugh.
leaving? I don't get that. I
I
want to see them
know.
pack the ring back in the truck at that point. There's no
I
reason
know,
why you should
right?
be leaving.
You sound like me. Like when I have gone, like I'm there today, pretty much to make us leave. Like I'm taking pictures, and I'm gonna stick around and see if maybe I can see who I can see. Like the last one I went to, like Cody Rhodes was. Now I wouldn't want his autograph now, to be real with you, just to be clear. But at this
Mm.
time,
Hmm.
he was sticking around, signing autographs and stuff. And I'm like, dang, people really just like bounce, like peace, I'm out. I'm like,
Yeah, people they're ready to go.
you like me? I'm like, look, if I want the experience, I paid for this. I'm gonna soak it up. I'm enjoy it. See what I can see
Absolutely.
or who I can
Hmm.
see.
Yeah, because like when I went to the Ring of Honor pay per view, it was also Collision the next day, and then we had a Ring of Honor taping, and I was saying, "Oh, you guys, I'm gonna do a vlog. I'm gonna be, I have my camera. I'm gonna be taking pictures, videos." For the most part, I got nothing because it was just like I'm so into the moment. I got a
Yeah,
little something to put on the video, but I was just like, it's such a thing where you're just in the moment and you're enjoying yourselves. Like I'm a type of person, I'm not obsessed with the phone thing. Like if you don't see me text you back or whatever, don't take it to heart. I just when the phone is down, it's down. And I'm
I'm
just
the
doing
same
other
way.
things,
I'm the same way. Like my
And
phone has been on do not disturb for like a year.
girl, I don't even know what my ringtone sounds like. I work from home, so I do have my phone on silent when I work. But then after
Same.
when I clock out, it's like still on silent. So if I see your message, I see it. If I don't, I'll get to you at some
I'm the
point.
same way. I had someone earlier like sending a bunch of question marks, and I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Why didn't you call me? I text you, ask you to call me." I'm like, "Did you?" Oh, what was that? Like, I'm the same way. Like, I really do think it's generational. I swear, I think it is.
Mm,
We can have a conversation. We know how to look people in the eye, and speak. Like, And not to diss
Yeah,
younger people. Like I get it, but I just think that that's a difference. Some people their phone is like glued to their hand, like it's part of
yeah.
their body.
I just can't. I can't. But we do have tag team action with the West Coast Wrecking Crew versus Shane Taylor, Lee Moriarty. I think this is going to be their first W in like ever.
West Coast jobbing crew. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my
Oh
god.
man,
Dang, a video
it's
package.
great to it's great to see New Japan guys here. It really gets me excited for Forbidden Door pay per view. We'll see.
I agree. I agree. Because I will be honest that I'm not like I know more about New Japan now, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I know all New Japan. I know it because of watching. It isn't something that I follow as closely as others, but I
Hmm.
am learning more. Like you said, as we're seeing new talent and seeing them the crossover, I'm like, okay, all right, so and so, I recognize them.
Right.
I know them.
Uh huh. And that crossover is what helps people watch New Japan more or CMLL more, because you're seeing people that you enjoy from AEW on those shows. So now you can get a introduction to some of these other people from other promotions too. But I'm not getting why the crowd is so quiet. Like, what is going on
Yeah,
here?
very dry, very very dry. You said on the Tamron Hall of Wrestling. Really, I like her. Her hair is fierce. I love her pixie. She's so pretty. I'll take that. And I don't think that's. I'll take that. Is that an insult? Wait a minute. Before I be flattered, is that an
No, I
insult?
think it's good.
I like her. I like her. The Reggie says we need some juju. Yeah, and I think too. Have you noticed that? Of course, in WWE, of course, they don't call it Forbidden Door, but bringing in like Tamaloa and Tamatonga and talking more about Bullet Club. They're not slick. They're
I
sliding it in there.
I think they are. Well, you see what they're doing with TNA. They had Jordan Grace over there.
Yeah.
And I think they're starting off really really slow. I think they don't want to go full on in, because this is stuff that they just normally don't do. It's always just been, if you're on the roster, you're on the roster. If you're not, then you're not here.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, they're
Mr. All Days Off want me to explain to you about the black rankings. So the black rankings is, we do a thing where it's like, oh, okay, we got several black wrestlers and teams going in these matches, and we rank them. So if they lose, then it's 0 and 1. And
dang.
usually by the end of the night, they all lose, which is wild to me. Um
I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's just the way you said it. Like we'll rank them, but they about to lose. Dang. There you go.
Almost always. This might be a win for Shane Taylor Promotions. I can't tell you the last time I seen them won anything.
You took
I
the
really
insult, took my
can't.
tongue. I was about to say, if it was like for $1 million, name last time they won. I'm losing it.
Yeah, I'm losing.
And I
I
ain't gonna make it that day because I do not know.
cannot believe the quietness is killing me. I don't want to hear Shivani breathing in my ear. Like, why isn't the crowd saying anything? Like,
Retirement
oh.
arena. It is. I'm like, surely it's not just me. Like I know I'm not the only one that is very very dry.
And this is California we're talking about. I thought
Yeah.
we would get a better crowd here.
You would think, since they don't go out there as often, you would think they'd be like France. Like that's what everyone was saying about France with Backlash, because it was such a treat to have WWE there that the crowd was
Hmm.
bananas. You would think since they're not there as often, they would be more excited, but not so much.
Interesting.
Transformational science. Yeah, they were up for Leo Rush. That's true. I keep thinking Black. Yeah,
Is where's Leo from? Because sometimes they'll make more noise if it's like a hometown person. I don't think he's from over there though, is he?
that's true. That's a good question. I don't act, but yeah, I can see why you say that because it did seem like they turned up him for him more than anyone else, really.
And another thing is that New Japan, they do a lot of shows in Cali, so maybe because they're familiar with seeing him around, so that could be it too. I don't know.
True. Oh, they won. Shane Taylor and crew. They did win, didn't they?
Well, there we go.
Well. We spoke it. We did it. We spoke it.
So what are we, 1-1?
I think
Because
that,
Leo lost earlier, and we got to win.
yeah, and that's the only ones that we've seen. So yeah, one and one. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. Lee Moriarty, you could smile now because next week is something else.
Who is he facing next week?
Who knows? But I don't see them winning that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like it doesn't matter. He's gonna lose no matter what. Oh dang.
I can't believe how quiet they are. This is so
Very
different.
dry. Even the front row people, that's so wild to me. Like we were saying, how do you pay all that money to be in the front row and still be quiet?
Right.
Okay, who is this?
Well, at least we haven't seen Orange Cassidy yet.
That's true.
That I'm happy about.
Who are these interesting looking dudes? Iron Savages? Okay.
Iron Savage is also part of Ring of Honor. They are so fun. They really are.
Okay. Oh, Kill Switch is about to. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. Okay. Oh, the dude with the beard is giving me Otis with the beard and the singlet.
He does this thing called Titty City. If you
Oh,
haven't seen it, I can't explain it.
I have to look that one up.
Can't explain it.
I have to look it up.
So, I mean, Luchasaurus, Kill Switch. Where was this anger on Wednesday?
I know, right? You got your haircut. You were getting thrown across the ring.
I'm not gonna lie. That whole little moment of, oh, he's wearing the same mask with a little piece of synthetic weave cut off or whatever. It was just wild to me. I don't know. Well, they were just
Oh my god.
showing all those dates I was telling y'all about: July 20th, July 26th, 27th, August 1st, August 10th, August 17th. I'm trying to make it to all of it.
All
All of
right,
it.
man. That's what's up. I love it.
I gotta be front row for at least half of these shows. Like it would be unacceptable for anything else. Like I tell people, like once you sit in the front, anything else seems unacceptable. It really does.
Once you go in the front, you can't go. I mean, I could definitely see why, for sure. Yeah, I'll have to make it to. I have not been to AEW. Like I had fully planned to go to Sting's last match because I'm in North Carolina, but
Hmm.
unfortunately I was not able to make it. And them tickets went fast, like the good ones
Yeah.
anyway. The good seats went very quickly. It's like, dang, I didn't get to go. Womp womp. I watched it though.
All right, we're finally up to the main event. Is
So,
that the main event? We got 30 minutes left. Oh my gosh.
and what is the main event again? Is it who is it?
Is it? Is that the main event? Osprey and Kyle O'Reilly.
Oh yeah, yep. I
Well,
think
we
you're
got
right.
30 minutes left. Oh.
It does, yes. Is it going to be a banger with 30 whole minutes?
Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Y'all are so funny in these comments. Y'all are so funny. Martina, have you been to any indie shows? I have not been to any indie shows. I've only been to WWE, but I would not opposed to it. I would because they do come to my area. Like people will like tag me and stuff. Everyone knows I love wrestling. So I'm like, oh, did you see this? Did you see that? Yeah, I would be down for it. I have not, but I know that's like a good place to catch people and have stories to tell. Like my parents tell stories to this day because, like I said, it's a family thing for me. Of like, oh
Hmm.
man, I remember seeing Ric Flair at the Dorton Arena in 1923. It wasn't 23, but you get what I'm
Wow.
saying. Like 150
Yeah,
years
I
ago.
know.
They tell me these stories, and I'm like, man, it's good stories like to tell your kids and tell your grandkids. I remember that's gonna be you, Tati. But I remember back in the day when I went to go see Will Ospreay and him.
Oh man. Oh, I mean, I have one child, I have a daughter, but I always imagine like if I had a son, if he was into it, like holy moly. Like my daughter, she likes wrestling, but she prefers to do martial arts, so she's gonna be doing that this
Ooh,
fall. So this
okay.
her school actually has martial arts, which is
Nice.
so interesting. You really don't see opportunities like that. And
No.
So she's going to be doing that. And she's like, well, I don't want to be a wrestler, but I would like to do that. And I say, oh, girl, say no more.
Oh,
Say
I know,
no more.
right?
We
Oh,
actually in my area we do have wrestling school for kids, but they have to start at 12. So,
oh,
but they do that same school also do Brazilian jiu-jitsu for any kids who wants to do that. You can do that under 12.
hmm.
But she'll let me know if that's what she wants.
That's so cool. Yeah, my daughter, like I said, it's a family affair for me. So she is an only child, but she reminds me so much of myself because I have a brother. So growing up, we're doing all the moves on each other, choke slamming each other, putting each
Oh
other in the
Lord.
figure four lock, and pretending we're Jeff Hardy. Like saw Jeff Hardy there. And so my daughter, being an only child, she's wrestling with me and wrestling with her dad, and like, mommy, it's so funny. Like she has said like, mommy, I want to be a wrestler. I'm like, I would support it. I would actually support it.
Oh yes, I
I would
would
support this.
too.
I would. I would.
Absolutely.
I would support it. I'm looking at the comments. Yes, Hills. Yep, I'm a Hills fan. Yep, I'm from North Carolina. Yep, Cameron Grimes is not too far away from me. Yep, him and the Hardys are from the same place. They're both from Cameron, and I do like them. I root for the North Carolina people. Like FTR, they're from North Carolina. I root for them. No, I'm not a Duke fan, and I don't dislike Duke, but I just have more of like a connection with UNC. Yeah, I saw a
Hmm.
bunch of North Carolina comments. Oh, here comes Will. I like his jackets, the hoods, and the furs. It's
Yeah,
fun.
it's interesting. Interesting. I'll put it that way.
You sound like a teacher. Teacher Tati, what do you think of my picture? It's interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a go-to word.
It is. Oh, you see the little girl with the bro sign? It's cute.
So that word has crept into my vocabulary, bruv.
Mine.
The other day, one of my subscribers had sent me a video from a panel that Vince Russo had, and I was just like, oh my god, Vince Russo, I can't like us New Yorkers, we don't claim him, but he does this thing where he's in the first like 30 seconds he said the word bro like 60 times. I couldn't even believe it. I was just like, oh my god, like how are you doing this?
I know
Couldn't
exactly what
believe
you're
it.
talking about. Hey, yeah,
I
just bro,
I was
bro, bro,
shocked
bro.
the whole time, and I was just like, oh my god, like is there anything else you can say? I It was torture.
There
It
are
was
other
torture.
words.
It was torture. But thank God he wasn't the only person on that panel because it would have been tough to sit through.
Oh man. That's so funny that like we're from like completely different parts of the country because I feel like different areas of the country relate to wrestling in different ways.
Hmm.
Like the South is traditionally, like Jim Crockett country and like the a lot of the territories were in the South. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's cool that like, AEW does have more of the North on lock.
Yeah, they actually do. They do. And it's really interesting when I see like because now I don't live in New York anymore, but
Okay.
when I see them keep going back to New York, and then even worse, Chicago.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh, Chicago gets all the good wrestling shows from all promotions.
That's
Like
so
for real, for
true.
real. Like if
That's
you live
so
anywhere
true.
close to Chicago and you're not going to these shows, I don't know what you're doing. I
What
really
are
don't
you
know.
doing? What are you
If
doing?
I lived anywhere close to that, I would be. They get the
I
good
agree.
stuff every year,
They
every
really
year.
do. I'm telling you, you're right. The good shows, the good cards when the shows are there, like, and they turn up. I'll give it to them. They turn up. They're gonna turn up for CM Punk. They are loud. They do not mess around. I'll give it to them. They're on one accord.
Oh, another area that they're in is Ohio. They're around there a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
And we got SummerSlam gonna be in Cleveland. Let's see how
Hmm.
that turns out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I know now. Isn't it crazy now that we're in June? I was like, oh my gosh, like we're halfway through the year. Is that
That
crazy?
is so wild. Where did the year go?
Girl, I don't know. I'm like, it's really unbelievable. We are halfway through the year. Like, it was just New Year's Day. What happened?
I agree. I
What does
agree.
that
I didn't
mean?
put my Christmas tree up that long ago, and it's just like soon gonna have to put it back up.
Telling you, man, it feels unreal. But that being said, I'm like, I feel like when you say SummerSlam in like February, you're like, "Psh, that's forever from now." But I'm like, well,
Yeah,
it's coming up now, not too far away.
I agree. And I feel like with both AEW and WWE, we have a pay per view like every month.
Yes.
And it's just like, oh my God, I can't breathe.
Yep. That's exactly
And
right.
I don't want to complain about it because I'm going to watch them anyway. But when you got to sit there and pay $50 plus tax for AEW pay per view every month, Tony Khan, get it together, girl.
I'm telling you, man, I second that. Like, can we get that streaming deal? Like, what are we doing? Hasten,
Right. I'm
haste.
so confused as to why they haven't gotten anything. Because AEW, they have the Honor Club and they put like Ring of Honor stuff on there, but they also air the Ring of Honor pay-per-views there too. And I'm just wondering, like, can AEW do that in the meantime before they find something? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, can we? Nick said the Max deal can't come. I mean, it's a deal with something. With Max, with somebody, we need some kind of deal. Because you're right, it adds up. And like
It
$50 here,
does.
$50 there. And we're also a little bit spoiled. To be fair, I'm a little spoiled with WWE. It's $10 a month and you're good. You can watch
Mm-hmm.
as much as you want and rewatch as much as you want. Like $50 feels like my youth again. Remember when those pay-per-views would be like $75 back in the day?
Yes.
Like like that was
it's
one thing I was just gonna say, like
it's
my
not
that
good.
was my dad. I have flashbacks. Like that was one way that they would get us to do chores. Like, all right, you need to do your homework and clean your room and do X, Y, Z, and but only if you get that done will we get the pay per view tonight. Like, man, we'd be clean, wash, fold, dust. All right, we're done. We're done. I had to earn them pay per views, but now I gotta just pay
Girl, you
for
had
it.
it
You know?
good.
Gotta pull out your card now. My own card.
You had it good. So like back in the day, everybody had that pay-per-view channel where it's like you can't see nothing on the screen, but you could hear it. So we would do
Yes.
that. And then the next day at school, there's that one kid who had the pay-per-view who ordered it with their family, and they're telling everybody what happened at breakfast. And there's so many people gathered around at the table that they think a fight is going on in the cafeteria. And really, it's just that one kid who saw the pay-per-view telling everybody what happened.
Oh
Man, I
my
used to miss
god.
those days. There's been times where I asked my daughter, I say, hey, did they talk about revolution the other day at school? And she's like, what? Nobody knows that. And I'm just like, this is crazy. When I
What
was
is
in
that?
school, we would gather the next day to talk about wrestling. And now nobody
Absolutely.
even knows what's going on.
Absolutely. I do know what you're talking about. I'm so tickled because I do remember that. Like absolutely. Like gosh, that is so crazy. Or even now I think of one of the differences like you said they're not talking about it at all, but I think
At
about
all.
y'all are so foolish in these you see these comments, y'all are so funny. Coming to BET plus, y'all are so crazy.
So they were saying one of my subscribers, Mr. All Days Off, who's really funny, was talking about Wardlow's gonna be the first BET plus champion because apparently he's not getting anything else in AEW, so why not?
Give them something, man. They got a title for everything. Why not? TNT, TBS, why not? BET. Oh my gosh, I'm so tickled by that because yeah, that is crazy. They're not even talking about it. But then I can see how on the flip side, with social media now everything's on Twitter, everything's on Instagram, everything's there.
Mm-hmm. I
Versus like
agree.
back in the day, yeah, if you didn't see it, you did have to wait till you got to school. That was just it, and it won't no rewatching it. That was it. You had to wait till it
Yep.
came on DVD in like 2 years.
Right. Oh, and then at some point we knew somebody who would get the pay-per-views. They would tape it on VHS and then they would give us the tape.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And
Absolutely. I
you know,
remember. They used to do that with
I
fights
I
too.
think
Remember the fights, the boxing matches?
yes. Oh my gosh. Nowadays you can just go Dave and Buster's or whatever and see. Oh, have you ever seen a pay-per-view at the movie theaters?
I have not. I heard you say that on one of your streams, and that was one of
Oh
those things
man,
that
I
I've
want to
forgotten
go
about.
so
I would love
bad.
to do that. I've not seen. Well, to be fair, I have not looked. I'm not gonna lie. I have not looked to see where it's showing in my area, but that would be pretty
Mhm.
cool.
I forgot the website. Oh man, I forgot the website. I'll look it up and show it to you. So they do show what theaters are showing the pay-per-views. WWE, I don't know if they do that to be honest, but AEW they do that at select theaters. And I think that would be a different experience that I've never had. Imagine
Ye-
going to the movie theaters and there's other people who just like you enjoy professional wrestling and everybody is just having a great time. Oh man, that would be so cool.
It
Would love
would
to see it.
be. And a big screen and, yeah, absolutely. I would totally do
And
it.
they better have reclining seats too, because Tony Khan be doing the marathon pay-per-views. So,
You're not
you
kidding.
know.
You'd be leaving at 1:30 in the morning. Earl, you said,
Reggie wants to know what happens to Dante Martin. Dante is good. He's been on Ring of Honor. They're giving him some type of TV time, so that counts for something, I guess.
"Oh, well, that's good." I saw someone Earl said he's done it with AEW. Oh, that's cool. You went to the
Oh
theater to see
yeah.
it. That's
Oh
awesome.
man, I really want to try it out because like since I've moved to Texas, I have not been able to find anybody who likes wrestling. I've been to
What?
indie shows, but I've noted, oh my god. So what I've noticed at these indie shows is the loudest people at these shows are the little girls. It just y'all don't know what that do to me when I
Oh,
see that. They are heckling back at the wrestlers and I'm just like, "Oh my
oh, dang.
god." Meanwhile, my daughter's sitting off on the side with her little book or whatever and I'm just like, "Girl, get on the action. Why you quiet?" You know?
Get in on this action.
I'm telling you, I love it. I love
Th-
it.
that is so funny that, wow, you're right, though. You're right. It warms my heart. I didn't know that, but I do see like the little girls in the crowd, and it warms my heart too. Like, especially like, seeing like having options of like black women to see. I tell my daughter all the time, like, girl, you don't know how good you have it. Like, we had Jacqueline, and
Mm,
later in life was Alicia Fox, and then of course later came Naomi. But while I was a child growing up,
yeah,
he was like
not
nobody.
much.
Like, you
Yeah,
got options now. Like, that's awesome. Like, it's really cool. And
yeah.
I like, it does warm my heart. Like, a daughter like swinging the ponytail. I'm like, oh my god, it's so sweet. It's so
And
sweet.
I tell people, I say, it is really important for representation in pro wrestling. And, I realized like growing up, like my brothers and my cousins, they like seeing like Mark Henry, Booker T, The Rock, and MVP, these type of wrestlers because they saw themselves within those guys and say, hey, if they can do this, I can do something like that too. And when you get a chance to see people that look like you succeeding doing these things, it does make you feel good. And it brings a really good impression on children too when they're seeing that people that looks like them can be champions. Doesn't have
Right.
to be wrestling, but champion in anything. And some people when they're not people of color, they may not be able to relate to that. So they think, yeah, what's the point of this? And I'm just
Yeah.
like, have you not seen like some of these children get happy when they see other people who's like them? Like when Will Ospreay, told everybody that he was autistic. Somebody like my daughter who's autistic is like, oh, you can be autistic and do that. People really do feel inspired by seeing other people representing something that they relate to doing really great things. I think it's important.
Absolutely. It definitely is. I agree. And seeing like you've got options, like being more well rounded, because like, you've got someone like Bianca, like she wears makeup. She's got hair, she's got makeup, she's got lashes, and she's muscular, and she's got like so
She
many.
makes her own clothes
She
and
does,
all these things. Like,
exactly.
what girl wouldn't want to be like that?
She's a mom, I that is it, and she's a positive role model. Like, I like that we have
Absolutely.
more black women. They're not just presented as jobbers. They're not just presented as sex objects. They're not just presented as enhancement talent. Like you said, you can actually be a champion, and your face could be on a T-shirt. Like, it really does warm my heart when I see my daughter and like her little friends watching them. It truly, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, because for years, you're right, like that was not an option. I always loved wrestling, don't get me wrong. I loved it, but
Hmm.
it's just like a bonus. It's an extra bonus that it's cool to be able to see, and now you got Jade, and you got, and even I'll say, even for the non-black girls as well, like seeing more Asian girls being booked well, like,
Oh yeah.
Damage Control, and seeing the diversity. I Like you said, I think it's cool because it makes people feel more included and feel more represented, and feel like this is something, like I'm not like weird for watching this. Like, it's okay that
Right.
I'm watching this and enjoying it.
I agree. I agree.
Comments are so funny. I'm sorry, I'm talking all the way over this match. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's cool. It's cool. What I find interesting though, it's like Kyle O'Reilly is not being gentle with AEW's new golden child. So yeah, let's see.
Uh-oh. Armbar. Comment. Y'all are so funny in these comments. I saw something about the 2B TV champion. That's so
Hey, my new federation might start at 2B. Who knows? We might have a 2B title.
listen. Now that they have commercials on TV, because you remember for a while they didn't even have commercials.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, scoop them up. I know Mr. All Day is off. I think about that segment too. Every time I hear the word armbar, I think of that armbar, chokehold, armbar.
I find it interesting that they're still doing this thing with Ric Flair gasoline drinks, and we haven't seen Rick in the longest. Like I didn't. I mean, is he employed or what?
you
What's
know,
going on?
Rick is gonna get a coin. He's gonna get that money.
Oh man! And speaking of Ric Flair, this Tuesday, we are having on Vice TV "Who Killed WCW." It's
Oh,
a four-part documentary. So for the month of June, they're having all the WCW greats on here, and even Dwayne Johnson. This has been produced by Dwayne Johnson and his ex-wife Danny. They do everything together.
they do.
Um, and it's so interesting because Ric Flair was really upset that they didn't give him a call so he can be on it. And I understand that he was part of that, but Ric Flair, I don't know if I would have called him either, because
You don't know what's gonna
I
come
don't
out of his mouth.
right. You just don't know. And then another thing too, because we also got people like Hulk Hogan who do interviews and just be talking about things that he wished that happened rather than things that actually happened. Like we didn't see your career unfold in front of our eyes. A lot of these people, they get older. And I don't want to say that they don't remember, but that could be the case for some people. But then we got Hulk Hogan who wants y'all to believe his career went another way when really we saw it all, bro. We saw it
Yeah,
all. Stop
yeah.
lying.
I can see why you say that. That I forgot that can. Where do you watch that? Is it on Hulu?
Um, for Vice TV,
Yeah,
so it's
or
it's on
YouTube?
cable. I
Oh, it
don't
is.
know because I watch it from Sling TV. I don't know if anybody has that. You would have to. I don't know.
I guess I'll have to do some googling because I would like to see that. That especially having I know it sounds like I lived through it, but as someone who actually did watch WCW, I am curious to see how are they going to present this to this
Hmm.
generation.
And what's crazy too is that the people who are part of this Vice TV, they also do Dark Side of the Ring. They did a couple of seasons back with a plane ride from hell
Yeah,
where they talked about Ric Flair basically being an absolute loser on that plane. Not gonna go into details if you know you know, but he had horrible things to say about them. But now that they're not talking about you and all the horrible things that you did, now you want to be on the show?
interesting.
No,
That is interesting. Oh yeah, he did do the Tiger Driver. That's true. That and Ric Flair, I feel like he's honestly him and Hulk Hogan. Like you're right that they've been around so long that you know at this point we like you said we know everything. So what more can they actually
absolutely.
say?
They are definitely, even to this day, whether if you like them or not, personally, they have some of the most popular careers in pro wrestling. So people have heavily followed Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan. So when Hogan is sitting up there lying, and it's just like, bro, we saw this. Like you don't remember what happened? Like who are you kidding? You
You know
know?
we saw that, right?
Right. That generation of fans that saw you, we still alive and
I
kicking.
was
All
just
right.
about to say we're
So
still here. That's right. Like we're a little older. We got kids of our own, but we're here. We saw that.
and
It's
the thing
true.
too about Ric Flair, sometimes he doesn't come off as someone who's really coherent, you know. So I don't know if they would have got the best interview out of him for that show, to be honest.
Yeah, coherent or sober, because he has openly said he is not sober, even
Oh
at
God.
his
Oh
age
God.
now.
Did you see
It.
his last match?
Oh Lord, girl,
I
girl,
don't wish that on anybody to go see that.
I didn't
I
pay to see
don't.
it, but I saw the clips. The clips are enough where I was like, why, Rick, why,
Not worth it. Not
why?
worth it. And he should have never did it to begin with. Whatever he got paid, I'm pretty sure that money's gone. But I guess,
I'm like,
I guess.
that's one thing I was saying. I was like, I refuse to believe he needs this money. Cannot be. Cannot be. How?
Yeah.
He should have so much money by now. He doesn't need money. I hope not, anyways. Can't be. Uh oh.
Thank you, Kyle. Don't go easy on him.
The color
Don't
of
go easy
car.
on him. Hopefully
Yeah.
we can replace him for Forbidden Door.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. Kyle is no joke. And you know they've been putting him in squash matches,
They
which I
have.
don't understand. Like a type of wrestler that Kyle Riley is should not be in a ring for like 2 minutes with somebody. He's not that
I
type of guy.
agree. Oh yeah, like this lock he's got Osprey in right now. Oh. Okay, he's gonna reverse it.
Look at how people are sitting there
This
like
move is very
they're waiting to
inappropriate.
go to the bathroom or something. Like this is just wild. Like we're
That was
seeing Will Ospreay
crazy.
versus Kyle O'Reilly. What are these people doing? They're sitting here like zombies.
I'll be right back real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sitting
It's
there. Yeah, they're very lightly turning up. Like this is a light turn up.
weird.
It is very odd.
Tony Khan, since you back there anyway, don't come back to Palm Springs.
Yeah, but they're always accusing WWE of like pumping in crowd noise. Sometimes you need to pump in some crowd noise.
Right. And I don't know what's gonna happen with this. This is
Yeah, like this is a crazy match. Like Will Osprey is in the ring and y'all are not even whispering. What is this?
wild. Absolutely
He flew
wild.
across the pond for this, bruv.
Right. He's coming out here once a week.
Yeah, that's insane.
I don't know. I could not do 10 plus hours on a flight every week like this. Like,
This
I
dude
don't know if
is
y'all gonna end up
hardcore.
moving
Yeah,
over here. Something.
right. He's hardcore. Like I actually studied abroad in London. So like having flown, I don't know if he's flying to Heathrow, but like flying as someone who's flown that flight, I'm like, he's doing this every week, multiple times. Like,
Mm-mm.
woo, he's a thug. He's hardcore. That's a lot. And to be able to perform at this level is insane.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay, now we're getting a very quiet AEW chant. They can do better than this. Transformations. They can do better. Like they're not even trying. What y'all doing over there?
I'm really glad they gave us a really nice lengthy match with these two because they know it's worth it. Like that's how Collision started. Like the main events used to be like 30, 25 minutes long on Collision those first few months, and then after a while, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because yeah, it was supposed like it's pretty much started as like CM Punk show, and
Yeah.
then yeah, but you're right. I feel like Rampage it really is the one that gets completely like overlooked.
Oh, Rampage, forget it.
Yeah,
Forget it. It's not really. I would say it's not really worth it. Very rarely would I say, "Hey, you really missed a good show." Very rarely.
unfortunately, yeah, because and it's only an hour. Like
It's an so I do think like when they first started off with Rampage, I felt like they made good use of the time, that 1 hour time where it was just like, okay, this is not bad. And over time it just seems like, oh, you're wasting our time, For a Friday night, I wouldn't stay in for this.
Yeah. It does surprise me that they haven't just folded it in, like you said, either folded it into Collision or folded it into Dynamite somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of near falls here. Oop.
Oh, I mean, you
The wrap.
see Kyle O'Reilly perform like this, and you're just like, if he won, like you can't be mad, you know?
Yeah. That was a great match. He put up a fight. He didn't go down easy. It was hard fought. That honestly, that could have been a pay per view match. The crowd was too
That
quiet, but
too.
the match itself could have been pay per view worthy.
And they gave Ref a free workout too, because he all over the place.
He was. Uh oh, Osprey is holding his forearm. What's going on over here?
Right, that's what I was saying too, because Kyle really got at that arm here.
Yeah, that
Wait,
arm bar was no
oh.
joke.
Oh, so now y'all standing up over there. Oh, I can't stand this. Y'all standing
Right,
up now.
right,
I would have
right.
stood up during this match. I would have.
I would have too. Yeah,
Okay.
they're just clapping like a church clap or slow clap. Like, what is this?
Weird.
Is very odd.
Weird. Because normally after Collision, they do the Ring of Honor tapings. They probably leave after this.
Dang, that's so crazy. Well, I guess you'll have to show them how it's done, Tati. When you go, you're gonna be leading the way.
Oh, yes. I will be.
Because this
I
is
will
so
be.
terrible. Yeah, that dang poor Kyle. He looks bad over there.
I
Yeah,
know. He's been doing so great since he returned. I think he was gone for like what? Well, I know definitely more than a year, probably like a year and a half or
hmm
close to 2 years, and he's come back and he's done so well.
yeah,
I've enjoyed everything he's done so far. Well, the squash matches ain't nothing to enjoy, but he's been doing really great.
he has. He absolutely has, and he's holding it down. Even though, because remember, like they wanted him to be in the group, but then he rejected it. I think that was for the best. He didn't need it.
Hmm.
He's doing great.
Honestly, I thought he was gonna join because obviously they're friends or whatnot, and I was like, they'll probably put him in the group so that he can have something to do. But I'm glad they didn't, because
I
that
agree.
group, oh my god, that group, they either need to just break them up or fix it,
Yeah.
fix it.
Or right, fix it or just replace Wardlow since they don't really include him in anything anyway. I don't know, man.
Hey, hey, Adam Cole too. Y'all saw they pretty much wrote Adam Cole out of the whole company the other day with MJF. I don't
They
know what's
did.
happening with that. So
They don't
like
either.
the whole Devil's Mask thing. They knew who they wanted it to be the whole time, and it's not like Adam Cole was a bad choice. He's not a bad choice. The fact that they knew that Adam Cole was already injured by the time that they were supposed to reveal him, they could have literally just put someone else as that leader
Yep, I
somehow, some
agree.
way, make it work as someone else. Because real talk, what was Adam Cole gonna do with a broken foot?
They played that so strange. Like I agree, and like you said, for MJF to come back and he immediately, you know, it felt kind of pointless. And then remember when MJF was like, "Oh, this mask is worn by a coward." I'm like, "Well,
You were.
you had it though. You brought it out. What are we doing?"
I'm, I'm I'm done.
Hitty guy said, "Sub to unsub, back to sub. I got more heel turns in me than the Big Show." It's worth it, man. I told you, I'm full of surprises. I'm full of opinions.
Mm.
Okay, all right.
Those are some interesting glasses Swerve got on.
Indeed, indeed. That's what I was thinking too.
Wow, he was doing the pre-shows. Mm.
Mr. All Day Soft. That was so crazy.
Hmm.
I feel like they should have done that in ring. I feel like he should have done that on the mic rather than a video package.
That would have worked out.
It wasn't bad, but I feel like it didn't hit as hard as it could have. You're the champion. Like he needs
Right.
to.
Like if he were to say those things in front of his face, like would have been better.
Yeah,
Would have been better.
yeah, and yeah. It's I don't know. Tony's doing some interesting things these days.
I don't know what it. I literally think it's Tony Khan has written his fantasies down, and he's just having all those things play out, and the rest of us are just gonna have to deal with it.
That's so true. That man,
Well,
you're right about that.
that's what happened when your daddy is a billionaire.
Pretty much, you are right. Because did you see like earlier we were talking about like what's to be desired. Did you see Soraya like she tweeted like I'm gonna speak my mind and then she deleted it and people were
Right. What happened?
assuming that it meant something about AEW.
Um, I honestly was thinking that she probably was frustrated with the I could imagine that a lot of people are frustrated and not saying anything. I'm not that type of person to be like frustrated and just air things out on social media. Like if you're frustrated about something, you go talk to who it is that you're frustrated with and come up with a solution. If there's no solution, leave. Leave. I think it's
True.
really childish when people just put things on social media and then start deleting. If you gonna press that post button, you better stay behind whatever you posted.
I agree with you on that. Or like if unless if it's a what do they say? If it's a work, okay, I get it. But if it's legit, which is sometimes it has been like with Miro and what's the name Andrade, like theirs was like legit, it was real. If it's real, I agree. Like go talk to somebody or talk to your agent or
Mm-hmm.
manager or whatever the case may be. Cause yeah, I mean I do understand. I do get it, but it does suck sometimes when they won't let them out of their contracts though. I don't know if Tony's doing that with
Yeah.
anyone, but we know that like WWE is famous for not letting people out. So
That too, but I do feel like it's easy for people to get out their contracts. Look how fast Ethan Page was on NXT the other night. Tony Khan,
girl,
girl, I don't know what you're doing.
that
I
was
really
one
don't understand.
that one shocked me
Um,
for real. Did you know that was
I
coming? Because
yeah,
I didn't.
I had no clue. I was shocked about that because they've actually been pushing him, then kind of forgetting him, then pushing him and forgetting him on Ring of Honor. And
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, I think like um I had predicted for 2023 that Ethan Page would be some type of champion, and that
Mm,
never even happened
no.
at all. He has a lot of potential. He really
Yeah.
does, but he's been overlooked.
Yep.
So
He's
many people
young.
have been overlooked.
Yeah, I agree. I That was the one I was actually glad to see that. I did not see that one coming at all because I saw, like sometimes you'll see the caption before you actually see what happened. And they're like, it's all ego because his handle was like all ego something. I don't think it has his
Mhm.
real name in there. It's like all ego something. And I was like, wait a minute, V Ethan that in WWE? Like, say what? Okay, okay. I like that though. I think that suits him though. Because I agree, like he's someone he's good on the mic. I think he's good in ring. He's young. He's got a good look. He's got good aura. He's yet another one that I'm like, I feel like he definitely could be doing so much more because he was doing good when he was with what was that group? Um, you remember them? It was like him and
Um,
Scorpio Sky and the
oh
the
god.
the older dude that was always like insulting the crowd. What was his name? I can't think of his name.
I know what you're talking about, and Paige was in it too.
Yeah, And
I'm having
oh
a
God, what was
blank
his
mind
name?
right now.
He was always beefing with
Um,
Brandy. Remember that?
yes. Oh my gosh, and they used to boo him out the building too.
Yes,
Why can't I
they
remember his
did.
name? He does the podcast thing now, but um,
Men of the year.
it,
That's
it
it. That's it. Men of the year.
yeah, there we go. And then at the last Ring of Honor pay per view, they were kind of teasing that Ethan Page and Scorpio Sky was gonna get back together and do their thing. That was the last time I seen Scorpio Sky until like 2 weeks ago when he had that weird promo. And
Oh, I
then
didn't even see
Ethan
that.
Page, girl,
Dan Lambert. That's it. That's it. Thank you,
Dan
chat.
Lambert,
American Top Team.
that's
That's
his
right.
name.
Dan Lambert. That's it.
Let me
Yeah.
tell you. And then
Scorpio Sky had a
Paige,
promo.
she she is still on the roster, I guess for whatever reason. I don't know. Scorpio Sky, yeah, he's had injuries. Then he went to Ring of Honor and he had some really great matches. And then they just stopped showing them.
Dang.
I just don't get it. Like that's why I was saying, like they have all these shows that they could be putting people in, and it's just like we just keep forgetting about people, which is crazy.
It is crazy. You're exactly right. Like that's a crime. I didn't even know Scorpio Sky was still on the roster. I did, I didn't know he was still under contract, which is
And the
crazy.
fact that Ricky Starks is sitting at home and not gracing my TV is bothering me too. I can't even believe it. I
What are we
cannot.
doing?
Ricky said himself he's not hurt. Nobody's calling him. What are we doing? Ricky Starks with somebody I thought would be champion for sure. He's somebody that can be in this whole little TNT tournament thing that they're doing right now. I
Yeah.
don't know what's going to be on.
Wardlow is he is more or less pretty much said the same thing. Did you see like last week he tweeted someone it was like it was double or nothing. It was the day of double or nothing and someone tweeted
Mhm.
like a clip of people chanting Wardlow's name at double or nothing like 2 years
Oh
ago.
yes,
You saw that and
yes.
he was like, "Yeah, I see what y'all are saying. I really do." I was like, "Dang, I felt like that was his way of he didn't directly say he's not hurt, but I it came
Hmm.
off as like, "Yeah, you're right. They should be using me." I'm like, "Dang,
Absolutely. I just
man,
don't really understand. To me, if I was if I was Tony Khan and I'm paying for people to be in the roster, it would bother me. I would lose sleep knowing that people not in the ring and I paid for them to be on. Like I'm getting my
true.
money's worth.
That's
And it's
true.
just so crazy to me to have all
It
these
is
shows and
crazy."
not be able to utilize everybody. Now, if somebody's injured, that's different. But if people are just sitting there waiting for a phone call, I don't get it. I
That's
don't get it. I
insane.
wonder if he thinks there are too many people on the roster.
You're right about that. That when you phrase it like that, it's even more like, are you kidding me? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? You got, I hadn't even really, I'm just like really processing everything we've talked about. I'm like, dude, Tony Khan would, and I guess then again, the fact that maybe he is a billionaire and he's got so much money, maybe the money doesn't really matter to him because he's like, whatever, it's cool. Eh, which would suck if that's what he thinks. Yeah, I don't know what that man is thinking, but it is wild from a viewer standpoint that yeah, you've got 3 shows at least a week and pay-per-views,
Hmm.
and we still can't find place for young talented wrestlers. Like, come on now,
Right. Right.
come on.
And giving us Will Ospreay is not what we're talking about. Tony Khan. We're not talking about that. You
Yeah,
know,
we like
Will
Will,
Ospreay.
we like
We
him, but
do,
there's other
and
people.
absolutely, and this goes back to like the whole thing with Willow Nightingale, who has at first, man, I was just like, I don't know about her. She really came off very inexperienced at first. And then at time goes by, she absolutely improved and she put in a lot of work. She wins this TBS title just to keep it warm for Mercedes. Are we kidding? I didn't like that. And you saw that
Yeah.
little party she had. She had that big party
Oh
on
yeah.
social media. And I was just like, did Willow get her little party too? Like, you know
Oh
what
no.
I mean? Like there's just a thing where it's just like you have these people who's been with you for the long haul, but you celebrating more these new signees that you have. Okada, who doesn't love Okada? But he's walking around with a title that we already forgot was in the company because he's
That's
not even
true.
defending it.
I agree. I feel similarly. Now, this is going to be controversial. Hope they don't dog pound me in the comments, but I feel similarly about like when it comes to like okay, the newcomers or the returning people. Like,
Hmm.
why is MJF returning is like the second coming of Christ when you like once again, you've had freaking Wardlow over here and you've done nothing with him, and they that could be a great like they never really fully, in my opinion, I feel like they never really fully developed that feud the way they should have. You
Oh, I
know,
agree.
Wardlow beat MJF and it turned into nothing. Like, are we just gonna act like that didn't happen? And like there's so much build up to for a poor payoff, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, MJF comes
Absolutely.
back and I'm like, that's cool that he's back, but like can we put him in a better feud? I feel like him in a feud with Adam Cole, to me personally, I don't feel like that's the best choice in my personal opinion.
Right, right. But I feel like they just wrote him off.
But
Like it felt really weird, MJF and Adam Cole, that little moment, because it's like, oh, y'all went to give each other a hug after everything that he did to you, and then you attack him and then tell him to get out your ring, and that's it. That
that's
and then
it.
we're not gonna see him until when, you
Bingo.
know?
Bingo. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that does nothing for that group too, because he's
Bingo.
supposed to be a leader of a group, and y'all come here and make him look like some crippled guy, and it it doesn't work. It really doesn't work.
Yep. I agree. I said the same thing. Like, yeah, it's like why I guess the thing that's frustrating is like, you get emotionally invested into something, you
Hmm.
presented it to us like, okay, okay, we see what you're doing, we get invested, and then when you just drop it, it's like, well, what'd you do all that for then? You
Yeah,
know?
I agree. I agree.
You
They
know?
do have that thing where they start something and kind of hope you forgot about it to move on to something else.
Yes,
It's
they
like, hey,
do.
we're invested in this. We see what you're doing. Can you finish what you started?
Yeah, you're like, okay, that was cool. We went with it. You're like, because honestly, they kind of are doing that with House of Black. Like they don't really put them in good feuds, in my opinion. Like they look good, they're spooky, they're scary. I think they've got a great look, but I'm like, but where are the good storylines with the members?
I agree. The best thing we saw then was with, Adam Copeland. They
Yeah,
actually did something and made you want to see something. Adam Copeland ruined it for us all when he went for that flying elbow from, I don't know, Mount Everest. And
right,
now
right.
he's at home, gonna have surgery and all these things. I hope he gets well. But that was the closest to us actually feeling something with the House of Black. They have no backstory. They
Nope.
have we don't really know anything about them other than that they just look like three people you don't want to see in real life and have a problem with them, and that's pretty much it.
That's exactly right.
That's it.
That's such a good point. We don't why yeah, how did they get this way? They've got the mist, but yeah, where did the mist come from? Why do you use the mist? What about the mist makes them go to the dark side? Like even with Sky Blue, I thought they were going to bring Sky Blue
Oh
into the House of Black, but they
God.
didn't. I was like, okay, so she's just
W-
grumpy,
Wasted opportunity.
grumpy on her own. Okay,
Wasted.
okay, right,
I
yeah.
I don't know. I'm so surprised. Henny God says that Vader was right about Osprey. What did Vader say?
Vader's living.
Right.
I mean, no harm. I
Vader?
thought Vader was deceased.
Who we talking about?
He's living.
Um, I'll let him see. I'll let him say what he's talking about. But
Yeah, tell us.
Will Osprey, very talented, but the way you booking him is how you kind of make people sick of him already. He hasn't even been there that long. But let's not forget he's had experience with AEW before signing in. He's like at this point, who who can he go against? Because he's faced a lot of the big name guys.
That's
Put
true.
it that international title is like a mid card title. So instead, he's just jumped all the way to going to with Swerve.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't win that. I really do.
I agree that they did that too fast, and I kind of feel um I know I compare AEW and WWE a lot, but I can't help but to make the comparison. Just like how I said, I felt like it was too much too soon when okay they had Cody to beat Roman, and then at first they were making it seem like he was going to do a Grand Slam and beat Logan Paul for the U.S. title. I'm like, no,
Uh
you
huh.
don't need two titles already. And I say the same thing with Will Ospreay. He doesn't need two
I
titles.
agree.
Like it's
I
too much
agree.
too soon. And you're right, like he is extremely talented, but again, even with him, I don't feel like they're fleshing out these feuds enough. They're just
Oh,
kind of throwing
absolutely.
people at him. Like,
Oh, and that's what happens when you have pay per views back to back every month and just like 6 or 4 weeks in between them. You don't have time to let these stories cook
that's
at
true.
all.
That's true.
Like
Absolutely.
Swerve and our stepdaddy Christian. they had something really interesting going on. Even though Swerve was not on top most of that storyline, they were just this was just for him to have something to do with somebody until they could put Will Ospreay in the story. And it's just like,
Mm.
oh, give us a couple of weeks of something and we're done. We're moving on already.
Dang, that's true. I didn't even think of. You were so good that I didn't even think about that. It was, yeah, just something. I'm like, okay, give him a little something. Just hold him over, and we're gonna bring him Will. Yeah,
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make
it
sense.
doesn't. And why didn't they put? To me, it seems like with their history, like you talked about, aren't they having Will Osprey and Jay White do something?
Oh, that would have been great too. Oh, Jay
Just
White too. When Jay White left New Japan, I was just like, oh yes, we're gonna get some good stuff. And
yep,
not really.
yeah,
Not
because
really.
he's amazing, but because I honestly that's what I assumed they were going to do because he hasn't really done much. Like remember that promo with Darby Allen when he was like making fun of
I
him
know what
for
you're
what he
talking
did.
about.
Yeah, he was making fun of him for what he did during Sting's last match. Like, oh, you and you had to do all that. He's like, and what about you, Jay? Since you got here, you haven't even done anything. And I was like, he ain't wrong.
Well, he ain't
He
wrong.
he didn't lie. I'm like, I assumed that what we said. I was like, okay, I think they're gonna build up to him versus Will, but
Hmm.
at this point, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, because now Will Osprey, even though he does have the international title, once he loses his match with Swerve, what do you do next? Now, what I have heard is people saying that he gets his next opportunity at Swerve again at All In, and I'm just like, you lost the first time, get to the back of the line. You already have a title anyway. So
Yeah.
I don't know because honestly, people were saying that they would have liked to see Swerve and Will at All In. This is supposed to be, I guess, their biggest pay per view of the year. So I get why people would have rather seen it then. But it's like, okay, so if you do use this opportunity to have these two go at it now, what do you do now? After
Hmm.
that match, I'm pretty sure a lot of us are hoping that Swerve will retain. Who you got next? Obviously
Yeah.
MJF. MJF is not going to be sitting here collecting the TNT title or whatever. This guy has been a pretty big deal for the company. So now it's just like, I guess he would be that next person to feud with Swerve after Forbidden Door. I'm not sure because he's going to be on the show on next Wednesday. I mean, this Wednesday, but I don't think they said he was going to be in the match. They said he'll be there, but I don't know
That's
who his next
true.
feud would be.
That's true. I think
Oh,
he is going to be
wait.
talking.
Rouge. Rouge had
Oh
called
yeah,
out MJF. For what reason?
that's
No clue.
true. You're right because it
No
was like
clue.
yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
true. Well, I guess that's what you're explaining. That's like a holdover feud until we get to All In or All Out.
Yeah.
All In or
Yeah.
All Out.
I think
I
that's where
always
we're
get them.
going. At
Which
least
one is in
until
Wembley?
Forbidden Door.
I always mix
So,
them up.
All In is first. And what they did last year was literally had All In whatever Sunday, and then the next Sunday was All Out. This time they actually spread it out for 2 weeks. So two
Okay.
weeks later will be All Out. I was like, okay, girl. So we can spend the $50 in 2 more weeks. Okay, cool,
Like
cool.
we'll let you get your next check in 2 weeks, and then
Oh, and you know what bothered me though last year? I was like, okay, they're gonna do some type of like deal for if you buy All In and All Out together, you get a discount. Not even.
I thought
They
so
didn't
too,
even
girl.
do
I said
that.
the same thing. I was like, surely it'll be the no, like
I actually I actually was hoping that they would have made a deal with Max by then. That's what I was hoping was going to happen at least by All In last year, and it didn't happen.
I
Doesn't look like it's happening this year either.
It does not. I saw on it, you see these, you see so much on the timeline. I saw some tweets that I didn't click because sometimes so many times you click on it and it's a freaking paywall or something, so I didn't pay. But I
Yeah.
saw like Tony Khan was disappointed with the deal that was offered, but I don't know the details. What was he offered? Does anyone know? Did anyone
Oh,
see that?
I don't know.
I
I don't know
didn't
what he
either.
wasn't offered. But NXT is going to be on a CW. I don't really know when that actually starts. But
Yes, true.
originally there was a deal for Tony Khan for Ring of Honor for
Uh,
CW. This guy
oh,
didn't
okay.
take it. Why? Because he rather have all his stuff under the same network, and he wanted a deal including Ring of Honor to be with, the rest of the shows. It didn't happen that
Mm,
way, but I'm just like, are you crazy? Like I would have taken it. CW
yeah.
is not a cable channel. More people have access to these channels. And this is an opportunity for you to put not just the Ring of Honor people who are people who are normally there. You could put some AEW people there too. And in this way, this will bring more eyes to your main shows. But Tony Khan
Yeah.
is not putting these brain cells together to make great business opportunities, like business things that I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, is he like really a businessman or he just got money to spend?
The questions that need answers, because I'm not an NFL fan, but I have heard some people say that about the Jaguars too. I've heard people say that same thing, that he's the saying, he has more money than sense, maybe. I
He lost 35 million with AEW last year. I forgot the amount that he lost with the Jaguars last year, but it was the double digits of the millions. And
My gosh.
he is spending just 14.5 million on Okada alone. I don't know what he paid Osprey. I don't know what he paid
14.
Mercedes.
1-4.
14.
Ooh.
14.5.
Ooh. My
Mm-hmm.
God. I mean,
Okada alone.
I knew he was making a lot of money. No, don't get me wrong. I knew he was making a lot of money, but I knew he was making that kind of money. Dang.
Yep. And
No wonder they
it's
put a
crazy. It's
title
like,
on.
oh, so you lost all this money last year, but now you showing out with all this money to sign a couple of people. You
Dang.
know, I don't want to say Okada's not worth it, but damn, I mean, that's a lot of money.
That is a lot.
You
A
know.
year? Yeah,
Oh, actually, it's for 3 years,
oh, okay.
but
Okay.
it's
Still,
still a lot. It's still
for
a lot.
wrestling, that is huge.
Before Okada, you know who was the highest paid wrestler on AEW?
I do not. Who was it?
Chris Jericho.
Yeah, that makes sense. I should have known. That makes sense.
Chris Jericho. Okay,
Should have known. I should have known that. Yeah, he's been around for a while. Like, I understand the investment. I understand, he's got, a million years of experience. But and this is from I traditionally I have been a big Chris Jericho fan. I grew up seeing him. However, let's be all the way real. In
mm-hmm,
2024, the Chris Jericho that we are getting on screen, his best years are behind him, and that's fine.
mm-hmm.
He's that's fine. Everyone gets older. I think that's fine. I'm not going to mock him for being older, but I do think it would be best if he stopped being in ring so much
Yes.
and let's let someone else be in the ring. You know?
My issue with Chris Jericho is that I feel like since he's been in the company, no one who's been under that umbrella of Chris Jericho has moved on up
No, they have
at
not.
all. And a lot of people was under that umbrella of Chris Jericho. And it's just like, well, we're, veterans, if they are in the company and they're able to put really great matches together, that's great too, great stories or whatever. But when you assume this leadership role amongst younger talent who has not been able to break into the business that well, you're supposed to hold some type of influence over them to help them move on up. I have not
Right.
seen him do that with anybody.
I
Jake
agree.
Hager's already out the door. Daniel Garcia had to leave that whole foolishness. Matt Menard, Angela Parker, what are we doing?
True.
um Anna Jay had to leave because obviously that's not working. Tay Mello left too. Well,
Santana and Ortiz gone.
Santana Ortiz. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on the nobody.
That's
And
true.
Sammy Guevara. They kept trying. Bless Sammy so hard. They kept
They
trying with Sammy over and over, and the fans are literally telling Tony Khan, he's talented, but we don't like him.
straight up,
Like
straight up.
he's
They
not
did.
listening.
No. Yeah, sometimes like everything you said about Chris Jericho, like, unfortunately, it is accurate, and it's crazy too, because being in the business so long, and someone who has been, like, under, like, Triple H's reign of terror and Vince McMahon for so
Hmm.
many years, you would think he would be the very person to bring up the youth,
Right.
because he has seen it, he's lived it, he's been through, you know, WCW to WWE, like, he's seen it all. Like, you would think he would be the very one to be bringing up the new people, but it has not worked out that way.
Yeah. And Henny God wants to know, how did we get into wrestling in the first place?
Oh man, I'll let you go first.
Me. So My family, they were into wrestling when they came to America. They You didn't have to really understand English to really get into wrestling. So they came to America like around, I think, 85, 86 ish. And that was just the easiest thing for him to watch. They fell in love with it. Fast forward like 10 years or so. Then we started watching with our family. And at first, I did not care for wrestling. If anything, I just found it a good excuse to stay up late since we had a bedtime the other days of the week. But one day, I happened to look up, and there he was, my dead man. When I tell you, every single time till this day I see the Undertaker, I fall in love again, all over again, every single time. Y'all think I'm lying? I have like 90 action figures of the Undertaker. I have him plastered all over my walls. I
I
got
see him
Undertaker
over
teddy
there.
bears on my bed. I have him everywhere. I have him tattooed on my arm. I am in love with this man, not just because
Oh,
of how great he is. It's He represents my love of pro wrestling too, you know? And I cannot tell you guys enough. Like, wrestling is part of my day every single day. I love it. I love it. I love it. Been watching ever since. I think that was, I want to say 97 or 96 is when I got into it.
hmm. Where did your family come from? You said came to America from where?
My family come from Haiti,
Oh,
and
okay.
when they came, like this was during like that golden age of professional wrestling, where you had the Hulk Hogan's and Iron Sheik, all these big names, Roddy Piper. So they
Mhm.
grew up a really good time, and a really great time during professional wrestling, and it was super popular. And they got into it, and they've always been into it. I really do give a lot of props to my grandparents. They could have just said no, which they did. At first, it was just like, well, we think when we turn around, y'all just gonna choke each other out, and we did. But we just made sure that they didn't know about it. But
Right,
they were
right.
super cool about it, and we got a chance to bond as a family. Like every family, I think they bond over something, and pro wrestling was that thing for us. And crazy, 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 crazy. And I lost my grandmother almost a year ago, and I just think about it, and I'm just like, damn, like if you did not bring this in my life, like I don't know what else I would have enjoyed. Really
Mm.
special to me. Very special.
I'm sorry to hear that about your grandmother. I rest in peace, Grandma. I can kind of relate to that as well. My story is pretty similar to yours, and back in the day, it began with my grandparents as well. Uh, it's so funny. I was chuckling when you said the Undertaker because mine was Bret Hart. like
Aww.
see, because I can tell I'm a little bit older than you. I can tell from your references. Having just coming in, I'll never forget it. Like my dad's in there, in the family home, like watching wrestling, and I'm hearing wrestling,
Hmm.
and I don't even know how old I was, but all I know is I came in there and I saw Bret Hart, and I was like, wow, how cool. He looked like a rock star. He had the glasses and the hair. And
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, how cool is this? And then, as a little girl, like seeing like Sting in the face paint, and you're like, ooh, paint colors. It's colorful. This looks cool. And I've been
Hmm.
watching ever since. I'd watch with my parents. I'd watch with my grandparents as well. Like it was a family affair. My whole family would come together, grandparents, parents, my brother, cousins, aunts, uncles, like everyone watches. Even to this day, we all still watch. And
Right.
yeah, we bonded over it. And similarly, growing up through the Attitude Era, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, and Chris Jericho, and Triple H, and like those iconic theme songs. And I tell my daughter all the time, like so many memories. Like I'm very similar to you that wrestling is like so ingrained in my life. Like I can't remove wrestling from my life. Like I mentioned
Hmm.
earlier about like allowance. Like for me, one way that they would get us to like hurry up and like do our homework and take our bath and do our chores, they're like, okay, my brother and I are like, okay, you can't watch Raw unless everything is done. Room is clean, clothes are picked out for school and everything. We would be in there like, all right, hurry up. And I remember, you'd hear like, welcome to Monday Night Raw. And you'd hear like that glass breaking from Stone Cold Steve Austin. And all you could hear was feet running down to the living room because we're like, oh, we're going to miss it. Because remember, this was before streaming. There was no replay. If you didn't see it, you just didn't see it. That was it.
Right.
So I tell my daughter all the time, like, girl, you don't know how good you have it. You can watch recaps on YouTube. There was no recap. If you missed it, you just missed it.
You
So
missed it.
so yeah, it's been like such a huge part of my life, and it still is. And I had periods of my life where I didn't watch quite as much, like when I was in undergrad, and I was things like that. But it's always been something I keep up with. Like even if I'm not actively watching, I'll talk to friends or family like, "Hey, did you see the other night? Did you see what happened?" So I
Mm-hmm.
always know what's going on. And yeah, in the last few years, I kind of took my passion to social media and Twitter and everything, and here we are. And now I found the hardcore sports network through you, Tati, and here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Oh man, so it's not gonna surprise anybody, but when Bay lost the streak, I was just like, all right, y'all lost me.
Oh,
I I was just watching like here and there because I was so heartbroken, still heartbroken to this day, but it's gotten better. And I'm
you want me
just
to
like,
laugh at
oh
your
my,
pain?
I
Want me to
could
laugh?
not believe it. I really could. And you know what? I remember that day like it was yesterday. I was hosting a WrestleMania party, my first time and last time ever doing it. And when Taker's match came on, well, I kid you not, nobody was paying attention. Like we really wasn't. We were just talking, having a good time, snacks and all that stuff. And then boom, the bell rings, and I'm just like, did he just lose?
I see.
I left all the guests. Y'all can finish the show. I never even finished watch the rest of that show. I couldn't tell you.
The rest
I
of
was so heartbroken.
Taker's match when or this
No,
one,
I didn't. The pay per view, I literally just walked off and I stayed in that room to the next morning. Had to
dang.
gather myself. I couldn't believe it. I think a lot of people think that that's probably one of the worst decisions ever made in pro wrestling. I agree for biased reasons, but I still feel like this is one of those things that I think Brock Lesnar did not need. You know, fast forward when Roman beat Taker, I was looking at that and I said, I would have rather that because
Yeah,
Brock didn't need that. Roman could have taken that and it could have did something. Look at what he turned out to be after all this time. I think it was a mistake for Brock of all people.
I agree with
Somebody
you.
up and coming made more sense.
That was a crazy one too. I remember that too. Cause yeah, he had one. What was it? 10 years he was undefeated. I believe was it 10 years?
21. That
It was.
was match 21.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was like his 10th one in a row though. I knew it was WrestleMania. Whatever it was, it had been many, 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 many years without him
Mhm.
losing. I remember that too. I remember being like, just looking at the TV, like you said, like, did that really happen? Like, ain't no way, ain't no way.
Heartbroken.
That is similarly the way you're describing there. I still have not gotten over WrestleMania 40. I'm not gonna lie. You have people in the comments like, "Colt, stop crying." No, I know. I still cry. It still work. It still hurts. Still hurts my
I
heart.
don't blame you. Oh man.
It hurt, cut
I
deep, cut deep.
I wanted them to extend him as champion. I know I'm pretty sure Roman was relieved. I get it.
Yeah.
However, I was just like I still couldn't feel Cody Rhodes being that top guy yet.
No,
It
I
it
still
almost
don't.
felt like a lot of people wanted him to win to get it over with. Like a whole year of this, like we're over it, you know? So
Yeah.
he wins, and I personally just feel like we haven't seen anything yet from Cody.
No, I completely
Nothing
agree.
yet. This
Absolutely
your
not.
champion y'all was crying about? Okay.
That's what I said too. Like it, I agree. The thing that made me so mad is I feel like this epic reign. I feel like the way they ended it to me was trifling. I did not like bring out the whole freaking locker room and the whole Hall of Fame crew to defeat him. And Cody's supposed to be a face. I don't care what anyone says. That's trifling. I felt like it was so like is was it not the number one criticism or one of the I would say the number one criticism that you heard of Roman is that, oh, he's always cheating, it's all this interference. So
Mm-hmm.
so if it's wrong for him, why is it right for Cody? No one can answer that for
Right.
me. And he's a
Right.
face.
And you know what? I was glad to see Bay. I'm not gonna complain about that. But by the time that happened, I was already over it. I was like, so the tribal rules worked out for Cody regardless. You fought to not have that the night before, and it ended up working for you the next night. And it was
Hated
just
it.
like, what are we doing here, Bay? Thank you for stopping by, but what's going on? You
I
know,
completely
I thought it
agree.
was I thought it was excessive. to be honest with you,
It was. It
because
was.
people been waiting for this match for a long time. And this was one of those things too where I got to the point where I thought I would want Roman to either win it or lose it clean, no interference or anything. If this is going to be it where he loses it, I'd rather him lose it clean. But
Yep.
then Cody couldn't win it clean either. So it's just
Nope.
like, so y'all complain about Roman, Cody does the same thing, and we all happy.
Right.
America has a new golden child and everything, and we're gonna take that. I don't know. I didn't. I
I'm
Very
completely
hypocritical for me.
we're right here. The double standard is nauseating, and I completely agree. I said the same thing. It would have been so much more impactful, and honestly, I would respect Cody more if he would have lost it clean. Because was that
Yes.
not the whole thing finishing my story? I felt like it was like they built it up so much that I felt like they dropped the ball when it really mattered. And I felt like that was just
Uh
like
huh.
very, to me, it was very anticlimactic. I was very like,
Mm-hmm.
y'all did all
I
of this,
agree.
like 2 years worth of storytelling, and this is what y'all went with. Like this was it. It just
Ah,
it didn't do it for me. And so yeah, I'm
over
reading
it.
the comments. Yeah, it didn't do it for me. That yeah, that was a sad one for me. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm counting down the days till Roman returns. Like Roman, where you at?
Well, how you
We
feeling about the new bloodline?
Oh dear. Okay, so I have a theory. Is it okay to unveil a theory? I know we were talking about AEW and we kind of
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
but I have a theory. Did you see SmackDown last night?
Oh, I did not. I was under
Oh.
the covers. Under the covers.
Would have loved to be. I should have been under the covers because now, like earlier, I was putting on my makeup. I was like, try to look away, girl. Got bags under my eyes. I'm so tired. Well, I'll give. Is it okay to give a spoiler?
Go ahead.
Okay, so something that happened last night, and this one was new for me because before, okay, so everyone's been saying like, okay, even when Roman comes back, okay, if it's going to be Roman reuniting with the Usos, but don't they need somebody else? They need some more help, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so up until this point, it's been, oh, is it going to be Jacob? Is it going to be so and so? Is it going to be so and so? But last night, this segment that happened, I have a theory. So Paul is talking to Solo. You know how he's so timid. He is such a good actor. He's doing, acting all timid and scared to talk to him, and they're talking, and Solo goes, well, Cody Rhodes, we have him in check, and he doesn't even know it. I was like, okay, that was an
Hmm.
interesting comment. And so Paul goes, who's we? And then immediately, like the second he gets the word out of his mouth, KO's music hits and he comes out. I'm like, that
Hmm.
wasn't that convenient timing. So KO comes to the ring and he's talking, and then Paul Heyman comes out, and he's like, basically, long story short, he basically said, "Look, you need to really stop calling them out because they're about that life, and this ain't what you want. You need to stop calling him out. Stop calling him out."
Mhm.
And so then KO goes, well, I've been dealing with the bloodline these last 2 years, and I was getting handcuffed and super kicked 20 times, yada yada yada. But then he goes, but that was Roman and Jay and Jimmy and Jay Uso, and I actually respect them. And I was like, that's an interesting line that he would make it clear that he respects them, but he made it very clear
Right.
he does not respect Solo and company. So I have a theory that he might be the one. It's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of deal.
Right.
That's my theory. It's my hot take. Might be KO joining
Interesting.
him.
Interesting. When do you think Roman would be back?
Girl, if only I knew. I don't know when he's coming back, but I do think because of what we've been seeing, it's so much going on. They're throwing all this at us with the bloodline, and because and I know they read our comments. They're reading our comments on
Oh, they
Twitter and
better.
Instagram. They're paying attention.
Mhm.
I have a feeling that they're going to swerve us. Like I know everyone's saying he's going to come back at SummerSlam, but I
Yeah.
think he's going to pop up before then because
Really?
these "we want Roman" chants are getting louder and louder every week, and
Right.
I
We're
I
we're
feel
tired
like
of Cody.
yeah, we're very we're very tired of Cody, and the fact that they remember when they brought The Rock back, it was just like a random episode of Raw. Remember that? We're like, what?
Yeah.
If you smell like what? The Rock is coming. I think that's going to happen with Roman. I think he's going to pop up somehow. He is going to be at SummerSlam, but I think he might pop up somehow before then too.
Really interesting.
When I don't
Really
know,
interesting.
can't come fast enough
What
because
so there is what we have before SummerSlam though? Is it Money in the Bank the next PLE?
we've got Clash at the Castle on the 15th, but you're right. I think after that is Money in the Bank. I believe in July. I
I
believe
was
so,
just thinking maybe if he, I get what you're saying about a random show, but a pay per view would also be a good thing too.
for sure.
Um, but Money in the Bank though,
I
I don't
know
know. I
it's
don't know
hard
about
to
that one.
say, but all I know is when his music hits, the crowd is gonna go banana split crazy. It's gonna be insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be
Uh,
crazy.
all y'all that was crying for Cody to be champion. How y'all feeling now?
I'm
Don't want to put
listening.
anybody out there, but King
Please,
Leo, how y'all
yeah,
feeling
please.
now?
Any Cody fans in the chat, please, please humor us. Humor us. Tell us
I,
your thoughts.
honestly, I thought it was very weird to have Cody and Logan. I don't know where they get this from. I'm not a fan of Logan being over there. Has he improved? Yes. But it's just like I'm not a fan of people who when I see a prime bottle, I no, like we're using wrestling to be an advertising thing for you. Like I'm just not a fan of that. I don't want to see no prime stickers on the mat. How dare you? This is not boxing. Like, oh my god, I don't like it. Don't like it at all. I get it. He's probably gonna be like that main face of the whole SummerSlam thing because he's from Cleveland or whatever. And great, I guess, and he brings, I guess he honestly, I personally don't know if he brings a lot of people over to WWE, because he has a huge following. I'm not gonna lie, I have not seen now one video of Logan Paul doing whatever it is that he do on social media. I really don't know what he does, but he has a lot of followers, and I don't know if that's done something for the company, like long term speaking. I'm not sure, but I'm just not a fan of that because every time he comes out, one of his social media stooges come out with him, and it's just like I'm over it. I'm
I
over it.
I can see where you're coming from with that. I don't dislike Logan in that sense, but I'm not gonna lie, I do drink Prime. I had one this morning.
Oh,
It
I've
is
never had it, but I see it everywhere. Unlike the Ric Flair gasoline drink, I couldn't
like
tell you where to get it.
definitely drink. Now, don't get me
I
wrong.
couldn't tell you.
It's not that I just want to make Logan Paul richer. Like, please rest assured, it's not that I want to give that man my money. But Prime is good, and I may or may not have a caffeine addiction. I may not, may or may not. It does work. It is good. I don't like hate Logan, but I do agree with you that when he, and maybe it's like generational, like when he brings people out, I have never known who those people are.
I've
I'm
never.
listening for commentary to say because they'll be like, "Oh my God, it's so and so," and I'm like googling like, "Who is so and so?" I'm like, "Girl, I don't know them people." I know he
No
has a
clue.
YouTube channel, but I agree. I don't know what he does. I mean, you're right. He's extremely famous. I know he's had his boxing matches, but I'm similar. I don't know what he does on YouTube. I just know
I
he's
don't know
extremely
either.
popular, but I don't know what he'd be doing over there.
Very, very strange. And King Leo's letting us know that adrenaline is still in his soul. So he's
Oh,
still one of those
still?
Cody Rhodes fans. So
Oh, okay.
I guess he's not, you know, I
Hmm.
guess he's feeling it of him holding that. And another thing too,
Hmm.
it looks like Cody Rhodes has a whole freaking TV on his waist with that title. It looks so huge on him. I'm just like, what?
And
I don't get it.
they've had time now. Like, okay, WrestleMania was a minute old. They could have resized that belt.
They could have resized it
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like, I get
I
it the
don't
next
think it looks
day, but
flattering.
we've had no, it doesn't look right on him. And it's also too like it's Cody is he's an interesting guy. I've said this about him before. I don't dislike, Cody Runnels the man. I don't have personal beef with him. By
Mhm.
all accounts, he's a nice guy in person. He's a family man, he's a husband, he's a father. That's beautiful. I don't dislike him as a human being, but as
Mhm.
Cody Rhodes the wrestler, I
Yeah.
don't feel like he is face of the company material in my personal
I agree.
opinion. I feel
I
like
agree.
he's got a good look. Like he's polished, he's dapper, he's handsome. He has that. But in terms of like when and I guess maybe it goes back to what we were saying earlier, like what we've grown up seeing, these larger than life characters, the Stone
Mm.
Colds, the John Cena's, the Roman Reigns. Cody Rhodes is not there in my
He's
personal opinion.
not there. No. No.
He ain't there. You can be
And
great and still not be there.
that's a huge complaint for me in terms of not seeing characters you can really get behind. I feel like everybody wants to get in the ring and just get over as themselves. And it's not the case for everybody. Cody Rhodes, we know who your daddy is for the millionth time. You don't have to remind us.
We
Who are
know.
you? You know? It's
Yep.
crazy to me. Like, some people are just like, I'm just gonna go out there, be myself, and be America's sweetheart, and it doesn't turn out to be that way. I know a lot
Right.
of people do like Cody Rhodes, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but in the face of the company, though, we're bored. We're
We
bored.
are. And we're bored, and it's also too, I feel like, what you just said, that's so true. He's gonna have to switch it up some. Like, okay, like you probably see those tweets where they're like, okay, this what he's about to go out here and do. He about to cry, he about to talk about his daddy, he about to talk about his family. Like, we you gotta
Force the
switch it
tears
up.
too. That's another thing too. It's like, bro, you can't cry on cue. What's up?
Yeah, like he's got to switch it up. I don't think he's bad, but and then again too, it is coming from such, because even if you don't like Roman, like the numbers don't lie. He was a champion for 1,316 days. I know everyone's not a fan like we are, but facts are
Mhm.
facts. He was the face of the company for a very long time, and I feel like
Very marketable for people who have
yes,
no clue what professional wrestling is. You see
boom,
this man, and you're just like,
boom.
who is this? You see Cody Rhodes and that neck tattoo, and you're just like, what? What? You know?
You're right. Like, you want to know. I mean, yeah, he's got crossover appeal. If I can talk, they're playing his music at football games and baseball stadiums. Like, you got you. I feel like they if you're gonna go from him to a new person, it should have been someone that has an equal level of aura. And I feel like they are forcing Cody on us. They are
I
shoehorning him
agree.
into this role. And that doesn't mean he's a bad person. Like, remember that promo where Roman's like, he's like, no disrespect, you're a great number two. Like, he's not bad. He's just not, he is not giving us the grand, like, I feel like he should, man, we should be floored. We should be like, oh my God, this is incredible. Wow, we're in a
Yeah.
new era. This is the Paul Levesque era. I'm just not, I don't. Are y'all
Yeah.
feeling it in the comments? Are y'all like, oh my God? Because I'm not.
Yeah.
Not
I
that.
mean, he's not bad in the ring either. I just really feel like that whole year they started off with having, obviously, Cody, he loses that match. First of all, I don't care what no one said. It should have been Roman and Sammy WrestleMania 39. I don't care what anybody's saying.
Hmm.
But they
Obviously.
gave us Cody, whatever. We'll take it. We took it. And I'll never forget that chicken that was thrown in the ring, laying up next to Cody. I should put that on my wall. I actually should do that. um After that, it was for months this little pity party
Oh
for
my God.
Cody Rhodes. Remember when Brock had came and whooped
Oh
him
my
all over
God.
that arena? Oh my god, when I tell you, that was one of the worst Raw after WrestleManias I've ever seen.
Ciao. I
One of
felt
the
I'm not gonna
worst.
I'm not gonna lie, I did feel sorry for him a little bit. He was beating the brakes off that man.
I was absolutely happy with what Brock Lesnar did. I can never forget how quickly Roman and Paul Heyman left once they saw the beat down. I was just like, all right, we out, we out. So
Because
they
he
left,
knew.
and
He knew, he like,
he
nah,
knew.
nah,
He
got
knew.
to go.
And it was so interesting too, because like the whole show I think was boring. But then people were just like, wait a minute. Brock Lesnar, when was the last time we see them in tag team action? So a lot of people wanted to see that. And then Cody Rhodes being partnered was kind of interesting too. But then it turned out to be a whole assassination or whatever. And I thought it was great. And then from there, they wanted you to feel bad for Cody Rhodes the whole time. And I'm
Yes.
just like, at some point, we don't feel sorry anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's what started to
Yep.
um it started to feel more like, okay, they're going to force this guy on us to
That's
be, for
exact.
him to be
Yep.
that next guy. And from there I was just like, the pity party's over. We don't feel sorry for him. If he doesn't win, he don't win. And it is what it is. And if they knew for that whole year that he was going to take the title from Roman, they could have did a better job building him up to have that
Yes.
feel of a champion, even somewhat of a way that we feel with Roman. They had enough time. A year,
Yep.
it's long but kind of short at the same time, because it's not like the storyline plays out every day. But
Hmm.
that was enough time for them to do something with Cody, so that when he won
Yes.
it at WrestleMania, we would have felt more of a, this is a deserving champion,
Right.
instead of, we're tired of seeing you crying about not having your moment. here's your story, you know?
Right. 100%. I completely agree. I'm feeling in my soul. I agree with everything you said. Like they and it's we saw it coming, right? Like when you saw he was going to be on the cover of the video game and he's doing all these
Oh,
the stuff for the kids, you could see it coming a mile away. And I'm like, I see what you're doing, but I agree. And the thing is, you can be a face and still not be crying all the time. You can,
right.
you can be a face and still not be so like, it's so about it. They make him, and
Oh, and having The Rock in that storyline, I don't feel like it made Cody look better. If
no,
anything, it showed me that The Rock still got it.
I know that's
He's
right.
very interesting. Whether he's in the ring or not, he talks on the mic, and it's just like you listen. You know,
Yes. Oh
Cody
yeah.
Rhodes, he doesn't have that aura either. And I honestly feel like with The Rock being involved, got the best out of Cody Rhodes, and Cody didn't look his best. I mean, if anything, I honestly personally would have preferred to see Rock and Roman, even though the story wouldn't have time to really be at its best. I think I still would have preferred to have seen that. I think people would have been it would have been a better told story
Yep.
within a few months in comparison of Cody Rhodes crying for a whole year.
My God, he got to lay off the crying. Like he's a better actor than wrestler. I'm sorry, he's a great actor. He's good. He's good at selling. That whole beat down. Like you saw the other. Well, that's right. You did not see it, but basically at the end of the show, AJ Styles pulled a Mark Henry where he was retiring. With he put on instead of a salmon jacket, it was a Carolina blue jacket, and he comes out
Oh,
like, oh, thank you. I basically feigning retirement. And I saw this one coming. I was like, because they're doing it's 10 minutes left on SmackDown. I'm like, there is no way this dude is about to retire with 10 minutes left on SmackDown. No.
right, right.
So he's feigning and he's talking to the OC like, oh y'all my brothers and hugging them and I want to bring Cody Rhodes out here. They do the Bullet Cup too sweet. And I was like, oh, you see it coming. You just know.
Really?
Cody comes out
I got
wearing
I
like a
gotta go back and look at that. I saw
yes.
pictures,
Go
but
look
I
it up
didn't
on
know that it
YouTube.
happened like that.
Yes, girl. He
So wait a
comes
minute. So this okay, so obviously they're continuing this story with AJ and Cody, right? Is that what
they
they're
never
doing?
it appears that way, but they didn't really lay out how they're going to do it because the other day AJ Styles asks, was it Nick Aldis, like, oh, can I have a rematch? And basically he's like, no. And so it appears that AJ is going to muscle his way into getting a rematch. Um,
Mhm.
so yeah, basically Cody comes out in like this cream colored suit. So honestly, I thought he was going to bleed. Light colors usually mean blood, but he did not bleed. Of course, AJ does turn on him, and then he does the, his what's his finisher? What's his finisher? The where he puts your feet in the circle.
Oh,
What's that called? Oh God, I
my man
can't think
got a
of it.
blink.
I can't. The Styles Clash. Styles Clash.
There we go.
He does the Styles Clash, and but honestly, that was tame because we saw The Rock beat the brakes off of him. I was expecting worse. There was no
Mhm.
blood. I was like, oh, that was light. Cody got off light because
Damn,
we've seen that man get his everything beat out of him. But yeah,
interesting.
Cody, he's
I'm
not a
I'm
bad person.
actually I'm actually happy that they're doing something because like when they had that match in France, I was just like, that's it. They have a
That's
great
it.
match and that's it, you
That's
know?
it.
So hopefully we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Cause like AJ is one of those guys who's over there where I was like months ago, I was just like, I don't know. I don't know. Drew's another one too. Until he started doing the whole social media thing, I don't know what was gonna happen to him.
Oh,
You know,
Drew.
a lot of these guys are stuck, even in WWE, where they're just like they're you see the potential with these guys, you know what they're capable of, but where are they gonna go? There's like
Yeah,
no way to go up for these guys, you know. And
one hundred
bless
percent.
Damian Priest. Oh god, he's so handsome, but y- that title, eh, sorry,
No,
sorry,
mm-mm. No. I agree
sorry.
with what you said about Drew, and I've been seeing some people putting it in the air. I'm like, stop putting this in the air. That he's gonna lose it, Clash at the Castle. If he loses it, Clash at the Castle, I'm gonna cry. I'm just let you know, I'm gonna cry. I'll be very sad.
Um,
Does he
I
need to
was not
lose?
happy about him losing the title at WrestleMania.
Right. I didn't like that. Does he
I
need
didn't
to
like
lose
that.
two in a row? Does he need to lose at WrestleMania, at the biggest show of the year, and in his home. Like, what has this man done? Why does he
The
need so
the
much punishment?
the unfortunate thing with Damien is that he's in a really great roster where there are actually better options than him. Sorry to say that, Damien, but
Yeah.
they're better options. And another thing that didn't help was his whole thing of being seniored money in the bank and kind of looking like a loser that whole time. And then now you got the title and nobody really feels you being the champion. I don't know. I don't
Mm-mm.
know. I really do like Damien, but I just feel like it's a bad timing. Drew, in my opinion, could do it more justice as champion. AJ's another one too. I don't know. I don't
I
know.
agree.
Sorry, Damien.
I agree, and you're exactly right. Like he's not bad. I don't dislike Damien, but I'm sorry, I do feel like Drew deserves it more. I feel like he never
Mhm.
really, people say, "Oh, he's crying, he's complaining," but he's not lying though. You know, say he's lying. He does deserve his moment. He
Yeah.
did carry the company through the pandemic. He really has not gotten his comeuppance from that. And
Hmm.
then the whole thing with CM Punk, people are like, "Oh, he should interrupt again." I'm like, don't run that back again. You've already done that. He cost him it once. I
Right.
don't think you should cost him it twice because then it's played out. Like I don't think
Right.
that's a good
Oh yeah,
move.
there's definitely a storyline between those two to continue, but in order, we don't need to continue with having Punk getting involved.
Right.
When
Exactly.
he's going for a different type of opportunity, I would not like to see that.
That's exactly right. And even with CM Punk, we all know he wants a title at some point. Wouldn't it make more sense to actually let Drew get the title
Girl,
and then there's a title involved? You know?
yes, makes more sense. Phil Brooks, I love you. I don't know what we're gonna do. Which like I don't know. So CM Punk always an entertaining guy. I know a lot of people don't have the best things to say about him, but he's best for business. Real talk, I do think so. Thing is that he's also someone who can hang with basically anybody on the mic, and people got to keep up with him at times. And the thing is that he's coming off as someone who is just having injury after injury. Remember, he was out the ring for like what 7 years or so. I think he did some good stuff in AEW, and some of my favorite things he did in AEW. And here we are with him in WWE, and as soon as he get there, he's injured. And you can still feature him in storylines, but I would not like him to get in the way of Drew getting a title. You know,
Yep. I
I'm okay with
completely
him
agree with
staying
you.
off TV right now.
I completely agree with you. And that is an unfortunate fact. Like, that's not an opinion. That is a fact that he is extremely injury prone. And it's unfortunate. It does suck because I see why they call him an enigma. He is an interesting person that he puts
Mhm.
butts in seats. He sells. He's great on the mic.
Yeah,
He's got
you sure do.
everything going for him. Like, yeah, like he is that dude. He gets ratings. He gets everything. But it is very difficult for him to stay healthy. And he is up there in age for wrestling, not in real life, but, for wrestling in wrestling years. He's into his 40s, and it's unfortunate that I do think it would be very risky to put a whole big thing storyline around him, knowing how injury prone he is. And shoot, even Drew
Uh,
just got off of being injured. It would be very risky and as we saw, because remember, even with WrestleMania this year, like you said, he got injured. He couldn't even be in WrestleMania this year. Like, are you sure you want to take that risk again?
crazy, crazy.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
great
sorry.
though.
I didn't mean to talk your face off forever, but you're going to have to
No,
kick me off of here because I could talk all night.
girl. Sometimes I feel like people gotta shut me up. Um, I do think it's interesting that we're seeing better things with Drew and now AJ too. Because like I said months ago, it was very questionable with what was going to go on, and I knew it when AJ left for a little bit. He came back with those abs. I was just like, "Hey, we going somewhere. We're going
Yep.
somewhere." And
Mhm.
and here we are. I mean, I think it's slow, and with him being in the picture with Cody, it kind of worries me because I still wouldn't see him winning right now.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. Maybe if it was the heavyweight title, I
Hmm.
think would have. I don't want to say better, but I think more people would be like, okay, he has a possibility of winning. Now, when I think about him going against Cody, I actually don't see a possibility of him actually winning.
I agree
So
with you. I don't like that either. And you're exactly right. Like it is kind of crazy. He comes back in such phenomenal shape, pun intended. He looks great. He's a heel. I love the heels. And like he's got everything going for him. I don't like seeing him be jobbed out to Cody. Like I really don't like that. Um
Yeah,
knowing like for damn sure he's not gonna win. I hate that. I'm like, I feel like he's too good for that. They could have at least like why not like you said the heavyweight title or shoot even the US title. Give him something that he could actually win
something,
because we
something in the
know
meantime.
they're not taking the title off Cody anytime soon. And I'm like, and that's fine, but don't give us people that we want to see it on, you know? you know?
Yes. Oh my god. And then speaking of the U.S. title, Logan, what are
He
you
doesn't
doing
need
with
to.
it?
He
He don't
doesn't need
need it.
to.
He doesn't. I don't see what him having it does for the company.
Mm,
It doesn't really do anything. While we got people who's not having no titles, they literally gave Ricochet a thank you for being in a company title. We just don't want to put nothing else on you. And it's just like he could have been holding that. I don't care what anybody say. If Ricochet leave, I'm with it. I'm with
Yeah,
it.
I agree. I agree. That is so messed up. He doesn't even carry it. Have you noticed that he doesn't even carry it out to the
That's the
ring?
crazy part. It
I'm
was like, hey,
like,
we
man,
giving this to you, but you can't wear it.
you gonna take your
Leave
picture
it
with
home.
Triple H on if we're gonna post it on social media and then you're gonna come out here and do the same thing you've been doing. I'm like,
That's
come on
it.
now. Come
That's
on now.
crazy. That is, I would not be happy about that. I really
No.
wouldn't if that was the case for me. You know,
No.
I
Yeah,
I,
they
I don't understand.
I don't like it either. They definitely could like something you just said. You said AJ and then you said Ricochet and oh with Logan Paul. Yeah, like what about LA Knight? What are they ain't using him right either.
Woo! Oh my gosh! Last year, everybody had that LA night fever, and it don't went down.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what do we do now? I think he's really talented. He's another one who's up there in age too. People
Yeah.
might not notice, but
Yeah.
he hasn't had that type of success that people were hoping he would have had by now in WWE. And then we kind of complain about this between both WWE and AEW that they have a lot of titles, but then it still feel like there's still not enough titles to go around at the same time. It's so
Right.
weird. I
It
just
is. It's hard to explain, but I know exactly what you're saying. It's like, how do you have so many titles, but still the people who have titles don't have them?
it's weird.
It's
Really
very weird.
weird.
It is. I agree. Absolutely. And
I don't know.
it saddens me that I see them doing the same thing with Jay Uso. They're doing the same thing. All this hype to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No title, lose all title matches, and what? Why? What are we
Crazy.
doing?
Not so main event Jay Uso.
That one
I
really burns me up. I'm like, oh come on. Oh, come on, man. Like I knew they
and
weren't gonna put him over Roman, but you couldn't have put him over Gunther or Logan Paul. Like, come on, man.
it's so interesting too because when we look back at the France pay-per-view backlash and we see how the international crowd takes these certain wrestlers that they're not trying to put over. Look at how Jay Uso was received. Look at how AJ Styles. Man, AJ Styles. It looked like if
The camera was
AJ
shaking.
Styles would have lose, the cameras was shaking. All right, which was
Yep,
crazy. I
it
thought
was.
that when AJ lost, that France would have just jumped into that ring and got their hands on Cody or something. That's how
Right.
they were so loud chanting
Crazy.
for AJ. And then you come back to the US and it's just
Like
whatever.
it never happened. Yeah.
Right.
Same thing with Naomi. Like they turned up for Naomi just as much as they turned up for Jey Uso. The whole entire stadium was lit up, like so much love. And yeah, then you come back to America and getting pinned, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I know I don't run a wrestling company,
Breaks my
but
heart.
this Tati promotion, like I feel like we could do it. We could do
We
it.
got $15 in the bank, y'all. We're gonna make it.
I
We're
can
gonna
match
make
that.
it.
I can match that.
Oh man. And then the thing is too is I was like, okay, WrestleMania, Jay and Jimmy gonna have a turned up match
Oh
and
my
then
god.
they're gonna split up and do their own thing.
Oh my god.
I dreamt about the match better than how it actually happened. And I was hoping to God that they would actually have them do it again at Backlash and do it for real this time.
Yep.
I When they had the main event on night two, something happened to Jimmy off that ramp. I I should go back
Yeah.
and look at it. Something happened right there and then. And
Yep.
since then, we haven't seen him. Rikishi asking for prayers for Jimmy and everything. I hope he's all right. But I thought something was going to happen where it was like, all right, Jimmy and Jay, they're gonna split up, do their own thing, and they're gonna be on to bigger and better things. And it just haven't happened.
Mm-mm. I completely agree with you. I said, and it is. I laugh. It's not funny. It's not funny, but I'm laughing because I felt the same way. I had such high hopes. Like we've been wanting to see Jimmy versus Jay forever. You know that these are actual real brothers. Like, dang, they're
Hmm.
twins. It's gonna be so good. And then I was like, I honestly, it was one of those matches because being a longtime wrestling fan, I feel like we kind of grown up with these people, like seeing them throughout the
Yes.
years. And I know that this is something they themselves really wanted. I felt sorry for them because as you were watching the match, I got the sense, and we find out later, Jay said that the match, like time got cut or something like that.
Time. Hmm. And then it was cold too. That's another thing.
Yeah. You could sense, like, you could feel through the screen, you could feel something was off. I was like, this is not them.
Absolutely.
It felt the pacing was off. I felt sorry for them because it's like, they're capable of so much more that, it was like one of those things where if let's say you invited a wrestling fan that's never watched wrestling before, you'd be like, oh no, this isn't how it usually is, like this, they're usually so much better than this. I felt sorry for
Oh
them that
my god. So
you're the
that's so
kids.
funny because the last time I watched wrestling with my grandfather before I moved out of Florida, um he kept seeing me watching wrestling or whatever, and he was what he watched SummerSlam with me, and that went all right, I guess. But then one day I put Dynamite, and he was like, "Oh, is this a new company?" I was like, "Yeah, but there's a lot of people you know on here. Let's watch it." I was so embarrassed.
Oh,
Probably one
dang.
of the worst episode of Dynamite, and I was like, "It's not normally like this. This is just a bad day. I'm sorry." And he's
Right,
like,
right, right.
"I wouldn't watch this again." I was like, "Come back next week. We'll do better."
We'll
I
try it
was
again.
I was so embarrassed. It was so bad. Like there was things I just couldn't explain to him. Like I just could I there are things
Yep,
that are happening in pro wrestling where it's just like I can't explain it. I literally
absolutely.
can't explain it.
I feel the
And
same way too. You're like,
because a lot of
"Oh."
people, I still tell people to this day, hey, come watch wrestling. It's great. Watch this company, watch this. And then they watch it and then they're not, they come at it a bad time. A bad time.
We'll try again another just, be patient. We'll watch it again next week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hit and miss. Especially with AEW. It took me a while to get into it. It really did. I was looking for like new people to get behind, and then I was also looking at, oh, the people that I already know, what are they doing and how are things working out for them over there. And at first I was just like, I don't know if I like this. I don't know, but it took for me to watch it again to see Brian Danielson, who's one of my favorite wrestlers. If Brian Danielson ain't in your top list, you probably started watching wrestling yesterday or something. Like he is one of the best wrestlers. He really is. And
I'm
I
behind.
tuned in just to see him. And from there, I started seeing other people that was like, okay, I think this will be a great thing to try. And, been watching ever since. But it was a really rough start for me with AEW. It really was. And then here we are. And Tony Khan is making these amateur mistakes 5 years in.
Yeah.
No clue.
I happen to feel, I actually feel differently about Brian Danielson. He is to be entirely real with you, he's probably the only person I can think of right off the top of my head. I I just kind of be controversial to say I was not a fan of him in WWE. He just never really did it for me. However,
Mhm,
him going to AEW did make me a fan. I like this version of Brian Danielson. I did not
mhm.
like Daniel Bryan, and I didn't hate him. He just did not. He did not grab me. I just was not
Right.
like, he wasn't. He just did not do it for me. He was not on my list. But now, we really see what he can do. I was like, oh yeah, he's incredible. I'm like, he could have been doing that all along. Like, yeah, if I would have seen this in 2011, absolutely, definitely.
Yeah. Very
He is.
different vibe. 2011, 2012. Oh,
Yeah, he that
WWE was rough for a lot of people
it
during
was.
that time.
It
Really
absolutely
rough.
was. And you're right. And I will say with AEW, my like biggest criticism of them, and I know this is weird coming from someone who loves the heels, that my like
Mhm.
I know someone said you weren't a fan. No, I was not. The Yes movement, I didn't get it. I was like, it just didn't do it
Oh,
for
I
me.
thought it was cute. The Yes movement was all right. I kind of was a little bit bothered when Kane got involved in the whole thing with him because I was like, this is supposed to be a monster, not a
Yeah,
comedian or something. But it actually turned out to be fun for what it was, you know, and
yeah,
obviously things died down. But
that's
I think a
true.
lot of people don't want to admit this because like, a lot of people look at WWE as like the end all be all. Once you get here, like it doesn't get any better. But the truth of the matter is, there's a lot of wrestlers who have gone to WWE or still there, where it was like they get there, but they're not better than what they were. And I can attest to this for the Ring of Honor guys, Brian Danielson, Kevin Steen, Sami Zayn, these guys who were just super popular before going over there. John Moxley being another one of those guys. These guys, they had a standard in pro wrestling where people loved them before they got over there. Then they got over to WWE and they're watered down and they're just completely different from what you used to have seen them as. And I think Brian Danielson went through that too, where it was just like, oh, this is not what we remember you for in Ring of Honor. And
Mm,
then everybody says this about John Moxley. Oh, John Moxley, he was Dean Ambrose, and now he coming over and he bleeding and all that stuff. You did not see John Moxley in CZW. You didn't know
mm.
John Moxley before he got in WWE. What you see John Moxley doing now is what he was doing before he got over there, and they watered him down.
Ah,
And people who start watching at WWE and not really kind of branch out and find out like what everybody else is doing, they don't realize that. If you go back, like Honor Club, Tony Khan should be paying me for promoting. But if you want to see the best
get your
out
coin,
of
sis.
those guys, even what's his name? Seth Rollins, that's Tyler Black. Go back to Ring of Honor. They had the whole thing of Ring of Honor since the very beginning, and you will see like these guys were so different before they got to WWE. Like it's crazy. It
Mm,
really is. And you know, I do think like yeah, the money's better, you get more exposure and all that stuff. But sometimes I wonder, are they having fun? Are they really enjoying their careers over there? I'm not gonna
mm,
lie. Sami Zayn last year, um, it should have been him and Roman at
mm,
WrestleMania. They loved the hell out of him. Was he when he was in the Bloodline? It was like every once in a while in wrestling, you fall in love with the person they don't want you to love right now. You know what I
mm.
mean?
Mhm,
They
mhm,
wanted it to be Cody and everything, and they got to that point where it's just like, why? We prefer Sammy right now, and it's kind of like a read the room situation where WWE should have been like, all right, right now everybody's going for Sammy. Maybe we should just put him in a Royal Rumble, have him win, and have him go against Roman. And I
mm,
thought what they should have did with Elimination Chamber should have been like a tag team situation or whatever for the main event, something like that. And then it's like, okay, so now you see that he loses that elimination chamber, and then really Cody Rhodes is really implanted into the whole thing with Roman Reigns, and then you know the rest of the story. And then from there, Sammy been overlooked, I think, a lot throughout that year. And now here
mhm,
he is with the IC title, which is like, all right, we taking it off of Gunther and everything just to do it. And for me, in my
mhm.
opinion, Gunther's onto bigger and better things or whatever. But Sammy was just like, oh, Sammy, you still employed? All right, here's a title.
I used to live boy. Um, that's an interesting perspective. I have to say I am one of those people. I didn't even know what Ring of Honor was until AEW, and it's not that I disliked it. I literally had not heard of that until I started getting more into like with AEW. It made me do more research. Now I know. Like I
Right.
didn't know. I just didn't know.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm now learning, as I'm doing my own research. Now I know these other backstories. And
Mhm.
I will say, maybe Sammy is someone. Maybe if I knew his Ring of Honor days, maybe I would like him. But I'm sorry, I'm
Oh,
not a present day Sami Zayn lover. I do not care for his present day character. I say, like I always say,
I
disclaimer:
don't
Sami Zayn, the
I
real man,
don't
might be
know.
great. The wrestler, I do not care for. He does not do it for me.
I'm
I
not sure if you would like him in Ring of Honor now that you said
oh
that.
I might not like him. Oh.
He used to be called El Generico, and he
Oh.
had a mask on. I don't know if you'll like it. I don't know.
Sami Zayn was masked. I did not know that.
Yes, he was. He was a
Learn
masked
something every
wrestler.
day. I did
I
not know
don't
that.
know. I so since you're not a fan now, I'll say just give like probably look for like a highlight video of him. Maybe you might like it. I don't know. I don't know. And then CM Punk though, I think CM Punk prior to him getting into a little foolishness and leaving the company of WWE,
Oh
I think
God.
he was one of those few wrestlers to make it from somewhere else and would I say do better? Yeah, I would say actually have his career got elevated in a favorable way.
Okay,
You
I see
know,
what you're saying.
Samoa Joe being another one of those Ring of Honor guys who go to WWE. This dude was doing commentary in the rain.
And a
Okay,
poncho.
so
That's
nothing
exactly
really
right.
happened to him over there, and it's really interesting to see how things turn out for a lot of people. AJ Styles being the hottest thing in TNA, and here he is going again with Cody Rhodes. Like, what are we doing? What are we
Yeah,
doing?
you're right that it is interesting watching, how people end up, and then like with good old Taker, you got the lifers, the WWE lifers. He was only in WWE, and it is interesting to see how they change characters and stuff. But I will say that something that there's this trend that I don't like, and I hope that they address this at some point. It does bother me seeing people like Edge, Adam Copeland, you know that he's made his career, he's a hall of famer, he's built his legacy. I don't like seeing the more mature, because I hate the word older because I feel like it implies, I just don't like that word, the more mature talent. I don't like them seeing coming seeing him over here. Why is this man doing death matches at his age and getting injured? Like, I feel like that match shouldn't have happened with Malachi Black. Like, I felt like I hate seeing someone who's already made their legacy. Like, you've already made your name, you've made your money, you're a legend. Why is this
Mhm.
man jumping off the top on barbed wire? Like, why are we doing this? It
So
bothers
in
me.
that aspect, I agree he should have never jumped off. But I will say this: Adam Copeland has been working with young stars, and whenever he does interview, he's putting these younger guys over. He's always talking about, oh, so and so was great. Even some of these guys that you didn't even realize were even on the roster. This is what Chris Jericho should have been doing from the get go. Chris
True.
Jericho, he does a little podcast or whatever he's doing over there. I don't know. But Adam Copeland, he goes on to these interviews and he's talking about, oh, watch this person, watch this person. And then he gets in the ring with these young guys. Sure, they're not going to beat him, but he gives him the time that Tony Khan would not have given him if he didn't say, Tony Khan, I want to be in the ring with so and so. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I
And
do
I
know what you
remember
mean.
seeing he did this interview and he named a couple of wrestlers, and then week by week, he was in the ring with those guys who are
Mhm.
never on TV. And I was just like,
Mm,
this is how a veteran comes into a company and helps other people get looked at.
mm.
Chris Jericho ain't never did that.
That's
Never.
true. I will agree with you on that. I do like that about Edge. I do respect him in that regard. And I guess maybe I should say it. I don't fault him for wanting to fight Malachi Black. Like, I think it was fine that they were fighting. I guess, and again, that goes back to me. I don't like blood. I just hate seeing them get so mangled. Like, I wish it were a different kind of match, because I hate injuries. Like, knowing what they do anyway, it just, oh, like
Mhm.
anytime I see somebody get injured, it just bothers my spirit.
Wait a
Because I'm like,
minute.
dang.
Well, how did you feel about Swerve versus Hangman?
Oh, that. Oh, well, didn't they do a Texas death match?
Yeah,
Oh
did
no,
you like
oh no,
it?
no, I don't like the death matches. I'm sorry, I get queasy, and I just the blood when I see and even the girls that have done those, I'm like, oh, I just when they say barbed wire, my stomach just drops. I'm like, oh, not the barbed wire. And I get it. I
I'm
know
like that too. I don't like seeing
I don't
blood.
like it. I
Um,
I get it.
but
I know some people like it, but for me, I'm just like, do we have to do this? Don't do it.
yeah,
Don't
I
do
get
it.
it. So, because like okay, so there's another promotion called GCW. They're all about doing death
Mm,
matches. I have
okay.
never been able to sit through a whole show of theirs.
Me
In my
either.
opinion,
I can't do
so here's how I'm gonna put it.
it.
What we saw Swerve and Hangman do, it was a lot. It was a lot to sit down and watch. However, I felt like they really did try to tell a story. They brought the brutality and they brought the wrestling. And then there's some other companies that do death matches, and it's straight up. We are on an episode of Jackass. Look at what we can do.
That's so
And there's no wrestling.
the
There's
gl-
no
the
wrestling.
the
We're just
light
gonna try to kill
tubes.
each other and let's see
Oh,
who makes it. That's all it is.
I,
And
c-
for
I
me, I don't like that.
yeah, like the light tubes and stuff. And like, okay, if you like that, that's cool. But for me, I really, being a lifelong wrestling fan, you just know that's taking years off their career and off their lives. I'm like, this is to me,
Some
that's
people just don't mind it, which
I
is
know, and that's
crazy.
cool. That's cool. I get it. I understand. Like, hey, it's hey, if that's how you want to make your money, that's what's up. But I guess I'm just like, do we have to do that on AEW? Like, can you go, like you said, GCW? I know that's their jam. Like, that's cool. Like, can you go do that over there? Like, that's cool. Do what you want to do. But I'm like, oh, like, I don't know if you saw the Double or Nothing stream. Like, when that match came on, I'm like over here, like, oh my god, like, I just and like even shoot, I'll tell you, like even during Sting's last match, when Darby Allin went through that pane of glass, girl, I almost threw up. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. Like, oh, I'm such a wimp. Like I get a paper cut and I'm like, oh my god. And I'm like, this dude has an entire pane of glass in his back. I'm like, oh my, and then he
That
got hit
was
by glass.
wild.
I'm like, man,
Wild.
oh
Darby
my god.
Allen, sometimes
Oh my god.
Darby, I don't want to put this on him, but like by 35, bro, you might just be in a wheelchair, never getting back in that ring at this rate.
Oh my god.
For real. I
Yes.
don't know. And Tony Khan though, you messed up for even co-signing for Darby to even be at that match on Sunday after breaking his foot, after getting hit by a bus, and you just said, "All right, come on down to Anarchy in the Arena." Are you kidding me?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And then he's got a freaking flamethrower. Honestly, my fear was I thought he was going to end up being the one lit on fire because he's crazy like that. I just
Right,
knew
right.
people was going to wrestle it from him. And I'm like, oh, dude, I don't, I agree. Like, he's definitely someone, like, because we've seen it. Like, look at Jeff Hardy. Like, we've seen his whole career. And now, he can barely walk. Like, I hate that. I just don't want to see, I don't like seeing your heroes busted up. Look at Mick Foley. Like, I don't
Oof.
want to see him like that. It hurts my heart because I know that they put so much into this business, and I know if they want to do it, that's their business. But as a fan, it just makes me sad. I don't want to see anybody busted up like that.
Right. This morning I was watching, I don't remember his name, but the guy, the YouTube chiropractor guy that be cracking people's back and necks and stuff, he had a new episode with Sabu.
Oh,
Sabu, one of the hardcore legends, one of
yeah.
the top hardcore legends. This guy is messed up.
Dang.
He is messed up. And it was hard to watch him just getting these adjustments because he can't sit straight. He can't lift his arm. He can't do a lot of things. And it's just like, this is the price you pay to entertain people,
Yeah.
and there's okay, because you don't have to do hardcore stuff, but that's what he chose to do. And for him to do that, here he is later, barely able to function because everything is just messed up in his body. I can't remember
Dang.
how old he is, but he is not in good shape.
Dang, I'm gonna have to look that up. I didn't know that. You're absolutely right. Like him, and like I said, Mick Foley, like seeing, and even as a kid, speaking of the Undertaker, that match with the Undertaker, where he freaking threw him off the cage and went through his teeth are
Yeah.
coming out through his nose. I remember as a kid definitely thinking he was dead. Like I was like, that man's dead. I remember my
Oh
parents like
yes.
covering our eyes and making us go away because they're like, whoa, this is getting way too. And yeah, now that man, he's hobbling. He's not as bad as like some, but he's in bad shape.
Mick Foley said he got one more left in him. And I'm just like, no, you don't.
No, sir.
No,
No,
you
sir.
don't. People
No.
don't know this either. A lot of
No.
people don't know this either, but if you followed Mick Foley's career prior to joining WWE, he was a deathmatch guy. And he took off years from his career from before he even got to WWE. What you
Gee.
saw in WWE was nothing in comparison to what he did before.
Oh God. Oh
Really
God.
wasn't. So
That was light work, huh? Oh
light
geez.
work.
Oh
Absolutely.
no. Oh God.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So I cannot imagine seeing him do one more match. If he were to, I couldn't even tell you who. I really
I
couldn't tell you who.
I hope his wife or his trainers or somebody who loves him like talks him out of that. Like, please don't know.
Absolutely.
No, 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 no.
Absolutely. Your family need to talk you out of this.
You don't need to
Absolutely.
do this. You don't. You made your legacy. You made your money. You're a hero. You're a Hall of Famer. You do not need to do this. You're fine. You're good. Don't do it.
That's crazy. Reggie says LA Knight will win his first title by beating Logan Paul. What do you think?
I would. I'd be down for it. I'd like to see it.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with it. Because LA will win it, and then he'll actually be a reigning defending champion. We'll see him every week. And meanwhile, Logan, if we want to see him, y'all tune in on social media. That's not a champion I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Not for
I
me.
and honestly, that does make sense. I can see him, taking some time off because isn't his fiance pregnant? I'm sure in the future when she has the baby, he'll probably take some time off. So I can
Yeah,
see it.
yeah.
Jay,
David says, Jay Uso, please come to AEW and take the title off of Swerve.
oh,
Okay,
Jay Uso and
interesting.
AEW. Now that would be banana split
Could you
crazy.
imagine?
Mm,
Wow, interesting.
interesting indeed.
Very interesting. Straight up wrestling shows in the house says first they need to put AJ on a winning streak before putting a title on him. Whatever you do with him for winning a title will be believable, but he needs to go on a 13-week run. Can't beat Cody. No.
No.
Right. He does need a winning streak. Something. This paper, that's what was said. The pay per views are too close.
Yeah,
Too close.
that's true because we were talking about that last night. I'm like, dude, the next pay per view is 2 weeks out, and we have one match on the card. Like what? Who?
Yeah, it's weird. Not enough time. Mr. Aldays wants to know how do you feel about
Ah,
debuting the Wyatt Six?
oh, the Wyatt Six. Man, I have a complicated relationship with the Wyatt. Rest in peace, Bray Wyatt. He scared the crap
Mhm.
out of me. I'm not gonna lie, that mask terrified me. I tell you, I'm a as much as I love the bad guys, like I liked what he did, but that mask really scared me for real. And so I'm like, ooh, more spooky characters. Okay, oh Lord, these masks are probably going to be grotesque. I think that they should debut them because we've had months and months of QR codes, so I think they need to do it sooner rather than later because they're kind of dragging it out. So I'm like, okay, let's.
Mhm.
I like payoff. I like storytelling, but we need a payoff. So I would
Right.
say I think they need to debut before SummerSlam, maybe Money in the Bank. Um, who are they going to be going up against? Who are they going to feud with? That I don't know. Who do you think they might feud with? Your face,
Um,
because I
Stay
literally
away from
don't
the
know.
bloodline for sure.
Yeah, don't do no.
No bloodline.
They need some mid carders. I'm sorry. I think we need to go to the mid card and work our way up.
What's that? God, the one that Paul Ellering is managing.
Oh yeah, the final
Final
test.
Testament.
Yeah,
They got
yeah.
the laziest pro wrestling shirts I've ever seen. Like whose idea was this? Go on them first, for
Yeah,
sure.
I like that. Spooky versus spooky. That's cool. I'm with it. I like it.
Start with that, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I like that. Even though Final Testament, I think they're going to need some more people though, because 6 or 5 versus you got
Um,
Cross and
well, yeah.
AOP. He don't need some more help because Scarlett doesn't wrestle and she's a woman. They need a man, don't they?
But we need another.
They
Trying to
need some
think what's another really big faction. I don't think there. I mean,
Judgment
the
Day.
Bloodline would not be a good choice. Judgment Day. How many people we got going on? Well, you know what? We got a
Yeah,
whole telenovela thing going on
that's
over
true.
there anyway.
And they're falling
Which is
apart
just
too. That's true.
yeah. I mean,
LWO.
I guess. Well, I was gonna. Okay, so those two are good choices. If they really want to break up Judgment Day, then they could have them have a feud with them, which ultimately put Wyatt Six over, and then Judgment Day just scatter and do whatever else they want to do on their own. In that way, it'll work. LW, I'm over it.
I
I don't know. I'm
I
over it.
want to like them, but they're another one like we've been saying. They don't give them enough storytelling. They just kind of put them on the screen, and yeah,
I want you
uh,
to like them. It's
literally,
not enough. It's not
yeah,
enough.
yeah. They don't. I agree. They don't do enough with them, and they don't really have any real leader anyway. Because it's kind of Rey Mysterio, but then it's kind of uh what's the other one? What's his name? Oh God,
Andrade?
not not Andrade, but the other. Oh God, what's his name? Oh, I can hear his music. Oh gosh, what's his name? He um he used to be with Rey Mysterio, but then he turned on him. Oh God, what is his name?
Escobar.
Escobar. Yes, he's kind of a
Oh.
leader. Like they don't really have a definitive leader. You know, like LWO,
Mm.
Legado del Fantasma, they kind of merge.
I,
You
I
know,
I wanted to like them, but it's just not enough. Not enough.
nah, it's not. Mm-mm.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Let me see. They screwed up LA Knight. He should be in the running to take the title off Cody. I don't care for LA Knight, but he's great for the business and he needs to hold a title in WWE.
I can see why you say that because I will say, well, I have said this. I feel like there has just been, I'm sorry, there's been a little bit too much butt kissing with Cody for me.
Mm,
Like no one's really come for his neck like that. Like he's a face. He's a face in the top of the company. People should be coming for him. No one's really coming for him like that. I would
right.
like to see. Remember when he had his little powwow kumbaya after his win? I would like some of those people who were standing in the ring to turn on him. LA
For
Knight did.
real.
So no one's turned on him. Like, is he the champ or what? Like, isn't that the whole thing? When you're at the peak, the only way to go is down, and everyone you have a target on your back. Like, none of that has applied to Cody. So yes, I would like to see that.
Interesting. David said Curtis Axel is Uncle Howdy.
Oh, I forgot about him. Hmm.
I never thought that would be the case.
It's not. Uh, Bo, Bo.
Curtis Axel is Mr. Perfect's son. I don't know where he's been all this time, to be honest with you. So
Oh,
I
right.
guess I don't know. We'll see.
We will. Yes, we will.
We'll see. Um, let's see. And since we're talking about Cody Rhodes, how you feel about Orange Cassidy? Because I feel like they're almost the same people. I cannot with Orange Cassidy. I cannot. I am so over it.
You
I
sound like Mitch. I
Orange Cassidy. I don't get it. I don't get it.
To be all the way real with you, I don't. I always feel like Orange Cassidy is an inside joke. Like he's the inside joke that I feel like everyone's laughing at me. Like you're like, what's so funny, guys? Like the hands in the pocket and the thumb. I always feel
Ugh.
like everyone's, and I'm like, I always feel like I'm missing something with him. Like I feel like I'm supposed to be laughing or cheering, but I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
He's another ex Ring of Honor guy too.
Oh, he is.
You know,
I didn't know that.
yeah, if you go back and look, you'll see the transformation. I feel
Your
like
face.
he was I don't even know why I'm recommending people to look back at Orange Cassidy stuff, but I mean, you can see the transformation. He just gets more annoying. That's
Oh,
what
dang.
happens. That's what
Dang.
happens. There was this one time he had like this weird ass dominatrix look thing that he was wearing, like wearing women's clothing. I was just like, bro, what is this? What
Yeah.
is this?
I gotta go see this. I
Um,
can't picture him in.
I'm telling you, I
Hmm.
think he's just always trying to be that type of guy who's funny, but he's not funny. Well, at least not to me. I can understand why the kids love him. Kids, they always find that wrestler that they like for whatever reason, like John Cena,
Mm-hmm.
and they like to dress up like them. You know how many shows I've gone to and I see little kids dressing up like Orange Cassidy? Anybody could dress up like Orange Cassidy. It's just so easy to do that. But at the
Right.
end of the day, it's just like he does the very same things that he does in the ring. I don't really see him do anything new, to be honest with you. All his matches feel the same to me.
True.
And then he does that thing with putting his hand in his pockets, give people little baby kicks, and then he does his 5 moves of doom and wins every
Yeah,
single time.
you're right. Kip ups, hands in pockets, and yeah.
Every single time. And I'm just like, is that it? What more?
What more?
What more? And
Yeah.
we played a game. So on my channel, for those of you who aren't subscribed, we do Jeopardy sometimes, and I did like a wrestling Jeopardy, and I have to put in my own research with putting these things together. And then I realized Orange Cassidy has had a title more than anyone else in the company. And I
Dang.
was just like, I'm putting the math together. I'm just like, Orange Cassidy.
Of
I
all the
couldn't even
people.
believe
Oh
Orange
dang.
Cassidy, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. I think he gets unlimited hugs to Tony Khan. Tony Khan probably invites him for dinner.
Unlimited hugs.
And it's something going on with Orange Cassidy. But
So
what we
weak.
saw was it last week or
Pepper.
um
So
didn't Will Ospreay pin Orange Cassidy to win that gauntlet match?
who did? Who pinned him?
Will Ospreay.
Yeah, he did. Or yeah, you're right. You're right. He did.
Whatever the situation is, Orange Cassidy looks like he's being replaced, and I'm okay with that. But then we gotta deal with someone else being annoying, and I just don't get the hype.
Being annoying.
I
I
don't.
I can see why you say that because you are correct. I agree with you in that uh ways that Orange Cassidy and Cody are very similar with the kids. That's true. I hadn't really thought about them, but I see now that you're saying that they are two people. I'm old school. I like devastating finishers. I like finishers where they're like, oh my god, he ain't getting up from that. Cody
Mm,
Rhodes is someone. My one of my biggest pet peeves with him is his finisher. If he's turning people over fast 3 times, and we're supposed to believe that that is just oh my god, oh it's over. No, it's not a
over.
RKO. It's not a Stone Cold Stunner. It's not even a rock bottom. Like I that's another thing about the champion. Like even Orange Cassidy, Orange Punch, like that's supposed to
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
incapacitate everybody,
I'm
and
not
he's like
convinced.
140 pounds. Like no sir, no,
Mhm.
no.
140 on a good day. Uh-huh.
No, like and I'm not saying everybody's going to be big. I get it. You got different size wrestlers. But even someone like let's say Ricochet for example, he it's believable when he lays somebody out. You're like, "Oh man, that's believable," even though he's not a big man. Or even like some of the you know, do you see what I'm saying? Like their moves are
Right.
just not like, oh my god, these moves set. Like the move set, I'm just like, okay,
Mm, yeah.
okay, all right. Okay. Well, all right. It's not like, oh man, that was crazy. Wow. Yeah, yeah,
I
okay.
know. It's not believable. And even when they put them in the ring with like a really big person and you see them still win, it's just like, well, how?
Right.
How?
That's exactly
And
right.
because I did my review yesterday for Rampage, and I was just saying, like Takeshita, he did like a rising knee strike to Penta for a win, and I'm just looking at it, I'm just like, not on Penta. If this was somebody else, maybe like certain people when you in the ring with,
Yeah.
you should be using a different finisher so people could believe it, you
Yeah.
know.
I do.
And
I agree with
a
you.
lot of people they just have maybe one or two finisher, and that's it. And it's just like, well, this doesn't look authentic when you use it on certain people. I don't
Bingo.
know.
That I completely agree with you. That's the one thing. Like, I'll take someone who's on the like stature wise on the smaller side. Someone like Ilya Dragunov. He's not super tall, but he's fierce. You know that dude is
Oh
crazy. Like he's
yes.
tough.
Oh,
His moves are
so
believable.
good.
Like his moves look like they could take down anyone of any size. But yeah, like Cody Rhodes, like even like they even like clowned him during WrestleMania. Remember when Roman did his own move on him and he's like, man, that move sucks. That move don't hurt nobody. I was like, it doesn't. His move, like we're
Oh
supposed to
my
believe
god.
this is the man that man, he's just laying out everybody. Like, no, it's not. If you have to do it
It's
3 times,
not.
it's not that good of a move. I'm sorry.
I agree.
No.
I agree.
And then yeah.
Mr. All Days Off, you're gonna get banned up in here for saying Orange Cassidy is the Undertaker. We don't do that over here.
I didn't even see that.
Mm-mm.
I didn't even see that. Oh no. Oh
Oh
no.
god.
Oh no.
For me, I really do feel like Cody Rhodes, maybe he's gonna have to switch some things up to really get people behind him. I know a lot of people say Cody should be a heel right now, and maybe that would help. I'm trying to imagine it, and I don't know how it would work out in WWE.
That is true. And Debbie, I do feel like he would be less corny as a heel because I feel like they force is forced niceness.
Mm-hmm.
He would be. I think he would be because you know I love me a good dastardly heel. I do think he would be more dastardly and more because he's kind of sneaky and conniving anyway. So he
Mm-hmm.
does heel things, and I guess maybe that's my irritation that he's presented to us as a face, but he does heelish things. You know, like
Mm.
he still be getting faced with interference. Okay, all right. What? Because think about it. What match of his televised match of his has he won clean as a champion?
Well,
None.
I mean, it hasn't been that long either. That's another thing too.
True. Backlash, he didn't win clean. And what?
Backlash, he messed up the finisher too. I
Yeah,
don't know if anybody was paying attention. 'Cause I know everybody was turned up over there, but
yes,
he
he
messed
did.
up that finisher. And that's the thing too. You're ending the show. You're in the main event. You're the champion. You shouldn't be messing up the very last seconds of your matches. You know, I'm not. I don't know. I couldn't. What, you want a cookie or something? You retain the title, but your finisher was messy as hell. No.
Very. Yeah, and even he's another example of someone like he's not as, injury prone as CM Punk, but he has like a history of like shoulder and pec issues. I'm like, maybe they need to change his finisher or his move set, because remember that match he had with Carmelo Hayes a few weeks ago where they like
Hmm.
crisscrossed, and the way he landed, he would look like he was in pain. I was like, maybe he might not need to do that move, or maybe I think it's okay for them to change up their move set if, like you say, he's getting older. He's about to be 39. I mean, maybe it's time to change these moves up if you're hurting.
Yeah, like every wrestler, like sometimes people only change things up if they become a heel or if they become a baby face.
That's
And it
true.
doesn't have to that doesn't have to be the case. Like you could literally in the middle of your run and just change things, especially if you want to improve, you want to get people behind you, you could change things up in the ring. So Cody Rhodes, I don't see it happening.
Mm-mm.
Him changing
Right.
things. Orange Cassidy is another one too.
No.
I don't see it happening.
Mm-mm. I do not. Even though I'm not gonna lie, I did think for a second there, I thought he might go with Don Callis and go heel. I was kind of pushing for that. I was like, okay, maybe.
I thought if he did that, that might help,
Yeah.
but I'll take Trent Beretta over
Yeah.
Orange Cassidy. I really would. We'll see what happens because Orange Cassidy ends up coming back later on that night to be in the gauntlet match, and he was messed up. He had his little band-aid on and everything, and I was just like, when I saw him, I was worried because I was like, he might win, but then Osprey obviously took the
Right.
win.
Right. When his
Tony
music
Khan,
hit,
I'm
I
not
was
gonna
like,
forgive you for this.
okay.
I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of great people on both of these rosters. There are some people I actually would just trade to go onto the other one. Ricky Starks, Wardlow, Ricochet, come on over. We'll see what we can
More
do for you. There's
please.
so many people. I just don't get it. Like you see, like the fans can see the star in them, but the company don't. I don't get that.
Yep, they're exactly right. And even people leaving WWE, like I will say, one that made me very happy. I was so glad to see Dolph Ziggler leave, because they
Oh
screwed him
yes.
over for about 5 years, 3, 4, 5 years. Oh, when he left, now he's the TNA champ. I'm like, oh, I'm so glad.
Collecting checks and not doing anything. I
No,
don't understand.
I
I
hated
don't.
it. Like
Perfect example of
yeah,
a company keeping somebody that they're not going to do anything with just to keep them, and it's just like y'all like just giving money. Y'all not going
right,
to just let people go. You're not going to do anything
yeah.
with them. I was glad.
Yeah,
I
very
was
glad.
glad.
That was a win, and especially him. He's also a little, up there in wrestling years. But he's got life left in him. He still looks
Absolutely.
great. He's got aura. I'm like, dude, use this man. He could have had one more title run. They could have let him have the U.S. title or
Absolutely.
something. But
Absolutely. Mustafa Ali, another one who's over there
yes,
doing it big right now. And
yes,
it goes to
indeed,
show you there is life after WWE because people think once you get there, that's it. That is not true.
that's true.
They're better off other places.
Absolutely. I have a controversial take on that. Someone that unfortunately, because of the way they booked her since she returned, I almost wish that Naomi had stayed in TNA where she
Oh,
was a
you're not the
champion.
only one. You're not the only
She
one. I
They
agree.
booked her better. She was a champion like she deserves to be.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why she came back. Like I get it. I know her husband's there, but I'm like, dang, she was booked so much better in TNA.
She was. She
Yeah.
was. And I don't know. I haven't been happy with her in back to WWE. It's
Mm-mm.
one of those things where who knows in a year's time or so she's probably going to look at things and be like, I was better off somewhere else. And I know a lot of wrestlers wherever they are, a lot of people are just not happy with wherever they are and want to be somewhere else, you know. And like I said, I'm glad there's more options for wrestlers to go to. There's more options for fans to go watch somewhere else. If you're not happy with one place, go watch somewhere else, you know? And I feel like certain wrestlers are not getting the best out of their contracts where they are. Naomi, I think she was better off in TNA.
She was. She was having better she also too, she's someone that I felt like WWE didn't do her right for so long that I'm like, dude, her leave was completely justified. But I was glad. I'm don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see her back on my TV. I like her. I think she has a great move set. I think she's super talented. But I'm like,
Hmm.
dude, I just feel in my spirit that they're not gonna do right by her. I'm like,
Oh
oh,
yeah,
I just I just I hate to see it.
absolutely.
I hate
And
it.
another one I am nervous about is Jade Cargill.
Yeah, me too. Me too. We're in a
They're
honeymoon
rushing it.
period.
They're rushing it with her for no reason. They
I
really are.
and even you know why they're doing it though. They are really pushing it along because you know they're trying to set it up for Bianca versus Jade at WrestleMania because it's money.
Right.
I get it, it's money, but what I would like to see, I feel like everyone is saying Jade should be the heel, but I actually feel the opposite. I feel like
Bianca.
Bianca should be the heel
I would
because
rather see that.
I feel like she has gone as far as she can go as a face, in my personal opinion. Like she's a squeaky clean face. She's super lovable. I would love to see her just go ham and be like this dastardly heel. I would love it. Versus, I would like to see Jade be a face because she was a heel in AEW. She's a face now, but I would like to see her go further as a face.
Right.
So
Right. And
my
when
fantasy booking.
Bianca is a heel, if that ever happened, Montez better join. I've been saying
Oh Lord,
Montez could be a monster heel. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here. They're just I don't know if they look at the crazy thing is that like you and I are sitting here talking about these things and we're watching, we're invested into the shows. Meanwhile, the company, they're putting these things together and not really going off of what the fans want to see. It's just always what they feel like they want us to want, you know? And it's like
true.
we don't want this. We can do so much better if they give us things that are not so predictable and take a chance, turn somebody heel. If it don't work out, you can rebuild them. Most people, I think you can rebuild. Sometimes it really depends. Like Wardlow, I don't think there's anything they can do. There's nothing we can do for our homie Wardlow. I really feel he needs to go.
They
And
dropped the
this is
ball with.
they dropped on it so many
That's what I was
times.
gonna
I
say.
don't
Yeah.
think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna work.
He's had so many false starts that they again they kind of they made it so that yeah this all the options like what if you try this, what if you try this, because like even what was it, maybe 2 months ago, 2 3 months ago, where he gave like the best promos of his career and it led to
Oh,
absolutely nothing. That made me so mad. I was like, how dare you, how could you do this? He had these
and
great promos and now what?
that one promo where I think it was the second one where
Mm-hmm.
he did the promo on Jericho. Jericho was supposed to be the
Yeah.
babyface in that situation,
Yes.
and he looked so much better. Like he basically turned to a babyface that night, and I was just like, "Wait a minute, AEW, we're not gonna do something with this."
He
Like
held his
Wardlow
own.
literally, I, and they
Because
just dropped the ball.
that was one of the big criticisms of him. People are like, "Oh, he's just big for no reason. He's not good on the mic." I'm like, "Yes, he is. Yes, he
Yes,
is.
he
He's great on
is.
the mic. He's fantastic." And he also can fly. A lot of big men can't fly. He can moonsault. He can get on
Yes.
the top
Oh
of a
my
ladder.
god,
I'm like, what do you not need to see in this? Like, what are you missing? I literally don't understand.
I'm
I
about to
like, did he
cry.
piss off someone backstage? Like, what is the deal?
I'm about to cry.
So it is
I
shameful. It's shameful.
um I personally don't know how things would work out if he went to WWE. I don't know, but I could see him going to TNA. I could
Yep,
see that.
I do agree with you
Um,
because unfortunately, you're right with the WWE let's be real, present day WWE. I agree. I still feel like he wouldn't get the time to shine that he deserves, which sucks.
right. I agree. I agree.
Poor man.
And there's some people from AEW that should go over. Uh WWE, come get Hook, come get him.
Yeah.
He can I think he could benefit from being on NXT. Well, before NXT, put him in a performance center. He got some things to learn first
Wait,
and then put him on NXT. And him going to the main roster, I don't know how things would work out. He gonna have to, be in NXT maybe like 2 years or so, see how that goes. But I don't know what we're doing with him. Ricky Starks, Lord have mercy. I don't know. I think
Mm.
AEW can probably try again with him, like for real this time, and maybe it could work out. If that's not the case, then I don't know how he would do on WWE main roster, but NXT I could see working out for him too.
I
There's
agree with you.
these young guys can jump ship, and I think would still be okay because they're really early in their careers still. And I feel like AEW having a lot of these young cats over there, they're not necessarily taking advantage of using these guys. I know a lot of people say AEW is just a place for ex WWE wrestlers or whatever, and a little bit more and more, it's starting to feel like, okay, yeah, focusing more on the more established wrestlers that has had a lot of success in their career. The New Japan people are coming over, Mercedes, Okada,
Mm.
Will. At one point, New Japan's gonna be like, all these people don't went to your company and left us. This door is closed. The forbidden door is closed.
I was thinking about
So
that too. Shoot, and even with Tama Tonga and Tamaloa in WWE.
Jay White, come
Yep.
on now. They lost some big people in less
Yeah.
than a year. I
Yes.
would say like the past 6 months.
Yeah.
That's just six
That
months we're talking about.
I
And
definitely thought about that. They about to close that
ooh,
door. Like, God, no.
not so good. Yeah, the door gonna be closed soon. But in the meantime, there's a lot like because Dolph Ziggler, he left and he's been doing a lot in Japan too. Like a lot
Mhm.
of people have never even gone over to Japan, and Japan is a really great place to get some experience in. So Ricochet leave, Ricochet, people gonna be
Yeah.
calling.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
That
for sure.
phone
For
will
sure.
not stop ringing.
Oh, yeah.
He will have no problem going somewhere else. And I'll say this though, if he would leave or anyone else leave, I think it's great for him to test the waters with different things before making a decision. Dolph Ziggler, he chose TNA really quick, I think.
Mhm.
Really quick, but he's allowed to also wrestle in other places. So that
Yeah.
works out still.
Yeah.
Ricochet, I think if he leaves, don't rush to choose where you want to be and get stuck in like in a contract with AEW and they don't do nothing with you, you
Oh,
know?
I know, right? Now, I will say that one thing that does sadden me about Ricochet is if he leaves, he might take Samantha Irvin with him,
Oh,
and that would break my heart because she's good. She's good at her
I don't
job.
know.
Because ain't they
I
about to get
don't
married?
know.
I hate to say this, but if they break up, then let her stay. I like her. She's a great announcer. She's fantastic. I want them
Oh
to be happy,
man.
but I'm jealous. Not jealous. I'm selfish. I want her to stay because she's so good at her job. I like
I
him too.
mean,
But, you know,
because you see more couples, being at different promotions, and I don't know how it works out for them, like personally, but I could imagine being in the same promotion with somebody that you're in a relationship with works out better. But if your partner is not happy with where they are, if they're not getting the best out of their career, I mean, everybody be getting older by the day. Ricochet, he ain't gonna be doing all those things that he's doing right now.
that's true.
Years he
Because
has
isn't
to
he
find
in?
some.
He's in his mid 30s too, I believe. He's not super
um,
young.
I think so.
He's.
But
I
still,
think
I feel like he's not being used to. I mean, come on, you're not even
no.
walking around with this little Twitter title. Like, come on, this is
Twitter title.
crazy.
Oh man, no. It's a 3 minutes like that. Come on now.
Oh, I don't like the concept. It's
I don't
very
either. I
it's
don't.
still kind of like squash match to me. I
Yeah.
don't like to see quick matches.
Yeah,
Not
and
I'm over it.
speaking of squash matches, that's I immediately think of Bronson Reed. He's another one that he should be
Oh.
booked better as a big man. He definitely, yeah. Okay, Ricochet's 35. I thought he was, more advanced wrestling age, if you know what I mean. Which still so
Mm-hmm.
crazy to say. Like 35 is not old, but in wrestling years, I do think that he definitely should go somewhere else. But I agree, wherever he goes, I hope it's somewhere where he can be used appropriately. Because if he goes to AEW, like you said, and is booked the same as he is now, that's a lateral
Oh.
move. That would be terrible.
I'm worried for him if he goes over there. That's why I say don't rush to sign anywhere. he can go to Japan. He's been there. He would be well received, I think. And then, give it some time and then pick something.
Yeah.
I'm afraid, like certain people, I just feel like, so like, okay, you mentioned Bronson Reed, and at first I was kind of like, oh, okay, a Samoan that's not booked to be in the bloodline. And then now I'm just like, maybe you better off with the bloodline because they're not doing nothing with you. He can get something out of that. But at the same time, it's just like certain people like Wardlow, you kind of worry because it's like he's a big dude. A lot of wrestling companies look at booking big dudes the very same way. So this is why I was feeling a little worried about Braun. We'll see. We'll give a little bit of time, see what happens with that. Um, Something tells me like, him, obviously coming from a wrestling family, they might put a little bit more attention on him and try to book him right in comparison to other big dudes. But I can't see somebody like Wardlow stepping over there and being booked to I don't know, be a future world champion. I don't see it.
Do you mean Braun Breaker?
Yeah.
You were you were saying Bronson Reed. I was like, is he from a wrestling family
Oh
too?
no.
I was like, that.
No,
I was
not
like,
Bronson, not Bronson. No, what I was saying was that
you
Bronson
meant Braun
could
Breaker.
do the
Yeah,
whole
I
thing
got
over there. But then
you. Yeah,
Braun, who's
for
also
sure.
a big dude,
Yeah.
I'm worried about him too.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Absolutely. I completely agree. Because I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, because I know Bronson Reed is Samoan. I was like, wait, is he related to the Anawais and the Fatus as well? I mean, I wouldn't be
No,
surprised.
but they could write it in, I
They
guess.
could.
But
Yeah,
yes,
he's
because
Samoan.
honestly, they're not doing anything with him,
No.
and it's one of those things where it's like, oh god, so we talked about this on my channel before about try to refrain from putting blacks with blacks and Latinos with Latinos and stuff like that. But the bloodline works.
Yeah,
And
I
if
was,
it's getting
yeah,
over, put them
yeah.
on. And I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with
But
I
if
don't mind it.
throwing him on something that doesn't work will be a problem for him. And
Yeah.
I think they could fit him in.
For sure.
I
They
really
definitely
do.
could. Yeah, and he's an agile big man as well. They definitely could. I know some
Very.
people say they don't like that, but honestly, I don't. I know it sounds really bad. I don't mind the race-based factions if they work. Like you said, like the bloodline, they really are related for real. Like, okay, that makes sense. Family with family. Or like damage control. Like, okay, you've got Asuka and Kyrie. They were partners for in back in the day. It doesn't really bother me if it makes sense. Now, I don't think you should just put random people together. Like I wouldn't say,
Mm,
put I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but all the current race-based factions I could think of, I'm like, but they work. So I'm like, hey, if
right.
it works, I
Right.
don't think we should do diversity just for the sake of diversity. Don't just put,
Right.
like if it works, hey, yeah,
Yeah, I think so. I think it could possibly work. More guys on the team. Like even when you have a team, everybody could still stand out for something different. My perfect example of that is BCC. BCC, they are a group, but they all got their own things going on for themselves. Sometimes they tag together, sometimes they're doing their own thing, and it's still work. They're still a strong group. Meanwhile, it's not the same for other people. Like when Swerve was with the Gates of Agony and Brian Cage, nothing went up for the other three members, but Swerve went up. And I get it. Not taking anything away from Swerve, but it's like you're gonna do something big with Swerve, but you don't take everybody along the ride with them, which is crazy. They did that with Jay when she had the baddies, all these beautiful black
yeah,
women, beautiful women of color in a group with her. They did nothing with those girls.
yeah. I agree with you
Nothing.
on that. I agree. And you could I, it's like the Beyonce and Destiny's Child effect. Like, yeah, it
Yep.
was very obvious. Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh man, horrible. Horrible. Like I really do feel like factions are supposed to help each other, you know? And it just it's crazy to see how you're not going to expect everybody to have the same level of success. No, but to be a group, they have to rise together in a way, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
If you just leave like all those girls that was with Jade, Ain't
Yeah.
nothing really going on for them right now, which is crazy. And they're
Red
all
Velvet.
great.
She's a great one. She's rarely even on TV. Like what the heck, man?
Yeah,
Like she's
yeah.
talented too.
Here
Like
and
I
there, they call her up on Ring of Honor and say, "Hey,
every now and
we
again.
we we paid your contract. You're gonna have to show up."
Yeah.
And who else was on there? There was
Okay,
somebody
we
else
had
on there.
Kiera Hogan.
There we go. Kiara. Okay,
We
she is
had
another one, really talented.
she is talented.
Oh,
There's the girl, oh god,
Layla.
Diamante, Layla. Yeah.
Layla was one of them. So Layla, she's actually, well, I don't know if she's still signed with them, but she's with OVW. She's been over
Okay.
there. She's actually, since she's been in the baddie, she's been a women's champion for that promotion. But
Oh,
they've sprinkled her in here and there, Ring of Honor this year, and
hmm.
she lost every time.
Dang. Well, speaking of winning and losing, it bothers me deeply that Athena has been the champion forever and she's never on freaking TV. It pisses me off so bad.
Oh man.
How is your forever champion not on TV? What? Put that woman on
I
TV.
my theory with that is I think okay, some of the best women's matches I seen last year, Athena was on, and it breaks my heart that most people didn't see him because it was on Ring of Honor, and I really do feel like if they brought her over onto the AEW roster, then she would show up and show out on a lot of these girls that they want to be on top over there. That's that's what it is.
I see what you're saying. That's true. That's
That's
solid.
what it
That's
is.
which is unfortunate. But yeah, you're right about that. It's just it sucks because I she was another one that I always felt like WWE didn't use her appropriately, and like
Mm,
now she is the champion, and I'm like, dang, and I can't even see her. Maybe I do need to subscribe to Ring of Honor because I don't subscribe. I don't watch it, but
I
I
I
always
can't
like
recommend it to be honest with you.
her.
Can't tell you no, can't tell you yes, but I can't recommend it. I watch it every week. I've been doing reviews since they started with the company. Even before then, I was reviewing their pay-per-views before they actually started doing the weekly shows. They started off really strong, and then I don't know. I cannot tell you what happened.
Dang,
Actually, after the pay per view last December, Ring of Honor got so strong that it was better than Dynamite some days. And you, yes, you can ask some of the people in my chat. We preferred it over Dynamite some of those episodes, and then all of a sudden it got bad again. And now
dang,
we're at this point where it's just like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm forcing myself to get through the shows.
dang, man.
Crazy,
Uh, I feel
crazy.
like wrestling as a whole, I feel like is in this weird place right now. It's just like this weird energy both in WWE and AEW that it's like everything we've been saying. It's like it's some some people, in my opinion, some people are on top that shouldn't be. The people that should be on top are not. Other people we don't see them at all. It's just so weird. It's hard to explain. It's so weird.
And the crazy thing is that with pro wrestling, unlike other sports, we don't have off seasons. And with that, I think the companies look at it as in we keep people on top even longer because of that. So it's like at any given time of the year, you can turn on wrestling and stop watching and come back to it, and it's the same people on top. Like it's like, where's everybody else?
That's so true. That is
Really
so
weird.
true.
I like how
Absolutely.
everybody's been crying about Becky, and y'all was all mad when she won the title a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I okay. So I'm gonna just say it. I know I'm probably get some backlash for this one, but Becky Lynch is someone that I feel like, in my personal opinion, her best days are behind her. In my 2 cents, I feel like
Mhm.
she. I feel like I don't see her topping her past at this point in her life. I do not see her having a future run that is better than her previous ones. So
Mhm.
she's not someone that I'm like, renew her contract. I need to see her on my TV right now. Then I'm like, okay, they haven't renewed her contract. I'm like, that's cool. She's cemented her legacy.
Mhm.
She's a future Hall of Famer. I'm like, that's cool. And like we're saying, there's so many other women. Like, why do we need to keep promoting people who have already made their legacy? I guess that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Like, why not bring up some other people? Like, there are all these new NXT call ups. Like, Lyra Valkyria's killing it. You know, you got there's many more to come. You know, you got uh she
And
was
even women that was
what's her
already on the roster. Like in my
yeah,
opinion, she already peaked, but
yeah,
I do still feel like she got more to give, but she's the best I think
yeah,
is already behind her. And
yeah.
then,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
as a mom, I could
Yeah,
relate to
yeah,
just going home and being with your family. Her husband's already home, baby home. Why
yeah,
not? You got an opportunity to just leave it behind and just enjoy your family. And the
yeah.
fans act like you owe them something to renew that contract, and it's just like I don't owe you nothing.
She made her money. Like she gonna be rich no matter what. Like she's fine. She's still a future Hall of Famer. I just don't feel like I need to see her wrestle every week. I don't feel like I need to see that.
Hmm. I
And it's
agree.
not that I dislike her. It's just that it's other. I will say it's other people I would like to see have their moment to shine.
Right. And that's going back to always seeing the same people on top. Now with her out the way, with Charlotte out the way, we can see other people shine. We can see other people
Bingo.
shine.
It was
You
on the
know,
tip of my tongue. I was gonna say because Charlotte was
I'm
on top
telling
for
you,
15 years. Like
I
okay, there's other
am
people.
dreading Charlotte coming back because I'm just like, oh God, what are we gonna do?
You don't.
Who's gonna get left behind so Charlotte can be in the forefront?
Yep. And
I don't know.
honestly, that's how I felt like they were getting. I hate to say this, but I felt like they were starting to do Rhea like that. She was
Mm,
becoming the next Charlotte. You know, she was on top for a long time, and they basically built that whole Australian pay per view around her. And I'm like, okay, she's good, but there are other people that. She's good. Like I think you can think someone is good, but also think that other people should have their moment as well. You know, I think both
absolutely.
things can be true. Like, okay, there's other people. Okay,
Ah
that's how it'll
man,
run around. Like
we'll
Liv,
see.
I like seeing Liv as champ. I know a lot of people don't like her, but I like Liv. I felt like
It's gonna it's
she
gonna
deserved
take a little
something.
bit with me. I think the whole thing with her and Dominic, I think people saw it a mile away.
Hmm.
I don't know. I felt like I saw it coming, and I'm not bothered by it or whatever. I was surprised to see her win the title though.
Hmm.
Becky, and I knew it when I was watching the pay-per-view. I was like, they got this Britney Spears thing going on, and I kept saying it, and nobody in the chat was like
I said
getting
that
where I was
too.
coming from. And
What?
then
Oops, I did
it
it
turned out
again.
right,
Yeah.
it turned out to be that was the case. But then I was just like, all right, Becky, she's gonna win this. And she didn't. And I think a lot of people was very surprised by that. Now
Really?
Liv, we'll see what she does. I'm just not on the bandwagon yet. I don't know. I think it's gonna take some time. I don't I don't think a lot of people have connected with her, especially when people are just like, you're the reason why mommy's out, and it's like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see
That's
what they do.
interesting for me because I feel like they did not lean into the fact enough that that Rhea is the one who put Liv out for like they've mentioned it, but they don't really harp on the fact that Rhea put Liv out. So I just saw it as justice. I'm like, she put her out, she injured her, an arm for an arm. I'm like, and it's not that I dislike Rhea. I like Rhea. I do. She's very tough. She's a great competitor. But I personally never liked the whole mommy thing with Dom because I don't like Dominic. I found it very corny. I was not feeling it with the dominatrix thing. To me, it was very cringy. So I didn't care for that. I like to watch her wrestle, but the thing with Dom, I'm like, girl, please. It just did not do it for me. So
So
I don't like that gimmick. I'm sorry.
I get it. I am very against recycling storylines. Like, there are
Yeah.
like billions of books in the world, and they're not all the same story. So you mean to tell me that y'all been around for all these years and we got to recycle storylines to get
Right.
people over? No. In
Yeah.
the end, I think it worked out for them, but at first, that could really kind of push you away from enjoying a storyline where it's like, if I want to see, Eddie and
Right. In
China,
China.
there's clips for that,
Yeah. And they're especially when
and
they're
I didn't
doing
like
it
it.
bar for bar. I'm like, it's bar for bar,
Oh,
word for word. Like I'm like, they're real heavy handed. It's not subtle because sometimes it's subtle. Like the thing they did
right.
with AJ Styles on SmackDown, that was a little bit more subtle. You know, we know it as wrestling fans, but to a newer fan, it was a little bit more subtle. To me, I
Right.
thought it was a little bit more subtle. But yeah, the whole Rhea and Dom thing, I'm like, this is very heavy handed. Like she's wearing the same outfits, I'm like,
Yes, it was.
okay, I
Yeah,
get it.
I'm huge on creativity. Like, surprise me. You know, I
Yeah,
don't want to see the same things going on. Like, there's so many things that you can do to make something interesting without having to take from something you've already previously done, you
yeah,
know? And I think they look at it as in, well, a lot of our fans, they probably don't remember that happening or maybe never even saw it. So we can do it again. And it's like, no, no.
we
Just
do
like when
remember though.
Adam Copeland was talking about on a interview how they didn't want to bring Gangrel back for WrestleMania 39 because nobody will remember him. Are you kidding me? You think we don't
What?
remember stuff? Oh my
What?
god.
I love the Brood entrance. It was incredible.
One of the
What?
most iconic entrants in
Yeah.
wrestling history.
Oh man, I remember
And
the
you think that
music.
we wouldn't remember?
Yeah, he used to spit the blood out. Like, who could forget? Like, are you serious? The heck no. No, no, no.
Really interesting. Really interesting. And it makes me feel like so I've always been I don't want to say against, but I've never been a fan of like the whole Hall of Fame thing or whatever because I think WWE because they've been this entity on its own that they pick and choose what they want to celebrate, what they want to put out there. They pick and choose it all. The Hall of Fame thing is nothing but who we want to be over there versus who deserves to be on it. Y'all want to talk about Benoit, whatever? Sure, he not on it, whatever. That's fine. But everybody else, I don't get it. Y'all wait till people to die to put him on that Hall of Fame.
Facts. I do agree with you. They are it is very interesting how they choose the Hall of Fame because like even this year, I thought it was weird. I was like, okay, one of the main things that got under my skin, I'm like, okay, how is it with that all of the Rock's peers are in there, okay? You got Edge in there. You got pretty much all his contemporaries are in there. The Rock's not in there, but rather than just put him in there, you have him taking Muhammad Ali's belt. I was like, what are we doing? Just put the man in the damn Hall of Fame, okay? Just put him
This
in
is
there. That was so convoluted
strange.
to me. It
A
was
lot
like a
of
consolation prize, girl. I don't know. I don't know what it
weird
was
people,
called.
and then The Rock inducting his grandmother
Yeah,
in, and it was
yeah.
just like, oh, convenient that
Just put
you're
him
part
in
of the
there.
whole TKO board or whatever. Now it's time to put your people. Like, I get it, but it's just like there's so many people who should be in, so many people who should be out, and I don't understand. I know a lot of people expected Bray Wyatt to be in, and I personally did not expect it.
No, me either.
Um, I
I did.
didn't. Well, at least I didn't expect it right after he had passed away. Let's
Yeah,
be honest. Like, I think he was great, but we can't just be like somebody died. Let's put him on. That's not. That's not
yeah.
really how it should be. You know what I mean?
I
So
do. I
I
agree with you.
I
I
thought it was. I don't know.
I
Weird
didn't think
choices.
it's definitely weird choices. I agree with you. I had no, there was not even an inkling in my mind that they were going to do it because I hate to say this, but I felt like they needed to kind of make amends because okay, for how long? Okay, because we remember he got let go, right? They kept him off TV for the longest. It was well known that he had issues with, you know, they were like they had issues with him with his weight and like him Vince had issues with him and creative issues, like it was well known that there was
Right.
issues. And so I had a feeling that okay, they came out with a documentary. I felt like they needed to make amends kind of with the family before they put him in the Hall of
Mm,
Fame, because we we can't erase that. Like remember when they let him go in 2020 and then eventually brought him back? Like I felt like they needed to kind of patch things up before they put him in there.
right.
So I didn't see that
Right.
coming so soon. I felt like that would be kind of odd and kind of obvious. I'm like, don't they need to kind of build this up a little bit more? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Right. And probably even if they did consider it, I can see the family like, no, not
yeah,
right now.
I
They
can see
didn't have barely have time to grieve, and y'all just putting him out there for the Hall of Fame. I don't know. I don't
yeah,
know. I
because
don't think it
you're
would have been
right.
great.
Because who would induct him? I hit at this at that point. I don't think. I mean, JoJo is still struggling, as she should be. Like I can understand.
Right.
I cannot see any of them getting up there and talking about him without falling apart. Like I bet that
Right.
would be
It'd be
extremely
really
difficult.
difficult.
Yeah,
I don't think I would have liked that. Give them
yeah,
some time. You know, you never truly get over losing somebody, but just
yeah.
months later, I don't think that would have worked out. You
And it's
know,
still very, very
and
fresh.
at the same point, we have Rey Mysterio who got inducted. Like that's a space for. I'm sorry, Ray, you great, but that's a space for somebody else. You knew you were still gonna be in the ring. Why? Why?
Yeah, I have to agree that that seemed like an interesting choice when, like you said, he's still in the ring. I'm like, why? They do things weird. Like some people that are still wrestling are in there. Some people should. You're right. Other some are in there that shouldn't be. Some people are not in there that should be. It's very political. I would say
Very,
very
absolutely.
political.
And then at the end of the day, too, like if you end up having some type of issues with WWE by the time you left or part ways, whatever situation is, then we don't see, we don't even see clips of certain people. Like almost like they almost try to erase or try to make you forget about certain people that's had history there. And I don't understand. Y'all
Yeah,
don't mind showing Ric Flair and wrinkly ass Hulk Hogan, but everything else, I mean, it doesn't like if y'all gonna keep certain people from having this legacy, you gotta do it for everybody. Everybody else who's all messed up, do it on them too. Y'all picking and choosing whose legacy y'all want to save, and
you're right
that's
about
the
that.
truth.
For sure. That editing team, like they be on it. Like you if something comes out that things have gone left, they will edit you out of that intro. They will edit you out in a heartbeat. Like remember when Sasha and Mercedes and Naomi were going, they shut me
Whew,
out that same night, like boop, out of the intro. That editing team, they're in there like clickety clack, up, edit, boop, gone tonight. Gone.
crazy. That also reminds me of when they did the Dark Side of the Ring episode of Ric Flair. They knew this. What year the whole plane ride from hell happened? I forgot what year it happened. They
Oh
knew
man.
about the whole entire time. But the second that episode came out and there was a lot of backlash, they took Ric Flair out the was it Raw intro? And I was just like, oh, y'all knew about this all these years, but we taking him out the intro now because people are talking about it.
Or shoot,
Y'all
let's be
knew.
real. Even with Vince McMahon, like there were allegations against him for many, many years, but it took this most recent lawsuit. It's honestly, it's kind of like Diddy. Let's be real. Like you,
Mm-hmm.
rumors for decades and decades and decades, and then finally, when it gets hot, you're like, okay, all right, pull the
Absolutely.
plug. They let it slide for a long time, and yeah, I'm like, these people been
It's
wilding for
crazy.
decades, and
And
now you want to do something?
absolutely. And Ric Flair, that plane ride from hell isn't the only complaint that WWE has had against Ric Flair over the years. So they've always known. They've always known what type of dude Ric Flair is. And even they've always known what type of dude Vince McMahon is. And they did nothing about it. It's when not only is it out in the media and not just amongst wrestling fans, but all these media taking the story and blowing it up and bringing it to the attention of people who aren't even fans. That's when
Yep,
they step in and do something.
yep.
Barely anything. I mean, if taking somebody off the intro was enough, then I guess.
I
I don't
know.
know.
It is kind of messed up. That yeah, that's exactly right. But it is. Let's be real. It sounds like when it started to impact that bottom line, now that they're publicly traded, now
Uh-huh.
because I'm sure you've seen it's for many years. A lot of the women, in particular, who have left have said things for years. Like Sable, a lot of girls have or
Oh
ladies have had
yeah.
lawsuits,
Oh
and
man.
Gail Kim talked about how awful Vince was. Lots of people have talked about how he was. But you're right, that was within kind of within the company and within the IWC, within the galaxy, but or the universe. But
Hmm.
you're right, once it got to Fox News and CBN, CNN, and Wall Street Journal, it's like, oh shoot, this is costing us money. Oh no, we
Yeah.
don't condone their actions. You're like, okay, okay,
Hmm.
yeah.
David, we're not talking about that plane crash. We're talking about the plane ride from hell. Mr. Aldazov got it May 5th, 2002, when they had y'all don't want me to go into it because not just Ric Flair, y'all don't want me to talk about your homie Scott Hall, who was also into the whole sexual assault thing too.
Yes, he
He
was.
had allegations against him and all that stuff, and nobody wants to talk about that stuff because we grew up loving these guys, and it's just like, hey, if they are a piece of shit, it is what it is. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And nobody likes to talk about those things. Why? Because I hear all the time, "Oh, that's just Ric Flair. That's just Rick." What do you mean that's just Rick? What? Crazy,
And
crazy.
it is terrible. Like and like we kind of said earlier with like him and Hulk Hogan, this sounds bad, but because they are still living, because they're still here, and because they are so synonymous with the business, it is
Hmm.
kind of awful. It's almost like you can't get rid of them. Like you can take them out of the intro, but you can't erase from people's minds the impact that they've had on the
Absolutely.
business. And it is unfortunate. Like I do feel for anyone who's been victimized, but it does suck that it's kind of like they're so larger than life that like you can't make
Yeah, that
everybody
is
hate them.
true.
You know,
That is
it's
true. So,
unfortunate.
oh man, the crazy thing is, like, somebody asked me earlier today, like, what's my Mount Rushmore of wrestling?
Mm.
And I could say Ric Flair based off what he's done, but I'm like, I don't want to give this guy any credit for anything because he's a freaking monster. Sorry, excuse my language, but these guys are horrible. Hulk Hogan's another one. They should have let Roman Reigns beat his record, but whatever.
Okay.
Um, and there's like a lot of people where it's like you can glorify their career. Chris Benoit's another one, phenomenal wrestler, but what he did,
Oh, no.
absolutely unforgivable. It's just I can't wrap my head around it. But phenomenal wrestler. You know, you can't take those things away. However, people have to understand that um some people can't separate the character that you see on TV away from that real person, you know? And it's just like you just think that if they just had this amazing career with wrestling that they're amazing people in real life. That's not true.
It's
That's
true.
not true. And a lot of people they just put these allegations or stories behind because they're just like, well, Vince McMahon, like what are we gonna do with Vince McMahon? He touched you? What are we gonna do about that? Ric Flair touch you? What are we gonna do about that? You know, they don't care because these guys had amazing careers. That's not enough.
It's true.
Not enough. And then they look at these people of power too. You know,
Yeah.
same thing with Diddy. Diddy having a lot of money. They equate having a lot of money with being powerful. And in this case, this is where we get back to these women taking money to buy their silence and things like that. And it's unfortunate that it gets to that point, but you still can't be like, because I love so and so as a wrestler, that we should forgive whatever it is that they've done, horrible things that they've done, which is just weird.
Absolutely. And I think we also have to keep in mind, like, especially with someone like Diddy, let's be all the way real. It goes a little bit deeper than that. Like the fact that he has been for decades speculated to have something to do with people's unalivings, is it
Mm,
really so hard to believe that you might take money to be quiet because it might be money or your neck? Is it really so
Lord.
hard to believe? Like he's one in particular, like these are rich, powerful men, these are billionaires. Do you really think that you know, I just think I think it's naive for people to say, "Oh, well, she's just making things up." Like, don't you think you have a lot more to lose going up against these extremely powerful men? Like, you really
Right.
think that someone's, you're
Right.
going to get your name dragged through the mud. You might even lose your head. They're going to disgrace your name, disgrace your family. Like, do you really think people would put up all of that and risk your life just allowing everybody? Yeah, seems far fetched to me.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. You know, I get it. We love these guys. They always say never meet your heroes, you know? And I mean, some of y'all, I don't know, like I had planned to had see Sting a few months ago.
Oh no, you did he
But
do
work is
something?
being no, not
I'm
Sting.
sorry, I
No,
mean
he
to
didn't do
interrupt you,
anything.
but I was like, no, not Sting too, not Sting, not
No,
Sting.
so what happened was, you know, my job was being a little weird about the vacation days, but
Okay.
they're not gonna stop me from going to my shows this summer. But so they had a deal where it's like you could see Sting and Ric Flair. And I'm looking at the ticket, I'm like, why would I waste money to see this dude? You know,
Dang.
and I'm just like, no, if no, I'm sorry. I get it. Rick definitely has one of the best careers in pro wrestling. If you count if you don't count like those last few years. Um, I get it, but it's just like no, no way. I can't.
I understand where you're coming from. Like I see Jeffrey, he said, "Look what happened to Drew." But Drew, I think honestly, he might not be the best example because I think as much as people might not like
Drew.
Rhonda, Drew Gulag. I think
Oh, Lord, they talking about Drew
no,
McIntyre.
not
I'm
Drew.
about to
I
say.
know, right? Oh no, not him. God, I hope no, with Drew Gulak, I think she might actually got vindicated with that because remember it came out that they were saying that he was intentionally hurt, injuring people or intentionally targeting injuries, and that he was reprimanded for that. So honestly, I think her allegations against him might not be too far fetched.
I'm a little confused though, because she said that he pulled on her pants string. Is that what
This
she said?
that's what she said, but basically it seemed like basically that he was kind of like a sketchy dude, and like
Uh-huh.
with it coming out that like he was like intentionally injuring people and being underhanded, and that he was to me it just seems like if you how you do anything might be how you do everything. So I kind of believe that that might not be too far fetched if it was so
Mm-hmm.
bad that he got reprimanded by HBK himself. I'm like,
Yeah, and they let him go too.
yeah, I'm like maybe
They
she
let him
wasn't
go.
lying. We don't know. I wasn't there, but Rhonda is someone too. I wish she would stop talking. She should stop talking.
Uh,
Stop talking.
I agree. I agree. I have not sided with her with a lot of things that she said about, like, she comes off another person where it's like you were successful in your previous career and then you jump to pro wrestling, see what you can get out of it. But she's never, in my opinion, seemed like an ally of pro wrestling. She said negative things about pro wrestling where it's just like what are you in it for, you know? And if something inappropriate happened or whatever to her, like that's something different. But a lot of people, they don't feel her like that. I'm one of those people.
I feel like Rhonda, it's unfortunate that such a fall from grace. I honestly I feel sad for her because if you followed her career, like this woman was like the the darling of the MMA world. Like she was as high as you could go. She was the champion. Like she was just such. How do you fall so far? I'm like, dang woman, like what in the world? It's someone said, was you the writer of AEW? What did he say? Someone said, Martina, if you was the writer of AEW, what would you do with like women with like Anna Jay? I like Anna Jay. I think that they need to do a better job of giving the women actual real stories and meaningful feuds, and not just give them 2 minute matches and then it's wrap. Like I feel like it feels very procedural. It's like, but give them stories. I like Anna. It's a lot of
Right.
girls like her that I'm like, they're talented, they're young. Like, give them stories. Make us invested in these matches. That's
Right.
what.
And you only see them once a night too, which is crazy. I
Yeah,
don't understand that. If I have men and women on my roster, it really still would depend on how many women, but two matches at least
at
seems
least.
fair to me. I don't get why one match per show is even acceptable.
Yeah, especially when you have such a big roster. Like, is that not what? Oh, this is a stacked roster. Well, put them out there then. Come on.
Yeah, really interesting. I personally, I feel like there's a lot of people over there, and and another thing too is with this forbidden door being open with now not just New Japan but CMLL, also Stardom, a lot of people who are on the AEW roster are going to get pushed back so that they can be able to showcase those other guys and girls from the other companies too. So it's going to get a little bit weird, I think. We're going to get some good stuff, but it's going to get weird.
That's true.
Ricky Starks, I don't know, baby. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Wardlow.
No, if Ricky's not in this TNT thing, I think this is wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild.
And I know we keep saying them too, but they have been put in like a similar boat of nothingness. Because remember, even Wardlow said a few months back that he was at home for 4 months, and Ricky's been at home for how long? It's like I
Yeah,
don't know, man. I want everyone to have their moment to shine, but that's too. I'm rooting for them. I'm always root. I'm a root. I'm always looking at their stories and looking. I'm like, dude, like when are they gonna have their moment, man?
right. Right. Too many shows. He has too many shows and not able to put everybody on.
Mm-mm.
Really weird. And I'm very against this. Like how they have like a brand split in WWE. I'm really against. I feel like if you're a really great booker, you don't need to split your roster.
Mm. That's a
And
unique perspective.
um, I really do feel like Tony probably should not do that. If he does this, only for Ring of Honor, where you have a set roster for Ring of Honor, but I would still allow a few people from AEW to help elevate that roster. That's the only exception. But other than that, Collision, Rampage, Dynamite, we don't need to separate it. Tony Khan, there's just something, man. I don't know.
I get what you're saying though, because even in WWE, like to me, they don't honor it, so I don't really get what the big deal is anyway. Like we saw the draft this year that, could, as you say, could have been an email. Like
I'm
that,
telling you, waste of
it,
time.
yeah, they want it to be a bigger deal than it really is. Like we know when they want to have somebody have a feud, they will make it happen. People jump, so they don't.
Absolutely.
It's not really. They don't stick to it enough for it to be as big of a deal as it's made to be, in my opinion.
Mr. Holidays says, I got a question. We could have a brand executive pay per views back since there are only 5 matches per PLE nowadays. Brand exclusive PLEs can happen in arenas and combined PLEs happening in stadiums. Hmm. Um, so I am noticing that it's less matches, but so I feel like they're still making good use of their time. And how long was the last pay per view? Was that like 4 hours or close
The
to?
WWE,
Yeah, for the King and Queen pay per view. I
yeah,
think it was close to that.
yeah.
And not Forbidden Door. What's the last one they just did? Double or Nothing. Minus the pre show was close to that amount of time too. Tony Khan, I don't know why you feel like you have to give some of those matches could have been off. Orange Cassidy and them, we need to see y'all. Hook, we didn't need y'all. Chris Jericho, like those things that we already seen didn't need to be on the pay-per-view.
Mm-mm.
And even though I feel like they always give us great matches, it's like when you keep seeing things back to back to back to back, you're just like, oh my god, how can I sit through this, too much is too much. And then you're paying all that money for it too, now you feel like I have to sit through this to get my money's worth.
Right,
It's
right,
not
right.
worth it. It's not
I
worth it. You see WWE with 5 match, now the 5 match thing, I was just like, well, wait, that didn't include the pre-show, right?
No, I think you're right. I think it was because the match on the
Because
pre-show was Bianca and Jade, and then I think you're right. It was 5 on the actual PLE itself. I think that's right.
right, so 1 or 2 matches on a pre-show I think is fine. The ones that are not too much of a big deal, to be honest with you, the tag titles on Bianca and Jade, I felt like should have made it on the main card.
I agree.
I
Titles,
um,
yeah,
weird. I don't think titles should be on a pre-show.
I agree with
I
you.
really don't.
Just like for was it this one or was it the last one where Jay White had a pre-show match where I'm like, what? That should
Jay
have been on.
White of all people.
Yeah, I'm like
Jay White,
very inconsistent with the pre-show choices. Like you said with Thunder Rosa, she should be on the. That was a main card worthy match.
absolutely, absolutely. And then another thing too with AEW, we don't get commercials in between matches. We don't get So we do get video package out, but I think WWE do them a little bit longer than AEW. So it kind of okay. So the commercials with the PLEs, I'm not gonna lie, it could be lengthy, but at least it gives you a break to breathe in between the matches. Then you got
That's
Tony
true.
Khan who has double the amount of matches for the same amount of time, and it's just like by the time you about to go get up and get a snack, somebody else's music is playing. It's just like damn, like it's
That's
a
true.
lot.
That's
It's
true.
a
It
lot.
they don't have a chance to breathe, as they say. Like
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
Tony has a pacing issue, because like a lot of people were saying like, okay, why did MJF come back in like the middle of the show? That should have been at the end. Like, okay, that was interesting. Or even
Very
on like,
interesting.
was it last Dynamite? Like, remember when Malachi Black got doused in the blood? I'm like, why
Hmm.
did you do that in the middle of the show? That should have been at the end. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he has an issue with like, why did you put that there when that should have been here? And I'm
Because what's more important to him is this elite storyline, like the elite storyline and all that stuff.
mm,
I get it. Y'all wanted to, so this is the same thing that they did last year. MJF champ, and what was more important was this elite thing versus BCC. It was
yeah,
interesting, but it's just like, when do we prioritize our champions? You
true,
know, how do
true.
you have Swerve, who, like, I try not to be biased because I really did want Swerve to win. I was actually hoping he would win it later this year and not so early. But I still feel
That's what I
like
said too.
with the whole elite thing, they've been treating that as that was more important than Swerve being champion. And how do you have the biggest prize of your company not be prioritized when you don't show this to be top priority in your company? Who wants to fight for it? Why?
Mm.
Because you can be doing them hood right matches with the elite and get on the main event.
Well, I have a controversial response to that. I completely agree with you, but my take on that, I feel now this a lot of people not gonna like this, but this is how I see it. I feel the same way about okay, what you just said, like okay, Swerve is getting overshadowed by the elite. Go to AEW. Cody is getting overshadowed by the bloodline. I feel like if your champion is getting overshadowed, they shouldn't be the champion. It needs,
Mm,
or maybe you should have waited, like you said, maybe you should have done it later, or maybe it should be someone else because your champion should not be overshadowed. Look at Roman Reigns. No one was overshadowed. Who was overshadowing Roman? Nobody. Okay, MJF, you're right. He was getting out. They were placing the elite stuff, but like, you get what I'm trying to say. Like your
yeah.
champion should be the biggest draw. If your champion's not the biggest draw, then maybe they shouldn't be the champion. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But I also feel like, all right, even though I still feel like it was early for Swerve, I still feel like if the company really wanted to prioritize you, they would make you the biggest deal
yeah,
if they really wanted to. In
yeah,
my
yeah. I agree.
opinion, that's not what they want. It's really about doing things for the elite and them to be at the forefront. And like, I don't have an issue with what they're doing in terms of storyline, but it's just like, you don't make being a champion be attractive in your
Yeah, I agree
company.
for sure. I
You
agree with
know,
that,
this is the
especially when
biggest title.
yeah, you're right. Like on the card, it wasn't even the last match. You're like, okay,
Crazy. And
interesting.
they could have put in that. And even if it feels like, okay, Anarchy in the Arena is a really tough match to follow, then book your main event with a champion better.
Right. That I agree. I completely agree. I feel like we're saying the same thing in different ways. That yeah, like
Hmm.
I agree with what you're saying. You either need to do it differently, or I guess I'm saying like either do it differently or don't do it at all. But don't
Yeah,
like put a title on someone and then not make them a big deal. Like that doesn't. Or if you feel
absolutely.
like in the case of Cody, if you feel like if you're, it kind of feels like you're just doing it to appease people. Like, are you doing it
Mm,
just to appease people? Or like, what is your motive if they're not your biggest draw? If you're not putting them, where they should be on the card, it's like, why bother? Like, you're giving someone a lackluster reign for what? Like, I guess
I
I
agree.
don't like that. Just
I
do
agree.
it right or
And a
don't
lot
do
of
it at all.
champions, a lot of at least AEW champions have fell, victim to that. MJF at some point before things got better. Don't get me started on Adam Page. We might as well just erase it from the history books.
Oh my god,
It's like, I get it. In my opinion, I'm gonna say this for a million times. There's no reason why active wrestlers should be EVPs of a
no,
company,
I said the same thing.
because they put themselves in whatever situation that they want. These titles, these storylines. Last year, remember, Takeshita was involved in that whole thing. Where's Takeshita now? Where's
No
Takeshita now?
payoff.
And then we might say the same thing about Jack Perry next year.
True, that's true. Yep, I agree. I feel like they're kind of he is someone I don't dislike Jack. I don't dislike him, but I do feel like they kept him off TV too long for him to be getting
Oh,
as big of a push as he's getting now. Just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like they went from nothing, 0 to 100. I feel like they should have built that, and maybe I'm wrong, but
I
do you
would
see
push
what I'm saying?
him, but not put a TNT title on him. Because I look at so it's okay. Obviously, the world title is the biggest title. It's still a little difficult to tell in terms of rankings where the other titles rank. But when I think of TNT title, I look at you win that, and then your next goal would be for the world title.
Right, right.
So I don't see that as something that Jack Perry should jump to.
I will say, unless, and this is terrible, I wouldn't wish this on anybody, unless
Hmm.
they're going to Wardlow him how he was the TNT champion 47 times and then somehow fell back down the card. I don't wish that on him,
Oh
but we've seen it,
God! Oh
you
God!
know? You know?
I feel bad.
I
I
know.
feel bad. Wardlow, I
I feel
I
like
think
I
it's too
bring everything
late.
back to Wardlow. I'm like, he's just the perfect
It's too
example.
late. Oh yeah, really great example. So I personally think it's too late for his time in AEW because I just don't see Tony Khan just changing things in terms of how he does things. If he falls back and let other people take control, there may be a possibility to help Wardlow and a few other people. But I don't know. I don't know. Jack Perry does not scream TNT championship material to me. Not right now. Maybe I'm trying to think of something else he can win. I don't see it now.
Look
He's
what King Leon
improved though. I'll say
said.
that.
I do agree that it's not I agree, it's not that I dislike him, and it's not that I don't think he's championship worthy. I agree, it's just I don't think he's there yet. I think he needs, because honestly, who is he, not the elite, but he himself. Who is he feuding with? He's feuding with Darby. Darby doesn't have a title, and he's going to be out injured. I feel like he's just kind of screaming at nothing. Like,
There's no feud.
yeah,
Well, he's feuding with Tony Khan if that makes
well, yeah,
sense.
that's true. Right, right.
But that's still he's not Tony Khan no wrestler or anything.
Right, right.
So the thing is the TNT title is vacant. So we're at that point where it's not there's no actual storylines to it if that makes
Yeah.
sense. It's just you still got to build whatever wrestlers are going for it to look strong. Whoever wins it, ends up getting it. They still got to look like a credible champion. And when I look at Jack Perry, he's been gone for a long time. And then when he came back to New Japan. He was over there for a while, and now he's back on the show. And it's just like he's only had one match since he's been back to AEW, and it's not
Right.
enough for people to feel like, oh, he should have the TNT title.
Right, absolutely, because especially when you have someone like Jay White, for example, like how you, and
Oh
I'm not
Lord.
necessarily saying he should be the champion, but you see like how you skip over all these other people and
Oh
just
my God.
jump straight to it.
Oh my God. And that is too. That's how I feel about Will Ospreay right now.
I
Will
can see
Ospreay
it.
probably better than a lot of those people on the roster, yes.
True.
But I look at it as in just that loyalty factor where it's just like, I don't want to say he should be at the back of the line, but it's just like, what do we do about everyone else when you just kind of look at all these people who's been already in the company with you and just be like, well, Will Ospreay is better than you peasants. I'm going to give him the title and give him a title shot to the world title. And it's just like, what about everybody else?
Yeah,
What? I don't know.
it's true that loyalty doesn't really seem like it gets that
Guess
much
he, right.
love.
Nothing. Nothing. You hear that Wardlow loyalty and getting you anywhere, you might as well go somewhere else. Take
Please,
Hook with you.
like please, Wardlow, because it's just hard to see someone so like I said the same thing about Jade. I'm like, how do you have someone who looks like this? Be I just don't
They did not
understand.
do her justice.
They did
They did
not,
not.
which is crazy. It defies all logic that she was the longest reigning champion and still misused. What? That don't even sound right. How you misuse a champion? That's crazy. But they
Yep.
did. He found a way to do it, which defies all logic. It doesn't even make sense. But he did it.
At least she got some time to get some recognition within wrestling fans so that by the time she got to WWE, people are somewhat familiar with her. So in
It's
that case, it worked. I guess WWE was the plan all along, if that's safe to say.
mm,
And
true.
I honestly I don't understand how Tony Khan keeps saying that he's this big wrestling fan. He knows all these things about wrestling. He can tell you anything about it. But yet you have never paid attention to everything that has not worked in pro wrestling. And you're doing all that stuff on your
Dang.
own promotion.
You know what? That is so true. And what you just said, I'm sure you've seen that Tony Khan and Briscoe, Eric Bischoff and him, they have like a real life feud going on. What you just described, that's
Twitter
basically what
beef.
Eric Bischoff is always saying. He's basically saying like you're doing everything wrong. He's very critical, but he ain't wrong in that regard. He is
Right.
doing a lot
So
of the things that led to WCW's downfall.
absolutely. Eric Bischoff, I don't like to listen to him because while he's right about that aspect of Tony Khan making the same mistakes, Eric Bischoff likes to tell people like he had nothing to do with the downfall of WCW. And I'm just like, I beg to differ, bro. You
Yeah.
was in it too, okay? If he tells it, you to think that he was just, pretty little princess getting overshadowed by the network and Vince Russo and them. And it's like, bro, you played a part in this too, you know? And I do
Yeah.
think Eric Bischoff is a good example of telling someone like Tony Khan, hey, this didn't work when I tried to do this, and maybe you should try to do something different. And Tony Khan, I don't think he cares to listen. I think he thinks he's going to revolutionize wrestling. In some ways, I think he did, to be a company and have all the success that they've had within these 5 years is insane. There's been companies that can't make it within a few months. And he's made a lot. And you know what? All that money from daddy's account is helping,
Hmm.
and he has a really good roster and all that, and you would think that he would have the best like creative team, the best people who's been there and done that, to tell him, you know do this, don't do this. At the end of the day, it is his choice on what he wants to go with. But if he really wants AEW to succeed, listening to people who's been in that same position will help you out, especially the ones. Well, WCW was very successful. Sure,
Hmm.
it didn't outlive. They outlive a lot of promotions, yes, but their day came and it was gone. However, Tony Khan should be listening to those people and seeing like, okay, this is what happened. Maybe I should, do things differently. I think he wants to take credit for the entire success of AEW, and you kind of can't. You can't do that.
Yeah, I actually agree with you heavily. As you know, as someone who's been a wrestling fan for a long time, I actually agree with you about Eric Bischoff. I do feel like he kind of tries to rewrite history. Like, no, 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 we were there.
We were
We
there.
yeah, we saw it. Yeah, like we remember. He definitely does try to like, you know, take credit for the good and kind of skirt the bad. Which I mean, I get it. It is kind of it's got to be a little bit embarrassing, to go from so high to so low. I mean, I get it, but yeah, I do think that Tony Khan, he's such an interesting character because what you said is so true. He's always saying, "I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I'm a fan." I'm like, well, you and I are fans, and we've been sitting here for almost 5 hours talking about how you can fix the business. If you're a
Oh
real fan, then what are we doing, friend? Are you sure? Are you sure you're a fan? Because it doesn't really look like it in a lot of ways. And I
yeah.
do think that you're right that Tony AEW is incredible. I do respect what they've done, but I also will say that I don't think that I no, this is my theory. But I feel like Tony is gonna always have like some shame around that one of your founders is now the champion of your biggest competitor. Like that's
Mm.
got to bother him. With Cody, you're not gonna tell me that doesn't bother him. With you're seeing his rage tweeting. He goes into these Twitter tantrums. He won't say it. He doesn't say it, but that's got to eat at him. Like your biggest. What are your founders?
Right.
Is now
I,
there,
I I
and
believe that to be true.
half your roster is either not wrestling, not on TV, or I feel like for everything he's done good, there's five more things that he could be doing differently.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And if it didn't bother him, he'd probably be wearing better suits. I'm not gonna get over That suit he wore on the pay-per-view on the pre-show looking raggedy. I could not believe it. I could not. You can go to Burlington, get your little Steve Harvey suit and look really good. This guy, I don't know.
He
I
has
I no
money.
words.
You have
Right.
money. You ain't even got to shop. Go pay someone to do the shopping for you. Like you have
Right. And
money.
and no nobody's like, that whole influencer thing where it's like, because Claudio has this thing. I can't remember the suit company. They give him suits. And Claudio looks good everywhere he goes. Tony
Clean.
Khan? Ugh,
Yeah, how's your talent? Yeah, yeah. How does your talent look sharper than you? You know, Tony Khan is an interesting character.
very.
He's very interesting, and now with this whole thing, you can't tell me he's not pulling some pages from Vince McMahon's book, the boss in the storyline type of deal. I'm like, I see it. I see what you're doing there. I see it.
Mhm. I was very surprised of him getting involved.
Me too.
I It's that one thing. So he's mentioned that he would never do that, and obviously he did. And it's
Mm-hmm.
one thing I think a lot of people agree that he shouldn't. And he's not a good. He has no camera presence. He just be in front of the mic, and he looked like people are holding the camera with guns in front of him. Like he literally looked like he's in fear for his life every single time. And I'm just like, oh my god.
He's
Are you okay? Tony, blink twice if you're okay. He always looks, I guess, uncomfortable. Like he just doesn't have the presence for it. Like if they really, no, I was gonna say they could have someone pretend to be the boss or whatever, but we already know who's the boss, so
yeah,
that probably
that's
wouldn't
true.
work. But
Yeah.
and then when they had attacked him, when the elite had attacked him, what's his name? Jack Perry hit him in the stomach with a microphone. And even that, I was just like, you can't even sell this.
Oh, Tony. He
Oh,
tried. He tried, but I do agree that Tony and I get the sense like maybe I'm totally wrong. Like I'm not trying to like be a doctor, but I'm getting neurodivergent vibes from him. And
autism,
and it,
absolutely.
that's what I'm getting.
Because
I mean, I'm
my daughter's
neurodivergent.
the same way. When I first saw him, I was like, oh, he definitely gives that, because like
Yeah.
autism looks different with a lot of people, but I've
Yeah.
seen similarities. Like the eye contact thing is something my daughter struggled with too, and I see it with other kids within her age range and stuff. So if he's autistic, there's nothing wrong with that. However,
Yeah.
if you're not doing the role
However,
justice, get off TV.
yeah, I agree. Like I've not been diagnosed with autism, but I do have ADHD, and it's
Mhm.
I understand. Like I get like anxiety, I get that, but I agree with you. I'm like, but you once again, you have money. Money is not an
Right.
issue, and he's an interesting dude. He just is. He's an interesting dude, but I don't think that you're right, he does not look comfortable at all. Like
He
even when he
doesn't.
does his like big announcement, he's like, this is Tony Khan. He does look like he's at gunpoint. He does. He looks very
Yes.
uncomfortable at the press conferences. Like he has like a death
Oh,
grip on his cup, you know, and
yes. Oh
he
God.
he looks very, very uncomfortable. And I wish they would tell him, you don't have to sit there with the
Mhm.
people the whole time. Like Triple H doesn't sit there the whole entire time. You don't have to sit there the whole time because he sits there
Right.
literally like looking pained the whole time.
Right. I give him props though. You can tell that he does care about AEW.
Yeah.
Every show that I've ever been to, this guy, not always at the beginning of the show, but always at the end of the show before everybody leaves, he will come out, thank people and everything every single time. And then, he makes it to the media scrum. He's trying to answer people's questions. I get it. He does show like he care, sometimes not enough, but I get it. But if you want to put yourself on TV, and if you're seeing that probably not the best person to be on TV, then this we're not gonna miss you if you're not on TV. Like we really not.
No
I
one's
never
gonna find
forget. Do y'all remember when CM
the cup.
Punk was coming back and Tony Khan took 4 separate episodes of um of Dynamite just to say it?
Yes, he
It
did.
was like, oh, Tony Khan got an announcement next week. Then he comes on the next week. I got an announcement next week that I'm going to announce. Then you come out the next week and he goes, well, next week I have an announcement about something really important that I'm going to announce next week. And you're just like, okay. And And then the next week come on, and he's like, "We're having a brand new show. It's called Collision." And I'm just like, "Okay." And then he goes, "Our very first match on Collision to the next week to find out what's it." I'm just like, "What the hell?" Like you could have said all of this in just one time.
And I can't say what you got to say. Yeah, I think it trying to get think like maybe like him. I think in his mind he's building up like, oh man, they'll really tune in if I just say like I have an announcement. But I think he kind of overplayed that hand a little bit. You know, like
Yes.
that works
Yes.
once in a while, but you can't do that every episode because
Right. Oh god, it's so annoying.
bless
So
his heart.
annoying. Normally when he has an announcement, I'm just like, it's we're not gonna care.
Just
We're
tweet it.
not gonna care.
Tweet it.
Absolutely.
It's
Tweet
fine.
it.
It's
Best
fine.
case scenario for him. And like I said, I applaud him. He's trying something. I just feel like sometimes it's not enough. You want to have a better product, you gotta do better. Utilize your roster. Sometimes these shows, it just feels like he made this whole thing up 20 minutes before the start of the show, and that's what we get. And I'm just like, are you not planning this stuff out? Like, what
Yeah.
is this?
And
Oh.
you're right. It definitely does feel like he needs to hire people. Like hire a booker. You have money. I cannot stress enough. Half the problems in the world are from a lack of money, but that's not his issue. You have
Mm-hmm.
money. You have influence. You have, you're building notoriety. Like actually this would be a perfect time to hire people. Like
Yep.
you've made it 5 years in, like, okay, hire, outsource, delegate. You don't need to do everything. We know you. You're the owner. We know you're the president. You can hire people now. It's
There
okay.
was this one time he came on Ring of Honor and he announced that Stokely Hathaway and Jerry Lynn were the general managers. He goes into this whole thing about it, and people are excited. We're just like, okay, is Tony Khan just gonna let the show go to them?
Mm.
Then the very next week he came back, and I was just like, why are you here? And he goes, oh, they're the general managers of Ring of Honor, but the final decision is mine to make. I said, so why are they general managers? Like, what is this? I could
You
not believe it.
That's so crazy. And you know what? Honestly, when you hear stuff like that, people get very tribalistic and people are like, F the Fed. But at the end of the day, Vince and Tony are a lot more alike than you might think
Oh,
at
yes, they
first
are.
blush. They're both, very rich men with very big egos and, control issues, very obviously. I'm like, but it doesn't have to be that way. Like
Absolutely.
it just seems like
Absolutely.
it seems self-inflicted that you
Even
don't have
for
to
Ring of Honor, like you would think, I honestly think that he bought it because he had the money to do so,
bingo.
and
Absolutely.
nothing else. Nothing else. Somebody came on the chat the other day and it scared us and saying that Ring of Honor got sold, and I was just like, "Don't
Ooh,
threaten me with a good time. That would be nice to hear." But that wasn't the case.
dang.
I really do feel like he bought it. I think he bought it with the best intentions, but then there's too much for him to do in terms of what already with AEW. Then he ends up adding Collision on, so he got these three shows, and then obviously the pay per views and all that stuff. He got a football team, he got a soccer team,
Oh,
and
I
whatever else he got going on. How do you manage this all, Mr. Khan?
crap. I forgot about the soccer team.
And
What
you
soccer
and
team is
you
that?
and the Jaguars.
No, that's football. What
Oh,
about
the
soccer?
foot soccer.
You're right, but I forgot what the name of the soccer
Somebody
team is.
somebody gonna put it in the chat.
Yeah,
I
someone tell us the
I
soccer
don't
team.
remember, but he has
I
all of
forgot about
that.
that.
Matter
Dang.
of fact, he had dragged Orange Cassidy and Darby Allen to go sit at one of these soccer team games in England, and they look bored out of their minds.
I didn't know he did that. Yeah, somebody tell us
Mm-hmm.
what I forgot. I completely forgot about that because I just learned
Oh
that
yes.
some time ago that
Um,
I forgot about that. Dang.
Darby Allen, Orange Cassidy, whatever they got going on with Tony Khan, he likes to take them out and go places, and they always look bored. Always.
Dang.
Like, let them go home and do something. And I would say
Yeah.
let them go home to their families. But Tony Khan, Orange Cassidy, and Darby Allen don't ring me to be like, they got somebody at home to help them out. Darby Allen,
Family.
if you had a girl, she would be telling your ass off about you putting your life on the line. When they talking about the people who's willing to die for AEW, Darby Allen at the top of the list.
Yeah, as
Top
much as Dax and Cash are always saying that Darby Allen's about that life for real, for real.
about that life.
He is. I do
Absolutely.
agree. That man, yeah, he needs a woman to tell him like I maybe a wife and child so he will before he jumps into a pane of glass, he'll be like, "They need me. Please."
And I say the same thing about Tony Khan. I said Tony Khan not only he can't have a girlfriend, but he don't got a sister in his life to get that phone out of his hand when he tweeting in the middle of the night about
Right.
Vince McMahon and everybody else other than you bettering your show. I couldn't believe that whole thing. Do you remember when the NXT and Dynamite came on
Oh,
Tuesday? Oh my god.
oh my God. He was that he goes into these rants and he'll be replying and quote tweeting and I'm like, someone needs to take that phone out of his hand. Like just
Oh, somebody
change his password,
if I was his daddy, I would have left home, gone over to Tony's house to come get that phone.
take the phone
Somebody
out of
had to get that phone.
like when he went on that whole rant about like Hook and Jinder Mahal, I'm like, dude, stop tweeting, let it go. Oh, someone said
it
it's
oh my
Fulham
god.
Football Club. That's what it is, Fulham.
There we go.
Yeah, the school
Tony
that's in.
Khan likes to drag people over there, and it's just like, man, they actually get in the ring. They're tired, they body hurting. Let them go home. You can go do whatever it is you want to do, but let the other people go home and rest. You know,
Yeah,
it's crazy to me. I feel like he kind of it looks like he have a lot of time, but he also don't at the same time. And it's just like you're taking on a lot of things, and when you take on a lot of things, something you're doing is going to suffer,
that's
and
true.
that's AW. I don't know
Hey,
about how the rest of that stuff is going, soccer, football, and all that stuff. But the wrestling, while there is good things going on, there are a lot of ways you can improve. And I feel like those things that he needs help with are stuff that he shouldn't be struggling with in year 5.
you took the words out of my mouth. I was definitely gonna say at this point, yeah, like these are easily solvable issues. Like everything we've described is not. These are not acts of Congress. These are things you could change tomorrow. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely,
Absolutely. I don't know what we're
absolutely.
gonna do. Tony Khan, your people should be stopping by. Yeah, I see 66 people are watching us. Hopefully, it's one of your people's watching.
Please.
If you need some help, Martina and I are on social media. We will take a nice check for our advice,
Okay.
and they need it.
They do.
They really need it. You
They
know,
do.
I do feel like though us as fans, we do offer great advice as well too because we're the consumers.
That's true.
We're the ones who put our time and everything into it. So at the end of the day, when you are putting a product out of there, you want the people who's actually invested in your product to say what it is that they feel is working and not working. When you don't listen to those people, you're not going to, I guess, please those people. Like they can't please all of us because everybody
Yeah.
has different opinions or whatever. But if you're not even looking for your fans' opinions, where do you think you're gonna go?
You're right. You're right. And you get like in an echo chamber if all you're listening to is your peers. Like there's a fine line. Like you can't only listen to the fans, but sometimes you do because you're right. Like there's I do think that's, now that you're saying that, I think that's Tony's problem that he I don't think he has fully realized how to give the people what they want, but also handle business. Because you remember when all that was going on with CM Punk, people were like, "Man, you got to get a hold of your boys. The locker room is taking over." It's like he struggles with like friend, businessman,
Oh my
wrestling
god.
promoter. Yeah, and no one's good at everything. No one can do everything. You can't be all things to all people. I get that.
Right. And being a boss and trying to be a friend at the same time,
Didn't go
it's
well.
not gonna work out for you, bro.
No.
Not long term.
Especially when it's not like he is one of their peers, like he's not a wrestler, he's not. It's like he's sitting high, like you're writing the checks and everything, but like you said, the product, like on our end, like, remember that episode where like there were audio issues? Remember that episode, like the audio was cutting out and the speakers. This was like maybe a month ago, where it
Yes.
was blacking out. The audio was cutting out. I was like, nah, yeah, AEW. Now come on,
Yeah. Like this shouldn't be a problem
you
at
have
all.
money. We're on TV. Like, come on now. Like, we got to tighten up on some things like that. Where I'm like, this is all have money.
I
Like this.
agree.
It's a nationwide promotion. It happens a lot though.
Right. And them being around should also influence for other promotions to get as just as big as they are, you know?
True.
And they're what people like to say the alternative. I don't like to compare them in a sense to compete with WWE because WWE has been around for 70 years versus AW for 5 years. Like what are we comparing here, guys? But you claim to be a fan, a long-term fan, and you're not necessarily paying attention to what's worked and what's not
That's
you know
true. That's
and
very
what
well
kind
said.
of bothers me is that AW they become the alternative and another option for pro wrestlers to go and have a career. But now they've become, well, I don't know if I want to have a career there. I don't know if I
Mm.
will be successful there. Like honestly, would I think twice about going to AW if I was a wrestler? Yes, because I'm looking at how all these people that we were just talking about was booked, and I'm just like, that could be me too.
Absolutely, and I go back to Cody. Like I, and it's not funny. It's kind of sad. Like I remember that promo with Roman, on the road to WrestleMania, where he was like, "Man, you'll stick with anything. You come and you go. Man, you started your own company and you still couldn't get over." I was like, "Yeah." He didn't lie like that. You're not gonna tell me people aren't seeing that. You telling me that
Right.
even one of your founding fathers couldn't get over? Like, what is there any hope for me? Half your roster isn't being used, half your
Mm,
roster's in catering. To me, that would be a big red flag. Like,
catering. Oh Lord, catering.
yeah, it's pretty full back there. It's got to be.
It is. I'm sure. They bring like almost the whole roster to be sitting back there for no reason at all. And I'm just like, you're not gonna use these people. Let them stay home. Let them
Dang.
stay home. I don't know. I
What
don't
you
know.
said about the shows is right. That it's like they have more shows than WWE. Come
They
on.
do. They do a lot. The thing is, they don't have house shows, which they would
Yeah.
absolutely. They tried it. I don't think they probably even did more than 10 house shows,
Oh, okay.
and I don't know why they stopped. To be honest with you,
Hmm.
I felt like that house shows really help when you're traveling and you want to try things that you don't want to put on TV yet,
Mm.
or having some of these guys and girls get more experience. That helps with the house shows. Now you don't have any house shows, you don't have like a performance center, so everything you want to try you have to do in front of the public, and you
Dang.
don't get a chance to really test the waters on things. It's just trial and error on TV.
Mm. You just you that was so good. Like you laid that out so perfectly that I mean that is, I guess, honestly, when you put it like that, I guess we should be glad we get what we get, because Jesus, that's true. Like doing everything on TV live, I guess that's true. They don't really have time to work out the kinks and
Nope.
flesh stuff out. That is kind of crazy. I forget about that. That's something that I wonder why they haven't picked it back up again. I understand in the COVID era, but like, why not try that again?
Right. I don't know. I personally don't know why. I'm going to guess they probably didn't do as well with the house shows in terms of like attendance,
Mm,
maybe.
mm,
And another thing too that I've heard a lot of wrestlers that come to AEW say is they prefer not to even have those house shows and stuff because they got to spend more time at home. And
mm.
I get that too because like okay, a lot of these guys and girls they have their families. They probably would not like a schedule like WWE, where they're literally on the road most days than not. So I get that and I think that's okay too. But when you do that, there's some sacrifices you have to make, which means you're definitely not going to be on TV as much because they're going to pick people who they feel like are TV worthy before picking you to be on TV. So
Mhm.
a lot of people they end up not even being shown, and because I think Tony Khan does not make use of the time he has with all these shows.
That's true. That's absolutely true. It does. It is interesting that you would think it would be more time for people to be on TV, but you're right. It is
Mm-hmm.
less because they're going to go with the
Less.
tried and true. You know. Yeah.
Let me tell you this, Martina. There was an episode of Ring of Honor. Listen to this, all right, for those of y'all who never see it. There was 19 matches on an episode of Ring of Honor. 19.
So much. My God.
I could
19.
not believe it. And I was just like, what is this? What do
Goodness.
you mean 19? And it was like less than like 3 hours. And I was like, this is just too much. Like, in my
Whoa.
opinion, I get it. You have a paywall. It's 9.99. You want to feel like people getting their money's worth, but don't give us more matches on a show.
Gee.
19 matches. I could not believe it. Now we're down to them doing an hour show,
It went
an
from three
hour
to ten.
show, and there are some episodes lately that has literally been like 40 minutes.
I heard you say that in one of yours. I was like, dang, they're just getting less and less and less and less and less.
Absolutely, and you want to know why? Because they don't have time to tape the shows.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. Dang.
They don't have time. The last episode of Ring of Honor had matches from three different locations. Three.
That's crazy. Wow.
And you can tell. You can tell. In between every match, you see a completely different crowd. And it's just like, oh
Wow.
my God, we've gotten to this point. When Ring of Honor started, they were in one location in Orlando, Orlando Studios. And I don't remember how long they did that. Oh, they did it up until Collision came about because they realized, hey, after Collision or before Collision, we can film Ring of Honor. They'll be in front of a bigger crowd and it will look like we got a full show for Ring of Honor. Wrong. When I tell you, when Collision is done taping, everybody's out,
Dang.
everybody's gone and they're over it. And then a lot of these episodes look like they're wrestling in front of nobody.
Dang. It's so sad, man. Dang. It's almost like they're treating Ring of Honor like their house shows.
Well, yeah, in a way, yes, but not, girl.
But making you pay for it. Dang.
I would have to think of like there are some really great matches. There really are.
Mm.
Um, the thing is that there isn't really storylines. It's just you want to see matches, just come watch wrestling.
Well, that
That's pretty
kind
much it.
yeah, that kind of begs the question though. It just makes me think if you've whittled it all the way down to 40 minutes, why not just fold it back into the main roster at this point?
Yeah.
But I know they want that coin for the paywall, but it like, you know what I mean? I can see.
I can't imagine how much they're making. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no clue
that
what
they
they
got
because
your
I feel like there's only like a handful of us that got the Honor Club subscription. I don't really know anybody. A few people on my chat. I kid you not. Most people, when I do my Ring of Honor watch along, most of them are just here to just hear me talk.
dang. Maybe
They're
they
not
need
even watching the show.
do you think maybe it's time for him to just cut his losses and fold it back into the main roster again then?
I give it a year before he really gonna have to do that.
Mm,
I give it another year because I don't think he's taking it seriously.
mm,
I personally don't. From somebody who's seen it from what it used to be way back when, and to compare, like I knew it when he bought it, it wasn't going to be what it used to be, and that makes sense, you know. But I didn't know it was going to be this bad.
dang.
I
Like
really didn't know.
how far the mighty have fallen. Dang.
I think he should sell it. I really do. I think he
Yeah.
should sell it, or just really try to start over, if
And
that makes sense.
you're right,
Um,
because this is sounding a lot like ECW and WWE. Like, or
oh well, yeah. I didn't
that's
even think of that.
that's what I'm
Yes.
hearing is like it was, this, and then it was just getting less and less and more neutered,
Yeah.
and
Oh, that scares me now that you mentioned that.
That's what my ears are hearing. I'm like,
Oh man, I think he should have taken that deal, that CW deal. I
yeah.
think, like I said, I know he wanted to have everything under the same umbrella with the same network and all that. What the issue was is that he got greedy.
Hmm.
You get greedy when you think I'm going to get a better option, and you don't always get a better option. You or
That's
the
true.
option that you want. Meanwhile, WWE gonna have NXT over there. They didn't look at themselves like, oh, they not too high and mighty for this deal. They took it.
Hmm.
They
Dang.
took it, which is just crazy. Once I found out about NXT being over there, I was just like, Tony Khan, you dropped the
That is
ball.
crazy. And especially, you're right that it is kind of weird. Like, this is something that has always kind of confused me about Ring of Honor. I'm like, okay, you bought Ring of Honor, but you still have some Ring of Honor titles that are defended on the main roster, and then some that are not. So if you can have the Ring of Honor's trios champions, and then this Ring of Honor, this, that, and the third champion, because I know they have 147 titles. Some are, why? It's either, I feel like it should, I think for me as a consumer, I would be more willing to pay for it if it was the only place you were going to see anything Ring of Honor is
Absolutely,
there. I would pay for it. But I'm like, well, I'm seeing people come out on Dynamite. I'm like, well, I see Ring of Honor. I see Ring of Honor. Like, well, what are they doing over there then? You know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
We
You're
need
right.
our some. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Tony Khan, give us a call.
I was gonna say, run us our money because we clearly know our stuff. And chat,
I'm
what do you
telling you.
think?
Hey, look, I really think we're not wrong on this. I really do feel like sometimes it does take some, like sometimes you look at something and you're just like, okay, um, so like you look at something and just from your perspective and not hear anyone else's, you're not going to really see what problems they are because you don't look at what's in front of you as a problem, you know? And this is
Yeah.
why I say going back to, so there's this dude. Oh my god, what's the name of that guy? Oh, he has a YouTube channel. I
Okay,
can't remember the
maybe.
name of the channel. But this channel likes to say really good things most of the time about AEW. Tony Khan reached out to him for advice,
Oh,
and
you're
I
talking about?
said,
Are you talking about
I,
RJ City?
"No, no, 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 no. I'm talking. Oh,
Oh
God,
no.
what's the name of this guy? I can't remember the name of the guy. It'll come to me. But he does like content about AEW. I don't think I've ever seen him do WWE, but most of his videos are praising AEW. So I never really hear like constructive criticism for the most part. Tony Khan reached out to him, but the guy did not want to give him advice. He turned it down. And I was just like, wait, why would you be reaching out to the guy who says nothing but good things about you? What the hell is
Mm,
he going to tell you to do to help your company?
that's
You know?
interesting. I didn't know
And
that.
people kind of was tearing Tony Khan to shreds because it's like, well, why are you reaching out to a fan about what to do with your company? That's exactly what he should be doing.
Was it Tranquillo Club? Because I used.
Yes, him.
Oh, he reached
Yes,
out
that's
to
the
him.
channel.
I watch his channel.
Yes. And he reached out to him, but he declined to give advice. And I was just like, well, he said something about good stuff. So, like, if you ask me, I'm gonna say good things about your company, but I'm also gonna tell you where you messing up at,
Oh, that's
you
right.
know.
I wondered
And
if he declined for a lack of
I wonder
ooh
what,
la la.
honestly, I don't know what he would have said. I
Interesting.
really
You're
don't
right.
know.
That is true, though. He is very pro AEW. Yeah. I
Very pro AW. So why would you be reaching out to him of all people?
interesting.
And
And
I'm not saying not that he wouldn't have criticism to provide, but I just feel like that's an interesting person to choose if
yeah,
you're looking for advice. I don't know.
yeah, that is interesting. And I think too that it, yeah, that is. I mean, yeah, I'm just like in awe that I'm like, dang. So what does that tell you, Tony? Are you watching us right now? So you be on
You
YouTube?
better be.
Are you watching us right now?
You
Hey,
better
how you
be.
doing? Hey, I see. Is that you? Is that you in the chat?
And
If he on here like
when
that,
I
why'd you
seen
say so?
when I seen that Ring of Honor was following me, I was just like, you bitches better be watching. I don't see y'all making
Ooh,
changes, but y'all following. Um,
interesting. They follow you on
Very
Twitter?
interesting. Yes, they do.
Interesting.
Yes,
Hmm.
they do.
Well,
So,
I will say you they definitely they do they be looking because there are definitely times where people that I follow, I've seen them tweet stuff and like very shortly thereafter I'll see WWE tweet something very similar and I'm like, "Oh, okay, okay."
oh my
Like,
God, there's so many times we talk about things in the chat, and then all of a sudden we see it, but it's just not enough still. But we see, like, it makes me feel somebody's watching
oh, for sure.
for
For
sure.
sure.
Uh
Definitely.
huh.
They got to be because I saw it in real time. Do you remember about a month or so ago where people caught wind of on the WWE website that Roman was advertised to be at the SmackDown before SummerSlam, and people were like tweeting a picture of it, like, "Oh, dude, like I'm gonna go buy my tickets for SummerSlam because Roman's gonna be there," and then
Mm-hmm.
within 45 minutes they had taken it off the website. I'm like, "Oh,
Mm.
they see what we're tweeting. They're looking. They got moles. They got burner accounts.
Interesting.
Cause I
Burner account.
you know they do. Cause by the time I saw it, me being the big Roman fan that I am, I was like, "Oh shoot, let me go on the website." And I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling. I'm like, "Okay, let me refresh the screen. Let me just refresh." I'm like, they took it off the website." And then I started seeing
Mm-hmm.
other people. They're like, "Oh man, they took it down." I'm like, "Yeah,
They got to be quicker than that. They think people don't pay attention as much as we do, but we do.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. We definitely pay
We
attention."
do. Really interesting. Really interesting. Not gonna lie, as much as we're criticizing AEW right now, they have provided a space for people to be talking more about pro wrestling. And I
Absolutely.
really do appreciate that, you know. And watching them has made me pay attention more to New Japan. And it just turns out to just be like a cycle where it's just like, oh, you see somebody here, now you move there, and then you just all over with all these promotions. And there's always something for somebody to enjoy wherever you go. But I do think that when we sit here and talk about what's going on with AEW, is because we really do want it to succeed. We really do, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely not one of those people. I hate it when I see people like, "Oh, AEW's finished." I'm like, especially now, like as an adult, I don't want to see people lose their jobs. I don't want to see people
I
get laid off.
know.
I don't want to see, and especially in an industry that's so niche anyway, like wrestling is already such a unique career and there's only so many ways to showcase that talent. I do think it is great because WWE was the only player in the game for how many years, like basically our whole
Mm,
lives up until 5 years ago for the most part. Basically from when WCW went out to when AEW came, it was either there or New Japan for the most part, or TNA. But TNA was very underground and kind of up and down. So I do like having AEW, and I do respect Tony Khan. But
mhm.
but like you said, I don't think I'm not very. No one does everything right. I don't love everything WWE does. I don't love everything AEW does. I think
Agreed.
I'm pretty critical of them too because as a fan, like you said, I'm like, hey, this is my entertainment. I've been watching it my whole life. So people like you and I, we do know. We do have some backstory that we can tell you,
Right.
oh, I saw this at however many years ago. Then yeah, I think it's good to point out the good and the bad.
Right. And Jeffrey makes a good point. Tony Khan is 41 years old.
Oh,
So he needs to act his age and be a boss and stop playing favorites. It
I
does
didn't know
feels
he was
like
that old.
favoritism is going on. But 41, still pretty young, especially
Yeah,
for someone to own a promotion. That's still
yeah,
pretty young.
it's
And
true.
maybe for at 41, that also shows the immaturity as well. You
Dang.
know, with him coming off to be very inexperienced, which he is. But like I said, there's still no excuse. You should have a team of people who are experienced to help you with this.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, even WWE, they've been in business for however many years and they still partnered with TKO. So now they've got even more voices
Oh
and
yeah.
leadership.
And it's funny because Mr. Holidays, I'm talking about Christopher Daniels, who's helping Tony Khan. But why was Tony Khan on TV tonight when Christopher Daniels said he was the one who's supposed to be taking his place while he's gone? And I'm just like, Tony Khan will never leave. Like, I don't, man,
Over there looking
he'll never
scared
leave.
still. He's still
Very interesting. Like I didn't expect to see Tony on TV tonight because I really felt like even when that whole broken his neck or whatever it was, I think he was still back there every night.
I think so too. I think so too. He was like wearing the brace at the what was it? The rat, the rock. What is that called? The draft. You
The
know.
draft. When I saw that, I gave Tony Khan some props because I was just like, that's what wrestling's supposed to be. You gotta keep it going even when you're not on the show. So I thought that
Yeah,
was cool. I
I
kind of
thought so
wish he was
too.
oohing and eyeing and Daddy was fixing his neck. Like they should have played it up. They
Yeah,
really should have. Like I wanted Daddy to get off his chair and check up on his son, make sure he's all right. They could have did a whole little drama thing while they had a few seconds in front of the camera at the draft, but they didn't. I guess we'll see what happens next time.
yeah.
Um, but I did commend him for playing it up or whatever. But he don't need to be part of the story. He doesn't.
No, I think that what he's done for the story is sufficient. They were like, okay, we're good now. Okay, all right, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
You-
I agree. We don't need to do too much more,
We're good.
too much more. But Collision wasn't the best. It was okay, right? I guess.
If I had to
I,
give it a grade, I give it a B minus. B minus.
um, I give it a C. They've done so much better with Collision before, and like I feel like the vibe of Collision has changed over time. But to see them do like almost a 30-minute main event, that brought it back to like the early days of Collision for me, and I really did appreciate that because I mean you have Will Ospreay going against Kyle O'Reilly. Like, give me 30 minutes, give me an hour, I'll take it.
Hmm.
The rest of the show was okay. It was okay.
Yeah, I feel like for the I keep wanting to say PLE post pay per view show, it could have been, we could have done a little bit more follow up from what happened, the fallout. I would have liked to seen a little bit more of that than what we saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen here. Forbidden Door is not too far away. It's like what, a month away,
Yeah, I think it's the
and
30th. Dang.
it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot going on with all these companies. And like I said, a lot of these AEW guys are going to continue to take a back seat because they have to introduce more people. It's like I get it, but at the same time, we're in a really awkward space when it comes to a lot of these people not being utilized. They have that TNT thing going on. They could be putting people we haven't been seeing for a while in it, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah, I agree. That is one title that, to be real with you, it's gonna sound so bad. That is one that I feel like they kind of just need to like take it away and like reintroduce it because they fumbled it so
Oh
much.
yes,
You know,
absolutely. I
it,
I think Christian. At this, okay, so Luchasaurus had it first, and then Christian was taking it, just walking around with it like it was his. I think that brought something a little funny to it or whatever. But then he actually ends up winning the title, and I think he did a good job as a champion monster heel, absolute great heel.
absolutely.
Adam Copeland also did a great job with the title. Things could have been better, but I think he did great. And that was the best things that we've seen with the TNT title in a very, very long time.
Yes, it is because they played hot potato with Wardlow and Hobbs and then do you remember?
Sammy was another one who had it a few times. Oh my God,
Yes.
Sammy
Do you remember
Guevara.
when they did that? I hate that they do this. Like, Tony Khan, if you're listening, stop interim titles. I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Never,
Remember when
never.
Cody left and then Scorpio Sky and then there were two belts? I'm like, just
Ugh.
take the title off of them. Please don't ever do interim titles again.
I thought they was gonna do that with the TNT title.
I'm glad they didn't because I hate
Thank
it.
God.
I hate it so much. Like, remember when they did that with CM Punk and Moxley? I'm like,
Moxley. Oh,
because it's pointless. What's the point? Just take it away. Tony Storm and whoever who was the other person? Who was it? Was it Thunder Rosa? Thunder Rosa.
Thunder Rosa.
Just
I think they do that when they think it's a short term thing, where it's like, oh, this is going to be really short, but then most of the time it turns out to be long term, and
right.
it's like a situation where it's like they don't want to take the title off of somebody. They're just trying to wait it out, wait till they get a little bit better in a couple of weeks, and it's never that.
No, and
It's
even
never
then,
that.
why have two belts? That's the crazy thing to me. Remember when Sammy was walking around with two belts? I'm like, what are we doing here? This is
Ugh,
I don't I get it. If it's gonna be short term, then just give it back to them when they get back. Like you don't
it's
we don't need an
just
interim champion.
weird.
Yeah, it's very
It's
weird.
really weird what they're doing. And then because Wheeler Yuta, he has the Ring of Honor Pure title. He's been out since January,
Oh,
and they never even addressed it, not one time. But in the meantime, the Bang Bang Gang is walking around with the 6-man tag titles. Well, I mean, uh, it's theirs now, but I mean, they're never on the show.
they're not
Mark
on Ring of Honor.
Briscoe
Yeah, that's true.
Mark Briscoe has waited his whole damn career to be the Ring of Honor world champion. If you think blood bothers you, to see what Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe did that night was wild,
I can't.
wild.
I heard.
And he ends up winning the title. Had a little celebration, everybody in the ring, everybody crying, and everybody happy. And then that's it. Haven't seen Mark Briscoe on the show since.
Dang, is he injured too?
Not that I've heard of. He
Oh, okay.
won that. When did he win that title? It was definitely more than a month ago,
Because
and
I
he
know
just
Eddie
hasn't
Kingston
been
was
on.
hurt. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eddie Kingston is hurt.
Yeah, he's
Well, I don't
injured,
know
but
when we're gonna see him.
yeah, but Briscoe, yeah, I was like, yeah, that's and see that's another thing. That's another ding against AEW that I have to say based off of what you said about not having a performance center and not having house shows. The injuries are crazy.
Oh,
Injury
insane.
City. And now WWE said not to be outdone. We're gonna have injuries too. And don't get me wrong, I know injuries are gonna happen. Like I get it. Before someone's like, that's part of the business. It is. I get it. Yes, I get that.
Right.
But these are very bad injuries though, man. These are
Absolutely. And you
career
know
ending
what's so
injuries.
crazy is that people will say, well, people in AEW don't wrestle enough. And then we have Triple H who goes and say, well, my wrestlers, they on the grind. But then what happened with that tournament? When half the people had to get out of the tournament because they're hurt.
That's true. That's true. That's a very valid point. Like, where is that happy medium? Like, you know, yeah. And either way, the outcome is terrible. But I will say, at least most of the injuries, at least the current injuries on from WWE, most of them are pretty minor. They're not like career ending or life threatening. But
Right.
yeah, like the whole thing with I see with Eddie. What exactly happened to Eddie? What was his injury? I know it's bad, but
Oh,
what is it?
so this was at the New Japan Resurgence pay-per-view, and he had a match with Gabe Kidd for the New Japan open weight title. He he went for a kick, and I think he hit the barricade. Something was was there when he went for the kick. I think it was the barricade. Something metal for sure. And he ends up kicking his leg. I don't remember if Eddie said it was broken, but it gotta be if he can't get back in the ring. He's on a wheelchair and everything now, so
Jeez.
it's yeah. And that's the thing too, because Tony Khan did speak out recently about wrestlers wrestling at other promotions and getting hurt.
Mm,
So it's like you allow them, but if they get hurt, it's obviously an issue for your company because now we got to pull these people out, you
mm,
know? And I get it. It's either they should do it or not. But when you don't have these wrestlers wrestling anywhere else, they literally have nothing to do.
that's true. That's true.
Nothing.
Dang. Oh, I see. Jeffrey said he broke his tibia and he also tore his ACL. Oh, I know that's a long recovery, if at
Oof.
all. Jeez.
Adam Copeland broke
Meniscus.
tibia too. Oh
Yeah, he
god,
did.
he's gonna have surgery.
Yeah, them tibias catching it. Now I can tell you, like a meniscus, I tore my meniscus. That's a painful injury. Let me tell you. And I'm far from an athlete. I'm like, I know as an athlete that would be devastating because that junk hurt
Mm-mm.
so bad, and I'm just a regular person. So doing what they do, I know that would be very painful.
Right. Oh god. I mean Eddie, at least he was able to get the most out of his career these past few months. He was walking around with 3 belts for no reason. I mean, I guess he's happy with that. But other than that, it's just because honestly, I think Eddie was gonna take a break, because that title that he had, I like if you're following New Japan, I think it was really apparent that he was going to lose that title. So I
Mm.
was like, okay, after this, he's going to take a break. But he was already scheduled to be part of the Anarchy in the Arena. So
Yeah,
after
he
that
was.
match, I was like, okay, maybe that was going to be it, and then we won't see him for a little bit. And he didn't even make it to that.
And even that alone, like it's this kind of sick irony that they replaced an injured man with another injured man.
You
Darby
know
Allin's
what?
injured too. Ain't that
Darby
terrible?
Allen.
That's
Darby
terrible.
Allen, I don't even know where to begin. And
I
you want to know he was one of those wrestlers that I wasn't familiar with that got me into wanting to watch AEW.
Me too.
I related to Darby because I'm a goth and I see him and I'm just like, yes, I like to see our people doing things. Then after a while, I was just like, this guy, does he want to die or something? Like, what's going on? Every time you see him, he's doing the absolute most.
Oh my god, he
And when you get a
dude.
reputation of doing the most, now you have to top it every single time. Like people
Yep.
are expecting you to do crazier stuff every time they see you. And I
It
think he feels like he has to do that.
I agree with you. And, now I get just being like a daredevil because, like, he's a daredevil, like, in his outside of the ring life. You see videos of him
Have you
jumping
seen them on
his
social
house.
media? Oh my god.
This dude is insane. Jumping his house with a car, and he was trying to climb Mount Everest. And, like, I get it. But I think, as far as like that particular match, specifically that match, how in the world did they get a doctor to approve that? Because
Right. They
and
didn't.
what kind of doctor is gonna approve such? Like, they
They
got their
didn't.
medical license from Amazon? Cause what? That's
Yeah.
crazy. He looked
Oh my
like, come
god.
on, man. This dude, like you said, this dude was literally hit by a bus. Like, it's not funny, but it's just insane. Cause, like, no
It
one would
is.
believe this, right? Like, we're wrestling fans. If you told a random person on the street, like, hey, I just saw a man on TV that just got hit by a bus and he was wrestling in a match, they'd be like, that didn't happen. That's not a thing. But
Right.
yes, it did. It happened.
Oh god.
And they
It's
rebroke his nose. What's happening?
oh, you saw the picture, right?
Poor
Of
man.
Darby's face after the Anarchy in the Arena. And Darby, stay home.
I've seen more pictures of Darby injured than well. Every time I see him, he's injured.
That is so true.
That's terrible.
That is so true.
It's always some kind of gnarly, bloody wound. Like, please go rest, Darby. Please,
Have you
please.
have you seen his face tattoo?
Oh, the one, yes, like on the side. Yeah.
Yes, and then he extended it so it could be on the side of his head.
Oh no, I didn't.
So if you follow him on social media, you see it. But since he's gotten the face tattoo, he has been putting paint over it. So
Hmm.
he has not shown it on TV yet, but on
Hmm.
social media, you can see his poor decisions unfolding right in front of our eyes.
In real time. You're right. No, the only pictures I've seen were with paint. But you're exactly right. For me, he was one that got me into watching AEW. And then when they partnered him with Sting, like, Sting is one of my goats. Like, I love Sting. So I was like, oh,
Hmm.
this is perfect. But yeah, I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, let that man rest. Like, for real, if you can
Yes,
let people with lesser injuries rest, he should not be wrestling. Nowhere.
I agree. I agree. Tony Khan, shame on you for bringing him back for that particular match. That I mean, he went
Right.
through 2 sheets of glass, which was wild.
Oof. Every that was one where that I had flashbacks. Like, this is sad, like having like wrestling trauma. I've been watching wrestling so long, I have wrestling trauma. The same way I felt as a little girl seeing Mankind, aka Mick Foley, going off
Mm.
the cage. That's the same way I felt when, I'm looking at the TV, because you could see it coming. You could see what he was about to do. I was like, no, he ain't. I know he's not about to do this, but you knew he was about to do it, and he's going up the ladder. And I was like, Darby, please, please reconsider. Like, please do not do this. And
He
I've
was
talked to
better off
people.
missing the
My
glass.
God, I know, right? My God. And when you look at it, like, just like as an adult living in the world, like, that glass could have sliced his neck. He could have cut his jugular.
Mm.
You know how many
Could have
arteries
gone
he
wrong.
have? Like, he's lucky. He got out lucky. I was like, dude, I could not believe they let him do that. And the kicker is, CM Punk was stressed about Jack Perry in a glass windshield and Darby Allen going through a damn pain. Dude, dude, Tony,
Darby just don't care.
he don't
Don't
he
care.
he really don't, man. He legitimately. He'd probably do it again. I think he didn't. He say he would do it again if he could.
I'm pretty sure he would. Matter of fact, he probably walk in front of a bus next time. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. I really don't. But I do think it was irresponsible for Tony to let him be part of that type of match. First of all, who breaks their feet and recover that quickly? I
Yeah,
don't
and
I don't get it because they did show the picture of the X-rays, and I'm just like, oh, he gone for a while, and then he's back really quick.
yes, and the spot. I'm like, you have the audacity. The spot they put him in, where he's being hung by his feet.
Oh my! Let me tell you. And then when the crowd have to tell you to help somebody, you got a problem.
Yeah,
Everybody was saying, "Please help Darby, please help Darby." I was just like, "Girl,
yeah.
Tony,
He's hanging there like a meat in a butcher shop. And when they hit him in the face, I was like, dude, like that I felt like that was just completely, it was
right?
already, it's like they're just upping the ante of foolishness. Like this already shouldn't be happening, and now you're just adding on to the layers of madness.
It's
Ugh,
crazy." I think they always planned to have Darby to be hanging there until the match was over, and I'm just like, that's not a good thing to be hung
no.
upside down while y'all just fighting. Like, let him go, let him
Right.
go. It's th- yeah,
Yeah.
some really weird decisions were made that night, and I guess, I don't know. I did think that with that match, I was okay with Jack Perry being the one to pin Brian Danielson because we're talking about young stars should be able to move on up, and that's how you do it.
Hmm.
I mean, I could care less about that match, but to put him over in that moment is how you're supposed to do it. Where
Absolutely.
they go from here, I don't know, but
I do agree, and that is one of the reasons too why I really have a lot of respect for Danielson. He
yeah,
does not mind putting people over. He does not mind taking a pin, and I'm like, that is, as we have just talked about. That's rare these days. I really respect him. Like, and he's at a level where the pins don't hurt him. Like losing does not hurt him. He's still
right.
extremely popular. He's still extremely talented. And I think he's just like a great example. Like you can lose and you're not buried. Like he's fine. He's more popular than ever.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do at this point, but a lot of us here are really invested in the show. And like I said, we do want to see it get better. I feel like there's some things that they're doing right, and then there's other things where it's just like you should listen to your fans, because when the fans stop watching, then who you gonna show this stupid shit to? You know, you
That's
you really gonna have to get to that point where it's just like, oh man, we need to be listening. You know,
yeah, that's true.
we'll see,
Absolutely.
we'll see.
Well, Tati,
All
I
right,
think
you guys. Yeah, we been here for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I tell people all the time, you gotta shut me up when it comes to wrestling.
me too. Clearly, me too. I'm clearly an enabler. Like I could talk till I fall asleep.
Martina, let everybody know where they can find you.
Everybody, you can follow me on Twitter at SlamHostMartina, and you can subscribe to my YouTube channel at Martina Talks Wrestling. And as you can see, I really do love to talk about wrestling. It's not just a name; it's a lifestyle. And hey, if you wouldn't mind seeing me talk to Tati again, maybe give her a little nudge, like maybe I can come back for another show because I've enjoyed myself. Have you guys enjoyed? Have you had fun?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they have enjoyed you come on over. I always tell people all the time, I would love to have ladies come onto my channel and talk about pro wrestling. Women needs more representation in this space. And, I really do appreciate you coming on over, Martina. This was a really great experience. Would love to have you come back on. You guys, please subscribe to her channel. She could use some more subscribers and show her love when she goes live and watch her content. You guys already know you can find me at Wrestle Tati on YouTube, Instagram, and on X. If you do want to work on something with me, I'm all ears. Shoot me a message. I almost never say no. I love to talk about pro wrestling. So if you need somebody to come on your channel or whatever, let me know. And I'm pretty sure Martina would love to have any offers as well. So you guys can hit us up. and let us know what you want to work on. But until then, you guys, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye.